Hello. I think you're muted. Do I have to unmute
So
you? Oh, there we
I have to unmute me.
go.
It
How
says
are you?
it says recording in progress, and you got to knock that out too. Doing good, pal. Every time I swear, we do a Zoom show once a month, and every time I log on, the screens are different or something's moved, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So
Yeah,
happy to see you again and be with you live. How are you? How's it going?
I'm doing great. A little nervous, but I'm doing great.
Uh, you, you got to think of it as excitement. It's
Yeah,
excitement. It's not nervous, you know.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and you just got to think of it as you're landing the planes. You're in the control tower and
Mhm.
let folks you ramble on and you'll be
Yeah.
fine.
True. Yeah,
So
it's gonna be a really great event. I'm
good.
excited.
Yeah, and I would do replays every week or whatever you think, and
Mhm.
keep it
Yeah.
out there spinning and maybe send it to, is it your sister?
She's my aunt,
Christine?
Adrian.
Aunt,
Blackwood.
okay.
She's my aunt.
Yeah, I would send it to your aunt and have her send it out to all her people too with the link. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so everybody
We
can
just
really
we
enjoy it
gotta
that way.
we gotta all network and put it everywhere, social media, all that. You know that. So
Yeah.
you're looking good. You're doing good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
People
You,
are starting to
you
come in. We're a little early, so
good. That's okay. I'd rather be early and chitty chat for a minute. Are you
mhm.
using a pendulum at all, or can you stand up?
Yeah, I can stand. I was gonna for
Okay.
for your segment, I was gonna stand so that they can see me and I can move back and forth if I need to or whatever.
Yeah, and we don't. I'm not going to eat up the half hour of that, but 5 minutes would be good.
Perfect. Yeah, I can do that.
And then we can chitty chat, that kind of thing. So it's all good. So
Awesome, awesome. Yeah,
yeah,
that'll be perfect.
we will definitely
Mm,
put it out to all our people too when it's done. So
okay.
yeah, it's
Mm.
good.
I wish.
Appreciate you doing it. Yeah,
Yeah, you're welcome. And thank you for being here. I know it's
of
early.
course. Yeah, no, it isn't
Mm.
for me though. It's 1 here, so I'm
Oh.
good. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. I'm Florida.
Um,
I'm in Clearwater, St. Pete, Tampa area, and
mhm.
yeah, and I referred you Gosha as well, and she's great.
Oh,
So
I think she's here.
okay, good,
Is it-
good. Yeah, she's got great energy. Yeah, she's out of L.A. area anyway.
She's close to me. I'm close to LA.
Yeah, but she's good stuff. So she's like my little sister or something.
Awesome.
So, but yeah,
Yay.
I'll always send you different people. It's up to you whether they are good fits or not. Don't hesitate. Hit them up for readings or
Mhm.
sessions or whatever, and
That's
see if.
awesome.
And
Thank
if
you.
you like them, that's great. If you
Yeah.
don't, I won't be offended if you don't. So sound is good. Everything else, video at
Yeah,
your end, everything. Okay, good,
sounds
good, good.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Um, I think, do I go first or you? Let me check the schedule. I think I go first.
hmm Well, it had me on for one. It had you on 30 minutes, the last 30 minutes ago.
Oh,
So,
yep, you're right. Yeah, you can go first, and then we'll go
and
after.
then I'll wave goodbye, and you can go wild. So yeah, there was a mix up on all that or the dates.
Mhm.
I don't know. The girls were dealing with it, so I'm glad we got it worked out. So
Yeah, yeah.
excellent. Yeah, that's fantastic.
This is gonna be awesome. I'm excited.
Yeah, so stay in the excitement realm. Don't think of it as nervous. Like I said, think of it as all you're wanting to do really is direct traffic and promote
Mhm.
others. And
Yep.
I would do more listening than speaking unless you want to. Obviously, if you're curious about anything or you have a question, just pop that out and let them do 5 or 10 sentences to your one, and you'll be infinitely better off. You remember even Oprah and people like Ellen, God, they would talk all over people, and you feel like,
Yeah.
oh my God, I wanted to hear them answer the question. They've gone on to talk, talk about some other squirrel running down the road, and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So I think that's key. I did blog talk for 5 years. I just got sick of it every week, every week. We would have Betty Sue Jones call in, fix my knee. And every week
Mhm.
it's like, good Lord. So eventually I was like, it got to be too much. But I'll do everybody else's summits or telesummits or
Mhm. Mhm.
broadcasts. Your aunt is on board. She gets it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
She does a lot of them too.
Yeah, that's great. So, but yeah, so you tell me when. I think we got like 4 minutes. You
Mhm.
want to stand up right now? We'll clear you up energetically.
Okay,
You want
yeah,
to
I can do
do
that.
that? That'll save us some time. So if you can figure out which way is north,
Can you see me?
I can.
Okay.
Is that north?
Yeah. North,
Okay.
south, east, west. Okay. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so if you just say I am clear, you should feel a pull forward.
Okay. Let me pin you first. Okay. I am clear. Yep. Should I turn
Excellent.
sideways to make it better?
I would. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll just pretend that's north. Yeah. Because
Okay.
you're a big fella. So yeah, there you go. So let's go with I am unclear,
I am unclear.
and it pulls back to no, and that's the way it should be. And I am running forward.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see if you go forward. I am running forward.
I am running forward.
So you test out great. See my
Okay.
point? So
Yeah.
believe me, if you had any, what my granddaughter would call ghosties around you or any dark energy, it would show up right now, and you don't have anything. So
Okay. Awesome. Awesome.
yeah, I would encourage you to wear more colors. That's the
Mhm.
biggest thing they're whispering in my ear. My mentor, he
Mhm.
and I could dress like ninjas, but I think you need to. It's okay to wear like a black top or black pants, but
Mhm.
if you're wearing black pants, you need to be wearing something yellow and
Yeah.
brighter. That's why I
Mhm.
always
Mhm.
wear Hawaiian shirts, that kind of thing, because black is the absence of all color when we're using the palette of painting.
That's
So
true.
yeah,
That makes
yeah.
sense.
So it would, and it doesn't matter. You could have an accessory. You could have a little red hat, or you know,
It's funny.
purple scarf. I mean, anything that is not black. So.
It's really, really funny that you say that because
And
I've had it.
my mother would say, "Said with love," you know that. So,
Mhm. It's really funny that you said the red hat because this morning I battled with do I want to put on the red one or do I want to put on the black one? And I picked the
it,
black one because it was easier. I thought it matched,
if
but
you got the red hat, you should go put it on.
okay, I'm putting it on. It's right here.
There
Hold
you
on one
go.
second.
Wear that. I love that.
All righty. Okay.
There you
There we
go.
go.
I love it. Yay! You brought some color to it. That's
Perfect.
great. That's great. Yeah, fantastic. Well, we'll rock it out. I guess people are coming in now, so.
Yep, they're getting
Whenever
in.
you're ready, I'll let you do introductions, and
Okay.
we'll get underway.
All right, it's 10 now. I wanted to wait until we fill up because it's only 12 people in so far. Get it all the way down again. Okay, so people are still coming in, but I guess we'll begin because it
I
is.
would I
Okay,
would always start on time too, and if they don't make it, they'll never forget that you start on time.
true. All righty. Okay, so we'll start. Okay, so wait, let me repin myself 1 second. And then I'll put you back in a second. Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Andrew Oro Alomar, and I am the host of today's live event, Surrender Your Resistance to Manifest Everything That You Desire. Today, we have a first guest, Jerry Mack. Thank you for being here. I'm going to let you take the floor and be open to demonstrating for you if you need it. So, everybody, give him a warm welcome. And as the room fills up, we'll obviously have more people. But yeah, thank you so much, Jimmy, for being here. And I'll give you
Sure.
the floor now.
Yeah, thank you. And I love that as a title, and it's really the old saying is whatever we resist persists. So
Mhm.
anybody that's in avoidance of anything, or they just don't want to deal with whatever it is. I had a client this morning about working out, real resistance to going and working out and exercising, and yet complaining about the body shape, right? So, you want to get out of all that resistance and beyond surrendering. I would say what I've been aware of a lot lately is really interference. So we're certainly all very divinely guided. We're all connected, interconnected. I love Armin van Buren that does the EDM music, and he said at one of the beginning of one of his huge broadcasts, had to been 100,000 people in the audience, and he said, "We are all one, and our origin is the sea." And I'll never forget that, because everything we do, JimmyMacHealing.com, is My Liquid Fish. It's change made simple. And so all of our stuff is nautical and involves water, being in the flow of water, and obviously the least resistance, you know. And so when you give that up, things flow more easily, more effortlessly. So, but like we said, you know, we can work on you live and even clear everybody on the call now or in the future as well. So, but any questions you may have or anybody else will address those as well.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask this. How do you work? What is it like to work with you as a client?
Sure. So we go through, we love Calendly. We have a shop. It's JimmyMacHealingShop.com, and people will select time amounts on that and then schedule with the best, obviously the best day and time for them. I work with clients worldwide. It doesn't matter energetically if it is in person or phone or Skype, or well, now it's meetings, and you know, WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, all of it. So the energy is all the same. I did a lot of different healing. I did, gosh, everything under the sun: theta healing, reconnective healing, matrix energetics, access consciousness, you name it. Hung out with the monks, you know, shamanic studies, obviously, and Reiki, of course, and just various courses. But then I had a near death experience. I was very sick in South Florida. They took out my gallbladder, but they about killed me. They gave me too much anesthesia. So I'll never forget it, because you know you're in trouble when all the heads of the departments walk into your tiny little hospital room, right? And so I said, I was just having been intubated and was out of surgery, and the one, I said to them, they didn't think it was funny. I thought it was funny at the time. I said,
Mhm.
"You guys must have really messed up." And they said, "Why do you say that?" I said, "Because there's no students here with you. It was a teaching hospital, but you know you're in trouble at the head of surgery and ICU and anesthesiology and all the leads of all the departments, including the administration, standing in your room." And they said, "Well, we don't know what's wrong. You know, your oxygen saturation index has really crashed down. You could have, aspirated when you were getting anesthesia. We're not sure. We're not sure." And I told the chief surgeon, I said, "Well, pretend I'm your brother, your favorite uncle. You know, what do you want to do?" He says, "Well, we could monitor you here or move you to ICU."
Mhm.
But he said, "When you put it like that, I would put you in ICU." And I said, "Just lead the way." So every night I had very profound experiences. There was no doctors on hand. It was maybe midnight, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, who knows. And the only thing that brought me back 3 nights in a row were nurses. So
Mhm.
I love me some nurses at this point, you know. And but I had some very profound experiences, and I was going up into portals of deep inner space and things that looked more like what was behind me. And you know, regardless of people's beliefs, or I mean, maybe if I went to church 3 nights a week and was really into Jesus, I might have seen Jesus. I don't know. But you know, it defies logic to think, well, you know, some Indian boy in the middle of nowhere is going to, you know, not go to heaven because he didn't know about Jesus. It's like, no,
Mhm.
they're going to have their experience. They might be riding the elephant through the jungle and everything's beautiful, but I was going up into portals of deep inner space. I saw colors that were not like colors I've ever seen before. You don't feel hot or cold. It's like the perfect feeling, and it's
Mhm.
nothing you ever want to come back from. So each night I was shown something different, and our theme and what we do now is called My Liquid Fish, Change Made Simple. So what it looks like is infinity, as everybody knows, is an 8 laying on its side, and they jettisoned off the left part of that. So it doesn't look like the Christian fish symbol as much as maybe a small child, 3 or 4 years old, is using a crayon in their fist and they're trying to draw a little fish. So that's really what it looks like. And you're able to take any negative block or weakness and run it through the fish up into the void. And anything positive that we don't have, we're bringing it in from the heavenly realm and dropping it back into us. So the fish itself acts as a conduit. And I study with a lot of famous people and a lot of different healing modalities. But now I look back and, it was a great lesson to figure out what everybody else is doing. But it feels like we're throwing rocks at the moon to try to do all these different methods or techniques. And it really was a shake your fist at God moment, because it's like, who needs to bring back another method or technique? But the important takeaway from it all is this is a communication piece that the spirit world understands. So that's very profound to me. And when you play in this, I tell people, if you play in it long enough, it starts playing with you. And you really become more intuitive. The blocks around you just disintegrate. Everything gets a lot smoother, much more zen, if you will. And so that's where we strive to over time. I like all the Tesla stuff. His basis is 369. It's energy, frequency, vibration. So I align with all that. I've had more than one reader didn't even know who I was, that said I came from obviously Atlantis and was a high priest in Atlantis. I don't doubt it. So this is just the reawakening, the acknowledgement of what will work. And now there's so many people doing it worldwide that the field is even stronger. And so it's very profound, meaning, I've taught people, they've taken the basic course, we have an advanced practitioner course, and it's in addition to, it's not instead of. So if anybody is a practicing psychologist, counselor, card reader, or whatever they're already doing, this just enhances the work that much more. So I look at it as very complementary. It really dovetails into whatever they may be doing now. I just think it reinforces our belief that everything can be getting a whole lot better. And so to your point, you want to take out all this resistance. You want to very much go with the flow of life. And I get every day a client will ask worldwide, what's my life's purpose? And it's really to be of service, just like you're doing today. And we're thankful to you for being the lighthouse, if you will, to keep everybody off the rocks, right? And so all of our stuff is nautical, but that is really what it's all about, to be of service to others, to contribute. And that's what's pounded into me like every day. That's pretty much my message from spirit. So if you have a chance to open the door for the little old lady with the cane, you need to do it, and you want to help and contribute to obviously family, friends. I tell everybody you want to act locally and then pray globally. So that is the takeaway from all that. But it's about contributing to others, but just staying out of the martyr energy. We don't want you and I to give so much of ourselves away that we're taken advantage of. So there's boundaries around all that too. But once people start playing in my world, it tends to enhance whatever they're doing. It'll disintegrate out all this interference and all the places where they had blocks or weaknesses. And then we're going to download a whole lot more strength. Also, to your point, how sessions work, I'm huge on people that want to use a pendulum or a standing sway testing. Some people will use fingers and they get yes or no. And that again is about strength and then weakness. So you want your negative to be weak, obviously, and your strengths to be strong. And so even if they don't know how to do any of that, or they don't know, it's really under the umbrella of applied kinesiology and muscle testing. Many of us have been to maybe a acupuncturist, a chiropractor, nutritionist that would push on your arm for strength or resistance, and they can figure out, what supplement you need, how many times a day, how many of the supplement. And I feel like that really, really drops things into a more accurate level. And it also ropes in our belief, think, know, and feel in our brain of, hey, something really is happening here, and this is a good thing. And we call it change you can feel because you will feel the releases of the negative and you will feel the pulls of the positive when things shift and change. And so that to me is profound. And, we just offer it out to the world now. It's very open ended, open sourced. You don't have to take our course or what have you. But
Mhm.
people, we do a free weekly e-newsletter. We do a monthly Zoom. We have get-togethers, that sort of thing. So we want to make it fun and entertaining, but yet I always say make a little progress every day.
Mhm. I love that. That's really, really awesome. And
Mhm.
thank you so much
Mhm.
for sharing what you do and how you do it.
Mhm. Yeah.
I want to ask you now, would you like to give a demonstration?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can go through you.
Okay.
And I know, you and I've spoken before and you know what it's about. So we're going to have you stand up.
Okay.
I believe, and for other folks, you want to have your feet about hip width apart. Y'all don't need to do it now, but I'm just letting you know if you had a session, you want to be super hydrated. That makes a difference. Facing north makes about a 20 to 30% difference in the pulls and the movement. And
Mhm.
all he's going to do is sway forward. You can say your name, you'll feel the pull forward. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Andro.
And that's a yes. But if he says, my name is Nemo the fish, it'll pull him backwards for a no.
My name is Nemo the fish.
And that's a no.
Woo!
Fantastic. And then we want to find center. So, and again, it doesn't matter about space or time. It doesn't matter if I can see you or not. Most often, I'm just darn near in a trance and very high up energetically. And so I talk to folks on the phone worldwide. But let's do something for everybody on the call now or in the future, even on the replay. And let's go ahead and release their resistance to change. I think that's huge. So the statement for you standing there, and you can stand in any direction. Yeah, we'll make that. No, I know that's not north, but I'm going to drop an N in, and we'll change it to north. And
Okay.
so for you, we'll make it. It's and safe and comfortable are themes for people too. Everybody's messing with the thermostat. They want to bring a sweater, the movies, just in case it gets cold. And
Mhm.
so we want to release, we want to have everybody feel safe and comfortable with change. So you can make
Yeah.
that statement now.
Okay.
It's safe and comfortable to embrace change.
I feel safe and comfortable to embrace change.
And that's
Yeah.
yes, that's yes
Ah.
for you. So now we're going
Mhm.
to fish it in and make it even stronger for everybody else.
Okay.
And now you're going to feel the pull forward harder. And see how
Woo.
that's stronger because we're doing it for everybody on the call now or in the future, and the field responds to that. And then the other thing I would do, since the theme of all this is really giving up all that resistance and that sort of thing,
Mhm.
and we're walking around the lake to do this because I do like to change that. Let's just release resistance. That'll pull you straight back when we release it. And that's you as a conduit. And now we're going to release the resistance to anything good or helpful, beneficial to everyone else. Now it's going to pull back further. It's going in and grabbing those files, interestingly enough, and it's pulling you forward. And then it's going to pull straight back and release it all for everybody. And it's interesting because it's going in and grabbing even more. It's super intelligent energy. And then it's going to pull you back again one final time here for everybody on the call now or in the future. And we're just releasing their resistance to positive change. You feel that? So it's a little bit stronger than just you. And that's going to help us out a lot. And it's coming back to neutral right now. And it's something I can feel because I've been doing it so long now. And it's something you have to be aware of, And so when we release all this resistance change, everything gets a whole lot better. One of the things I've figured out over this month, actually, that came through, and we're going to give that to everybody too, just because, and that is it's safe and comfortable to be healthy of body, mind, and spirit. So let's
Mm.
see where you rank on that. It's no judgment either way. Safe and comfortable to be healthy in body, mind, and spirit. And it's yes.
Mm.
And now we're going to drop it in for everybody else now on the call, now or in the future replay. We're going to make it safe and comfortable for them to feel healthy, body, mind, and spirit. And it's coming in now. And there's a lot of resistance there, and we're releasing all that. You can feel it. It almost feels like a wall. And left would be abandonment, and to my right would be control. We're going to release all that, and then all of a sudden it's going to drop you forward to a yes. And there it goes. And that's for everybody else. So when we send this out, it's almost like sending a group text, an email with attachments, that sort of thing. It's very gentle, and it comes in waves, is what it looks like in physics. It would be in waves. And when we do that, everything can shift and change and get a whole lot better. It could never hurt you, it could only help you. So anybody that's really on point, it's not going to mess them up in any way. It would just enhance what they're already experiencing. But if they do have a block or a weakness in some certain area, we want to release that. I've came up with over time too, what they whispered in my ear would be 7 well springs of life. And that would be body, mind, spirit, relationships, health, money, and work, job, career. So in any of those areas, people might be struggling. Maybe they have a money issue or work, job, career, an unknowing issue about what to do next. That's where we really excel at helping people. If you can come up with several choices, rather than telling me, I don't know, just read me, or I don't know, what should I be doing with my life, right? It's like, well, you want to be doctor, lawyer, Indian chief, or you want to, if you're running the auto parts store, then we may look at, having you be at a different place, or maybe you work at Michael's Crafts and you love knitting. So we want to find something different for you there. So wherever it is in that sector, we can figure out for people what tests strong for them, what doesn't. And that's true of investments and money and everything else. Like this month, we're doing a Zoom even about releasing debt and past financial mistakes. And then in August, we're doing a Zoom to refill that, obviously, with abundance and well-being and money and prosperity. So it's the story of you have to empty the vessel before you fill it. So you get the idea. Yeah. And you're always on point. So you're a great showman for the example here.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
That was awesome. Thank you for the demonstration.
You're welcome. Of course. Yeah. And anything else that comes to mind, we'll gladly help folks and contribute.
Okay.
And if they
Simone says she has a question. Do you want me to read it to you, or do you want to read it?
Absolutely. No, I'd rather you read it.
Okay. Okay. She said, you said to the right, it's about control, Jimmy. What does it mean to the left?
So to the left, I'd mentioned is abandonment. So we either often feel, and I didn't make these up, this is just what came through over time. So when people are shuddering side to side with me, they either have an abandonment issue, for instance, money left them, a loved one left them. They might have themes of abandonment where things went negative and they can never hold the job. Well, that would be that employment has abandoned you. Control to the right would be where people are so controlling, or where are you going now? When will you be back? And they're micromanaging other people or their whole lives. So you want to really release out abandonment and control, and then you can flow either to releases or downloading positive things. So that's a great question.
Okay. And then Monica said that she got a no on it's safe to be healthy, and she still struggles with fatigue, but it supports her somehow, maybe.
Yeah. So she doesn't test for fatigue as much as when I follow it, it goes from anxiety, stress, and then tension. So we want to release her tension around all that. And then, she doesn't have safe. So we're giving her safe, and she doesn't have comfortable. So we're giving her comfortable. And when we do that, People will do word tracks, affirmations, and things all the time. But I tell everybody, if it's a 10-word sentence and you're not lined up with half the words, you just try and throw rocks at the moon. So if you don't even have themes of God, not me, but God's definition or the all knowing definition of all that is, of safe and comfortable, then everything else after that just trails off the cliff like Thelma and Louise, right? So but we just changed that forward too to safe and comfortable. To be healthy is no, we're changing that to yes. So we almost had to, for her, go through every little word and line her up with every little word. And it isn't even that she doesn't believe, think, or know it. She doesn't feel it. And she doesn't even see it as a realm of possibility. So we're dropping that in as well. But that's a great question. So, and it brings up some valid points that are really, really important.
I
Yeah, and
think it's super.
anybody else has questions too. We love that because it's very interactive what I do. It's not I love, like, Tony Robbins, all these people, Joe Dispenza I love, and different people, but it's very informative. And what you and I are doing here today is transformative. It's things you can
Mhm.
feel. So rather than read the book to learn how to fly, I want to be in the airplane. There's a big difference. So.
There was another question, and someone says how to release lack of money issues.
Yeah, so lack of money issues, they don't even test strong on that right now. They test very strong on lack. So we're going to release lack all the way around. So that test is a theme for them. And by the way, we're doing this for everybody else that resonates with that or go, oh, I have lack too. Well, we're releasing it for you as well. And so now it's lack of money. I wouldn't even call it issues, but lack of money actually tests yes. So it isn't even issues. See how interesting that is.
Yeah.
So it's lack of money is yes. And we would just release all that. And now it's gone to no in my world. So now it is a weakness or it's not there. So we want to clean that up. And then I would give them and everybody on the call now or in the future abundance, and that tests weak. So we're dropping that in from the heavens. I mean, who doesn't want a little bit more abundance, right? So we just drop that in as well. So that's going to help everybody. And again, doesn't mean you'll win Powerball or whatever, but you will get something odd happen this week. You might get a piece of mail, an email inquiry, or something happens. It just happens all the time. It's so mystical, cool. I tell spirit, show me and tell me beyond all knowing it could have only come from you. And so you might get an email inquiring for you to try out for this position. You applied 3 months ago and you thought they forgot all about you. And now all of a sudden you get an email that says, we want a second interview on Zoom. And it's like, oh my gosh, is this exciting, right? So that brings me joy to see others succeed. That's really what I'm all about. It's like, go, go, go. I have this American Indian drum just playing in the back of my head, going, go, go, go. And let's see what we can all, I say, get away with together. Dolores Cannon called it coming to Earth School to learn to manipulate energy. So manipulate usually has a bad connotation because it's used for eons in a negative way, but I would say learn how to move energy. You want to move out that negative energy. You want to be more in allowance and acceptance of the great energy. And when you get all this interference and all this, feeling that things aren't working out, when you get all that out of the way, you can actually be more in allowance for things to improve.
So I also want to ask you this. How often is it that someone has a fear or a block of resistance that is just a kind of a surface level thing? And what do you do when it is just surface level?
Yeah. So if it's surface of a thing, we're still going to release it. What I do really covers the DNA level, its soul level up to God, its history of all past lives. It's down to your DNA or the core of your being. But often that's a great analogy. It can be a very surface thing. So on levels of believe, think, know, or feel, I would say 9 out of 10 things are feelings. And when you get into chaos, drama, mystery, intrigue, or upsets, and you go down that road, 9 out of 10 things are upsets. So you're going to have feelings of upsets about Freddie did you wrong, or your boss was mean, or your child is acting out, or your grandchild's acting out. And those are feelings of upsets. And ironically, if you clear them off of you, all of a sudden Freddie's nicer, your boss is nicer, and the child miraculously behaves that day, and you go, oh my gosh, well, we didn't work on them, we worked on you. So it all emanates within us and is interconnected to everybody and everything else.
Okay. And I have one more question.
Mm-hmm.
How do people sign up for a money healing, and when are they?
So yeah, as far as all that goes, I would just you can sign up for go to jimmymachealing.com. You'll find a little floaty icon in there. You just add in your email address and name. We send out a weekly email newsletter. They can visit Jimmy Mac Healing Shop. It's JIMMYMACK shop.com. And everything is listed in there. We have a ton of products, as you know, and we have a lot of services and different things and products, audio MP3s, video, Zoom, what have you. And so they can look through there. I would say to everybody, at a minimum, you would need, if you're brand new, a half hour of time. We make it very reasonable. I studied with people just like you did that were, very high dollar for their time. And so I paid for a lot of high dollar sessions. So we make it very reasonable for everybody. And so they're welcome to jump onto that and start there and try out a session. And then they can pick the best day and time that works for them. Calendly is so smart, as you know, it will figure out their time zone. If they're in Paris, France, it doesn't matter. It will still reflect in our calendar back with us. And then they would want to be hydrated, have a list of questions and things they want to discuss. I always record these Zoom events and telesummits. I don't record private sessions so that people don't go revisit, all too well, if they were 5 and they got beat up or something, we don't want them re-listening to that and recreating it. So we don't record private sessions, but they're welcome to take notes, and we'll interact with them, whether they know how to muscle test with their fingers, a pendulum, standing sway testing. If they don't, it doesn't matter. We will show them in 60 seconds flat. If they are, and I tell everybody, barefoot or socky feet or Jesus sandals, but not snow boots. So there you go. So it's easy. We make it fun. We actually have fun and make it entertaining. But your goal, everybody's goal, is to really knock down this negative and the weakness and the blocks and really download more positivity in their lives. And that can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I will agree. I will say, after the very first session we met, I felt instantly way better, way much more clear. And it's such a very penetrative, I'll say, method. And it got deep in ways within me that I couldn't get in myself as a healer myself. And then I went to the second session and it got even deeper, but it was a really, really awesome multiple sessions.
Yeah, and that's great. And I never know what I'm going to get. It's always a mystery, and people are going to have their own experience. But I would say to everybody, what we're doing now is so advanced and such intelligent energy that it can make a super big positive difference in their lives. And I would say it's going to change things beyond anything you ever could comprehend. It's going to change things through height, depth, and angle, known and unknown, named and unnamed. It's going to change people and pets and situations around you in ways you had never even thought of. So that always interests me. It's profound.
That is awesome. Thank you again. And thank you so much for sharing your amazing magic with us. Guys, I do want you to make good on his free offer, his free class, which I put the link in the comments, in the chat, so you guys can follow it and enroll. And thank you again so much, Jimmy, for showing up and being here, and again, showing us your amazing healing modality.
Thank you. And thank you for your time and being a lighthouse for all these folks too, and helping others. And we appreciate you putting it on today. So thank you very much for your time as well.
You're
Take
welcome.
care. All right. Bye for now.
pen. And then I gotta pin me. Wait, let me change the view actually. Speaker, there we go. Now you can see me very clear. Okay, what is up? Did I mute myself? Okay, I didn't. Okay, so what is up, you guys? My name is Andrew Aura Alamar. You guys just witnessed Jimmy. He's awesome. A really awesome healing modality. And thank you again so much for sharing, Jimmy. Okay, so me, if you guys don't know me, my name is, again, Andrew Aura Alamar, and I am a psychic intuitive and energy healer. And I specialize in narcissistic abuse, PTSD, and family trauma. But today, as for the topic of this, a wonderful meeting. I was going to say a wonderful meeting. A wonderful meeting. I want to focus on, like the topic says, surrendering your resistance to manifesting anything that you desire. And it's very much interactive as well. We're going to do a lot of touching ourselves, not in that way, and really feeling into the emotions that come up when I ask you about the things that I guess I want to say ail you when it comes to manifesting all that you desire. So what I want to do, what I want you to do is I want you to think about the thing you want to manifest. I want you to feel into that thing you want to manifest. And as you feel into it, I want you to allow that resistance to come to the surface. And then I want you to narrow down in your body where you feel it. And then as you feel it in your body, I want you to place your hand there. And I want you to begin tapping very gently on your body where you feel it. But not only do I want you to do that, I want you to follow where it travels. And that sounds a little weird, but the one thing I want you to notice as we do this healing, as we do this releasing, as we do this recentering, refocusing, is I want you to really take inventory of the fact that the pain or discomfort will move throughout your body. Which again, it's weird. And it'll move it throughout your body because what it's doing is it's trying to hide. It's trying to run from you. It's trying to not be seen. It's trying to not be addressed. So again, what I want you to do is think about the thing or thing. Well, no, I'll say one thing. Think about the one thing you want to manifest the most. And then I want you to feel the resistance come up because it's probably going to come immediately as soon as you think about it. All of the excuses, the stories you tell yourselves, the fears, the pain, the traumas that you stored up to keep you from really manifesting this thing are going to show up anyway. And then again, I want you to feel where you feel it, wherever it is in your body. It can be anywhere. It can be on your cheek if you feel that. It can be on your eyeball. So cover your eye like a pirate and really make sure to feel into this energy. And again, follow it as it moves, and I will do the rest. So now what I want you to do is close your eyes, and I want you to get comfortable. It's going to be a little bit intense, but that's a wonderful thing. So get comfortable, follow the pain, and what we're going to do now is not only follow the pain or discomfort, whatever it is, we're going to follow the energy and do some releasing around, removing around. I'm trying to change out that word because releasing is like you go back and buy it again. And we ain't here for that. Okay. We're trying to get this shit out so that you can be free and wonderful and scrumptious and delicious and all the things. Okay. So close your eyes, get comfortable, feel into it. And what we're going to do is immediately call in your team, your guides, your ancestors, and I'm going to call in God, Jesus, and Mother Mary. But before I call them in to do anything to touch your energy, to help move anything, I want to reintroduce them to you guys. I want you to see them as who they truly are, as the loving, beautiful deities that they are, who are steeped in love unconditionally, who are here to support you, who are here to remove and extract all those old beliefs, all those old fears, paradigms, and traumas connected to this thing that you want to manifest, this thing that you wish to create and live in every single day after today. Now, after you're freed up, then I want them to come in. And I would like for you to see this pain in your body, discomfort in your body. And what I actively want you to do is, as God stands before you, give the pain to God. Don't be afraid that it will hurt him. Don't be afraid that it's too much for him to handle. Do not be consumed by the parts of you that believe you're unworthy, not enough. Because in this moment, as God stands before you, I want you to know, without a shadow of a doubt, that you are enough, you are worthy, and you are valuable to hand over this burden that has kept you stuck for so long. I'm going to keep that going, but I sense that the discomfort has moved in some of your bodies. So again, follow that discomfort, follow that pain. And wherever it moves, God will move with it to release, remove and extract the discomfort. I want you to let the emotions come up, the fears, the anxieties, the nervous system dysregulation, and the trauma stored there to keep this pain or discomfort to come out as you give it to God. Ooh. Ooh. Resistance is removing from your bodies. And for those of you who are just coming in, I want you to get into a relaxed state, close your eyes, because what we're doing right now is a healing. And I want you to think about the thing most that you wish to manifest. And as you think about it, allow all the fears and discomforts and all those things that the back of your mind tells you will stop you from having this thing to come up. And then I want you to feel whatever pain or discomfort is in your body and place your hand, on that discomfort. And if the discomfort moves throughout your body, I want you to follow it with your hand, tapping ever so gently as God removes, oops, sorry, I keep on using release. I'm used to using release. As God removes that discomfort. And not only will God remove it, I want God to also, I want you to allow God to take it from you. And for those, again, who are just coming in, we'll reintroduce you to God in a way that is his true form, his true identity, and that is of unconditional love, free from the human conditioning completely, so that you feel safe in his presence, so that you feel worthy, enough, and valuable in his presence. And if God still feels a little bit sore to you, we'll use source or everything that is, or universe, whatever feels good for you. Yeah. There is one of you or some of you who's having a bit of an issue, a bit of a bout of powerful resistance. There's a part of you that's afraid of what your life looks like when this resistance is gone, afraid of who you will be without the resistance, because you've written a story about who you are in the resistance. And what I like to do is call that forward as the part of you who is deeply afraid to be without it, who's deeply afraid of what it means to not know yourself anymore. What we'll do is we'll take that fear and I'll bring in your higher selves for everyone to show you exactly who you will be, what you will look like, and how your experiences will feel once this resistance is gone, once these blocks are gone. Ooh, there we go. Okay. Hmm. The resistance is, ooh, excuse me, being removed. And a lot of you are feeling clearer, but I'm also sensing that there are a few of you who have resistance in your solar plexus and your root, more so leaning towards your womb space. So I'm sensing a deep mother wound. And not just that, a deep disconnection from the things you really truly wish to manifest in the sense of like fear, discomfort, still there. So I'm going to address it. And this is where I'm going to call in Mother Mary. She's really good at helping heal the mother wound and the womb space. So I'd like to bring her in to connect to your womb space, balancing out your divine femininity. I'm going to have Jesus also connect to your womb space and reproductive organs as well to balance out the masculinity and the divine masculine that you need to support your divine femininity. Healing both mother and father wounding, removing that wounding, removing that resistance, and also removing and extracting any resistance you have around attracting your greatest levels of abundance and prosperity. And not only in money, but the things you really wish to manifest. Guys. Okay. For all of you who are just coming in, what we're doing is feeling into the things we wish to manifest the most. And I want you to pick one, the thing you want the absolute most. And I want you to feel into it as the resistance hits you, as soon as you begin to feel into how much you want it. And then as you feel the resistance, feel where it is in your body. Place your hand over where you feel it and begin to tap very gently over that spot, over that space. And what I want you to do as well is if it moves, to follow it. And then I want you to close your eyes and get comfortable as I, God, Jesus, and Mother Mary do the rest. And again, for those of you who are new, who are just coming in, what I'm going to do with God, Jesus, and Mother Mary is reintroduce yourself to them or reintroduce them to you. Because I want you to feel at peace with them in your presence as the healing continues. I want to remove, extract, and eradicate the beliefs that have been stored within you based on the way that society has conditioned us to believe or think them as or of. And as you're feeling into this resistance, allow yourself to give it to God and allow God to take it away. What we're also doing is having Mother Mary and Jesus connect to your womb spaces and reproductive organs to heal your divine mother wounding and divine father wounding, balancing out your divine feminine and divine masculine. To not only balance and be in harmony, but to support each other. As the healing is continuing, I'm seeing that there are parts of you, some of you, maybe not all of you, but some of you, who are having a hard time letting this go because there are people linked to your traumas, especially in the areas of attracting things you wish to manifest the most, who you don't want to forgive. So let's download how to and what it feels like to understand the true definition of forgiveness. And not the dictionary meaning, not just the dictionary meaning, but more so the meaning of what it's supposed to look and feel like for you. And that it is a thing that is solely and specifically for you. I want you to attach a deep selfishness to forgiveness, a deep love of yourself in forgiveness, because that's what it is. It's letting go of the pain that others have caused you so that you can become that vessel to attracting the things, the experiences, the people, the places, the abundance you desire the most. There we go. Forgiveness is about you. It's about your experience. It's about your freedom. It's about the love of you for you. And that doesn't mean that if you forgive them, they'll be able to come back and do it again. It means you'll let it go. You won't feel as in pain or hurt. And no one will ever be able to do it again because you'll know what it looks like and you'll be aware. And then you can therefore attract much better. For those of you who are coming in, what we're doing is feeling into the thing, experience, person, place, or abundance we wish to attract the most. And we're feeling into that and feeling into the resistance and finding out where you feel it the most in your body. And wherever you feel it in your body, you will begin to tap on that place, space, very gently. And as you tap on it, what I want you to do is monitor the feeling. And by monitor, I mean if it moves, change the direction with your hand as you tap to that place. Because the removing of the pain stored there needs to continue, and I will do the rest. Seems like a lot of you now are ready to give up the pain, the turmoil, the trauma, the fear that have been keeping you stuck from attracting what you desire the most. You're feeling a lot better as the group. I'm going to scan through and check through you all to see if there's more resistance. There seems to be just a little bit. There are a few of you that are wondering what it will be like and how it'll change your life. So more so fear. But although you want this thing, although you want this change, there's a part of you that's afraid of that change. So what I'm going to do is call back in God. And again, for those of you who have just come in, what we're doing with God is recalibrating you and your nervous system to understanding who God truly is in unconditional love. And then after that recalibration has happened, then you can accept God in to do the healing work to help remove the things that have kept you stuck. And I want you to actively hand over those things, whatever they are, that have been keeping you stuck, whatever fear it is, however deep it is, wherever it comes from. Some of you may feel that it comes from your adult self. Some of you may see that it's coming from your inner children and how you were raised with your family, mother and father or grandmother, whoever, who kept you in not only scarcity, but these beliefs around it that keep you and have kept you stuck. And what we'll do is show them that it's safe for you to be free. It's safe for you to be abundant and prosperous. It's safe for you to be the most abundant and prosperous in your family, in your family's entire ancestral line. As soon as I said that, a fear came up that you'll have to take care of everyone, that you have to take care of the family members or people that you don't truly want to. So we'll let that fear go. We'll give it to God because you can say no. And you won't feel bad about saying no. You won't feel guilty or ashamed. You'll feel at peace knowing that you protected yourself. There we go. Now I want you again to go back into feeling into the thing you wish to attract the most. And now allow yourself to be filled with the love and the beauty and the power of that, whatever it is. If any resistance is still coming out in any part of your body, tap that area. And as you tap it, allow it to be released. A lot of you feel a lot clearer. So all of you who still have a bit of resistance, I want you to feel that resistance even more powerfully. Excuse me, bring it to the surface. Now what I want you to do is focus on the emotion of that feeling. What are you feeling right now? How intense is it? What is it stopping you from, or why is it stopping you from continuing forward? How does it serve you? If you want to go so far as to ask those questions, you can do so either out loud or in your mind, and then wait for the answers. And you don't have to respond at all, but give the answers. Allow yourself to be honest with you. Allow yourself to be honest before God. And don't worry about being judged, because this is not a place where that capacity is even in existence. And if there is judgment, it's coming from you. So we'll release or remove that judgment of yourself from yourself and give you full compassion for you, knowing what you've been through, knowing what you survived. Hmm. Alrighty. Now, what I would like to do is bring you back into your bodies as the healing is continuing to finish up, just for my portion of this segment for this moment. I want to bring you back into your bodies and back into your experience. I want to remove any lasting blockages to your greatest manifestations. And what I want you to do is any peace that remains, any oaths, vows, contracts, or entity attachments, what we'll do is we'll give them to God. And what I want you to do is watch him burn them up in front of you, removing, extracting, and deleting all that has kept you stuck for so long. And then as you come back into your body, as the resistance is freeing up, when you're ready, I want you to come back fully. And then what I'm going to do is ground you out into Mother Earth, having the resonance of Mother Earth vibrate through your body so that you feel at home, at peace, and wrapped in unconditional love. And then what we'll do is we'll send you back all the pieces of you blessed and transmuted, dripping with divine love. And take back all the pieces of me blessed and transmuted, dripping with divine love. And when you're ready, fully and completely, you can come back and open your eyes. And before my session is over, what I like to do is if you guys would like to work with me, I've placed my offer in the comment section or in the chat. I keep calling the comment section like we're on YouTube. So if you guys would like to work with me, now is a perfect time to do so. My offer is $97 if you'd like a full hour session with me. But not only do you get the full hour session, you get full lifetime access to the live event after the replay. So you can watch any episodes you missed or any speakers you missed, however long you want to. And also my free gift is a channeled healing with Zeus and Athena featuring me and the wonderful Shantina, who you'll meet later on. In that healing, what you will, what we channel is, again, Zeus and Athena. What we heal is the major wounds you have around and within and throughout love and money. It's 2 hours long. And it's very, very intense. So if you do take me up on that offer, make sure to get hydrated, get a snack, you'll need it. And really enjoy that healing for the time that it's available until this is done and the replay is done. But yeah, that's my time. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for enjoying that session. Our next speaker is here. Thank you guys again so much. And I'm going to pin her so you guys can enjoy her magic. Alrighty, there you go. Hi, Witch.
Hello.
There you go. You have the floor.
All right. My name is Witch Whisperer Sadowski. I'm known as a healer. I'm known as an entertainer. I'm also known as a tarot reader. And in regards to manifestation, I have manifested quite a bit of things in my life. My most recent manifestation has been helped by tarot spells. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of those before, but there's a book by Janina Renee that looks like this. And what I'm offering you guys today is if you get your cards those of you who have tarot. If you don't have tarot, you can just write this down and maybe do it at some point later. But we're going to be doing a tarot spell for you guys. So I need to know what you guys would like a spell on. Would you like, is it mostly health? Would you like money? Would you like, what would you like? Health, okay. I got 1 vote for health, money, love and money, prosperity across love, health, and money. Okay. All right. Well, first one we're going to do is for health and healing. And I'm just getting to the page here. Um, 77. Okay. To aid healing of physical problems, you need the Star card. You need the World. You need the Strength card. You need 5 of Cups, and you need a significator. Now, your significator card is the card that you most associate with as you, and that goes in the center of the spread. Because it gets put out like a spread, but we do a meditation and visualization of this. So let's see. Set your significator in place while thinking about your desire to heal the ailment you have been suffering from. Set strength beside it, picturing yourself having the strength of health you need, whether it be applied to getting through an operation, fighting an infection, or rebuilding damaged cells. Set the Star card in place above your significator with the reassurance that all healing agencies will be there to help you, whether they be doctors and nurses or ministering angels and spirits. Lay down the World across from the Star, knowing that through this spell, you are setting your body and mind in harmony with the life force, spirit of Earth and the universe. You know that the life force will revitalize and regenerate every cell. Visualize the life force pulsing especially strong in the area or areas of your body that need healing. Set the 3 of Cups in place. I guess it was the 3 of Cups, but it said 5. Weird. Okay, in place, and picture yourself living a full and active life following your complete recovery. All right. Now, close your eyes. When you have them all laid out, close your eyes and imagine yourself floating in a field of stars. The light of the stars shines around you and through you. You reach your hands out and the magical power of the stars flows into you through your fingertips. Open your eyes and spread your palm. out across the cards. Direct the magical starlight out through your palms, imbuing the cards with special power to purify and heal. Now, if you have water nearby, you need to magically charge it. Take your magically charged water, making your body tingle, penetrating every cell as you sip it. If your problem is one for which repair and rebuilding of tissues or systems is required, concentrate on how the water is nourishing you. If the problem is disease, envision the water washing away your infection. If your problem is one where systems, hormones, etc. are out of kilter, imagine the water releasing everything and setting everything in balance, everything right. Then, when you guys are done sipping your water, say this spell or affirmation, however wish you choose to speak about it. With this spell, I have bathed myself in starlight. Vitality and power flow through me. Healing works in me, counting through many channels, from many sources. I am strengthened and purified within and without. Every cell of my body is revitalized by the forces and courses through me. I release all sickness. I release all pain. My problem, name what your problem is, flows away from me like a river. The thing which caused my ailment, feel free to name it, is carried away and is no more. Whether it be a physical thing or a pattern in my thoughts or behavior, I release it. And it is carried away by the river of life that flows through me. All is now made well. I am in full health. I rejoin the dance of life, and I enjoy my wonderful and perfect body. You may consider the spell closed at this point. If time permits, perform the spell every day until you have been fully cured of your ailment. If trying to perform this every day, you should present a problem, then just say the affirmation in the morning when rising and in the evening before retiring. Know that as time continues, the white light which pervades the universe will continue to flow through your body, purifying, strengthening, and healing you more and more. Now, these spells, I manifested my boyfriend at the time was having problems coming from the States. Okay. Was coming from the States. And what had happened was he was having problems getting his passport. We were encountering a lot of problems between him and his parents and various other people were causing a lot of problems. So in this book, there is a spell to release resistance from other people in a way that does not harm them or in a way that does not harm you in any way. But it's just a release of that energy so that you can achieve what you'd like to achieve, which is getting a passport or getting your mail if your country's having a postal strike like Canada is or has in the past. Now the other thing you wanted was prosperity. So I will tell you what you need to get for prosperity. Okay. To attract money and prosperity. 200. Okay. Now, someone told me that you may not all have your cards with you, which is understandable. Like I said, if you write down which cards to use, you can do this later as well if you don't have your cards readily available. But to attract money and prosperity, you need your significator card, which is the card you most associate with as being you. Usually it's a court card, like either King of Wands or Queen of Wands if you're female, Queen of Cups if you're an emotional female, Queen of Pentacles if you're a major homemaker and you have darker colored hair, Queen of Swords if you are very guarded and don't like to let people in easily, because she sits on her throne with a sword, ready for anything, but she has clarity in thinking. Now, the cards that you will need is the Page of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles, and the 10 of Pentacles. Oh, that's interesting. Now I'm going to give you the affirmation so that you guys can write it down. It's very short, but lay out the cards as you feel fit. All right, so you would normally set the significator down, meditate on the thought you have of power to shape the image of what you want in regards to money and prosperity. You send it off into the universe. You positively affirm your wishes and your desires are turned into reality. Then you set the Page of Pentacles in place, as indicated, to the right of the significator. Imagine yourself being notified of a windfall. Try to feel the state of clarification you would experience. Set the Knight of Pentacles down. Envision money coming into you from many sources. Sources you may expect and sources that may come as a surprise. And then set the Ace of Pentacles in place, which is below both of those cards that you just set down. And continue to visualize money coming in. Picture yourself handling lots of money, flipping through stacks of paper money, running your hands through piles of coins. Take the Six of Pentacles, which is to the left of the Ace of Pentacles. Contemplate the ways you like to spend your money. Visualize yourself spreading your money around. Finally, use the Ten of Pentacles on the other side. Imagine the sensation of having family and friends share in your prosperity and comfort. After you have finished meditating on the cards and visualizations, take up the Six of Coins and have it set aside for the purpose of this affirmation or spell work. And with as much feeling as you can, recite the following spell or affirmation. As I work this spell, these magical images take life. I call for money, and money comes to me. Channels of money and abundance are open to me, and money comes from many sources. Money is good for me, and I do things with my money. My money increases. I thank the living universe for the good it sends me. So it is, so shall it be. You may consider the spell closed at this point, or you may close it as you desire. You can close it by saying amen. You can do any of those things that are most comfortable for you. Right. What else do we have? Money. Okay, the book is called Tarot Spells. It's by this person, which I can't read right now. It's Janina Renee. I got it off of Amazon, so you guys should be able to get it off of Amazon too. It's an amazing book. It has completely helped with my normal manifestations. I followed The Secret when I was younger, and I used to say the things that they suggest in The Secret, like I attract money quickly, easily, and frequently. I attract good things to me quickly, easily, and frequently. And I have to say, for the most part in my life, those things have worked. But I'm Wiccan. And when I was thinking, there's gotta be something out there that can help with tarot. And I came across this book, and it's completely helpful, and it's very amazing. And I felt the need to share it with you guys today. So I hope that those of you who have cards can find it and possibly explore it because it's got spells for almost everything. Now, I will put the name in local. It's called Tarot Spells by I really should get commission from this author. No, I'm just kidding. But, but no, she's an amazing, amazing author. And they're not just spells for Wiccans, they're spells for anybody. Like if you're Christian, if you're almost any religion, you can use these tarot spells as long as you have tarot with you in some way. So, does anyone have any questions of me for my last 7 minutes up here? Anybody? Oh, yes, and that I see that Andrew put my free gift in the chat, which I greatly appreciate. Thank you, Andrew, for doing that. So, yeah. What else can I tell you? Yeah, but what happened with doing that spell was you may notice that there's somebody out there called Tuna Oddfellow. We got him to come to Canada with his passport and with his approval of his parents and everything else, just using manifestation and these tarot card spells to help with the difficult obstacles that were encountered. And in this book, which I think will help all of you, there are spells for luck, motivation, protection, knowledge, legal undertakings, love and romance, which I would have done, but I didn't necessarily have time for. Families, farms and gardens, friends, health and healing, houses and homes, jobs and job hunting, children, competition, courage, decisions, divorce, dreams, emotions, beauty, health and fitness, business, change, artistic and creative concerns, psychism, to help develop your psychic powers, quarrels, self-improvement, stress, theft, and that's just the titles of the spells that it offers in that book. So all right. So Andrew, do you have any questions?
Nope, no questions. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing your magic and for giving us a little bit of witchy deliciousness.
Well, I'm happy to help. So thank you for having me, and I hope that your people will find that book and it will improve their lives.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me unpin you and pin myself. Well, wait, what did I do? Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Judith, did you want to come on now or do you want to wait for yours or the later time period? Did you have the ability to come on now and take my slot, or you can wait until later? Check the comments. but which still has 4 minutes. So in that time, I want to ask you guys, do you want to do another healing or do you want to do some readings? I know that you guys really love the psychicness. And I want to see if you guys want to get greater clarity as to what you need to move forward better. While we wait for Judith's answer, I will check. Okay, somebody said reading. So, okay. I think Judith is away at the moment. So then what I'll do is do some readings. And if you guys want to do the readings, what I want you to do is begin to raise your hands. And I'll pick you guys not only in the order that I see you in, but whoever I feel drawn to at the moment. So raise your hands and I will begin to pick on those who feel attracted to me. Not like physically attractive, but energetically, okay? Don't get crazy, Neil. Okay, so Kavita seems to be the first. Raise your hand in the reacts. And the reacts is like a heart in the middle of your screen. You click the heart, and then in the heart, it will have different like effects. And below it will have reactions, and it will have like a thumbs up, and at the bottom will say raise hand. And then after that, you can raise your hand. Okay. So far, the order is Kavita, Corey, Lana. I hope I probably just butchered your name, and if I did, I apologize. Penny, Simone. And so far, that's it. Okay, so we'll start with Kavita, and I will unmute you. And excuse me, ask you what your question is. So what is your question?
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm going to Italy in September. I was wondering what you pick up and
Okay.
if you can pick up anything about love life coming in.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll check in and see what I get for you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Is it okay if I connect with your energy?
Yes.
Okay. Love life. Immediately I get fear. You are afraid of something. First thing I heard was you're afraid of getting hurt again. But I don't think it's like a spousal hurt. I think it's just hurt in general. I think you're trying to avoid pain. Although you want love and you want to be open to it, there's a part of you that is closed off. And that's the part of you that is afraid of being caused harm. I think also you're kind of being inundated with what everyone else is going through in this way of like society. Everybody's going through all these horrible relationships, narcissists, and all this abuse and all this stuff. There's a little part of you that's afraid of that. So I think that's the thing that you have to really get through is the fear. Because I feel like the fear is your biggest block when it comes to your love life. Also, I keep seeing this really big wound pop up from your leg to your waist. It's almost like a piece is missing, like something was like cut out and taken away from you. And it's still like bleeding and needing to be attended to and needing to be sewn back together. But yeah, your big thing is fear. That needs to be moved out of the way. But I do see you moving it out of the way very promptly, very easily. I think this trip is going to ignite something within you that I think it probably already has to I guess kind of like position you in a place that would give you a healthy, loving partner. I think the fear that you have is not only keeping you from finding that love, but it's in a sense your defense mechanism to save yourself from being hurt, to have an ethical no to everyone. But yeah, that fear is a big thing you have to get through and the layers within it. But once you get through that, I think you'll be, well, I don't think anything. I'm seeing that you'll find a really great partner, someone who really loves you. Like I'm seeing someone who blows your absolute mind, someone who shows up for you, who cares for you, who loves you unconditionally, who caters to you, who nurtures you, who carries all the groceries and your luggage to the airports. But you are afraid. But yeah, I think this trip will definitely open that up more for you. And I think you'll see the fear come up and you'll do all you can to get through it. But yeah, does that make any sense? Does it resonate at all?
Yes,
Okay.
it does. I was in a relationship with someone that wasn't trustworthy.
Okay. That makes sense. So yeah, there's a part of you that it makes sense of why you're afraid. But the fear, and I know this is very cliche, it doesn't hold any weight beyond the fact that you're holding on to the past. So yeah, I think your big thing is getting over the fear by releasing the past and allowing yourself to be open to someone being better. Because if you're not open to them, then they can't ever come in to do anything for you. But the thing that I want to leave you with specifically is if you don't get over the past, you are setting yourself up for failure for this next person. They cannot do great for you if you don't get over the past. Does that make sense? Oop.
Yes. I'm
Okay.
ready. I'm ready for the right one.
Okay. Yeah, it's coming and it's not going to take too long. So you got this.
Great.
If you need help, I'm here. Hey.
Okay, great.
And
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Thank you for being vulnerable with us. Okay. So Corey is next. Okay. Corey, are you available? Corey Thiessen? I hope I didn't just butcher your name. Do I have to unmute you? I think I do. Let me see the messages. Candace, I'll be back. Okay, Laura, she's there too. Corey's not here. So I'll move on to Lona R. Okay. Hi. I can't hear you. Is the sound going on or working?
Hi.
There we
this-
go. Okay.
Okay, my AirPod was not working apparently. Okay,
Works.
thank you so much. I have been experiencing a lot of panic, a lot of unmotivated, a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety, and I am not sure what to make of it and how to stop it. So I've been clearing my energy and doing all the things, trying to be like everything that's not in my field, get out, everything that, and meditating and calming and bringing sense of peace. But it's like I wake up with panic. So, and I go to sleep with panic. So I'd love to know what's causing it and how to get rid of it, if that's possible too.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. So one question, is it okay if I connect with your energy?
Yes, please. Thank you.
As I'm connecting to your energy, I'm feeling it. You're feeling it right now, aren't you?
It's a very mild version of it right now.
Okay. Makes sense because it feels kind of mild as well, but I do feel it very intensely in like lower heart, stomach area. And all that area, like this stomach, heart, or lower heart, all that area. Okay. What I'm feeling like is it isn't an energy issue. The first thing I got was it's a hormone issue. You're lacking something. Yeah, very clearly hormones, some minerals as well. But this isn't really just a psychic thing. It's more so a physical thing. And I think that you have to get tested to see where you're lacking in your hormones. I'm seeing an overproduction of something. When I'm checking in, I'm seeing cortisol, obviously fear. I think they're both related very much. But similar to the last person, I'm seeing a lot of fear, which again, you just said that. But again, I think it's more so hormonal than anything. Your levels are out of balance. And I'm seeing very much that your estrogen is out of balance. A couple of other things too. But yeah, I'm seeing this is a very physical issue. And I think once you get them regulated, or I see, once you get them regulated, things will clear up more than anything. But I'm also feeling like there is something outside that is feeding into that. And I think there's something you're afraid of. It feels like it's more so linked to the things that others are saying to you. Almost like a fear mongering that's happening around you close by. And if not close by, more so like you're inundated with it. Yeah. Because I'm seeing like it's this darkness around you, like a dark cloud almost. And there's a part of you that's like, I can't get out of this. Well, you kind of just said that. I can't get out of this. I don't know what's next. I'm afraid of what's next. And yeah, it is more physical than anything, but there is a little bit of society that's kind of gotten you afraid, more so your circle, and the relationships you have that are kind of fear-mongering around you. But I'm also seeing that the fear is going almost as deep as your hormones, or the imbalance within your hormones. I'm gonna keep checking and see if there's anything else, but that's the biggest, those are the biggest, clearest things I'm getting for you right now.
Can I inquire about the fear more of the external forces?
Mhm.
Like if I clear that up, or is it actually, does it have any reason? Is there any
Mhm.
reason like that I am that is their fear justified? I guess I don't know how to
Mhm.
ask that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes things very clear. No, the fear isn't justified because I don't, as I'm checking into your future, I don't see anything happening to you. I see everything being okay for you. I think the fear is more so a side effect of this hormonal imbalance. But yeah, you will have to move through it, not only hormonally, but very physically. But again, the biggest thing I'm seeing is the hormones will balance that out for you.
So the fear I'm having is probably related to my daughter and my ex-husband. So those are the
Okay.
fears. So it's not really me I'm afraid of, it's more of her I'm afraid of.
Okay. What is this hormonal thing I'm saying?
Uh Perimenopause, menopause, I don't know, possibly any of that.
Okay.
Hopefully not. I don't know, but who knows?
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
open to all possibilities.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. It makes sense, but I didn't even see your family. Well, I saw the fear around like your kind of circle, but I didn't even see them being a source of your fear. Um, okay. Uh, yeah. I think with them, things are going to be handled in a way that you don't expect and better than you can expect. I feel like your fears around them are valid, but won't alter your life in any way that is long term. Does that make any sense?
Hmm.
I know that sounds weird, but I'm seeing that things are just going to play out really well for you in a sense of like being free of the situation and a resolution happening
Okay.
in a way that feels very good and freeing to you. Because again, I don't even see them connected to you at all in this sense. Even though this is very, very real and present connection, I see a very deep and powerful disconnect. And maybe that's the fear. But yeah, I don't even like I can't even see them until you mentioned it. Yeah.
Hopefully the disconnect is not from my daughter. I guess that's the that's the fear. I'm like, is she gonna be pulled away from me? But that's the fear.
Okay. Hmm. I don't see that happening.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I don't see it happening at all. Again, I see things playing out really well for you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's weird because you're usually I would see the thing that you're afraid of the most, but I could not see them at all. And that is strange. But yeah, sorry I couldn't give you super clear information, or super a deep clarity around what's going on with them. But yeah, it seems more so like a very physical thing you have to work on first and then handle that. But that's gonna play out well for you anyway.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
so yeah, I hope that gave you at least a little bit of answer to what you needed. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Thank you for being vulnerable and sharing a little bit about yourself.
Thank you for your guidance. I appreciate you.
Hey, you're welcome. Um, okay, so the next person is Penny. Okay. So we're going to Penny and see if you're available.
I'm
Okay, Penny.
available.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Love.
Awesome. What's your question?
Love.
That's not a question. That's just you saying love. What do you want to know?
when when will I have love in my life?
You said, when will you have love in your life?
When will? Yeah.
Okay. So I'll check in. Alrighty. And same question, is it okay if I connect with your energy?
Yes.
Hmm. The first answer I'm getting is 2 years. And the ways I'm seeing 2 years,
Wow.
there are things you have to heal in order to be able to accept a healthy, loving partner. But I don't want you to be discouraged because that 2 years is going to go by anyway. So the best thing you can do now is to heal the traumas you've had from your past lovers in order to have that person. Because right now you can't welcome them in because there are things that you're going through internally that won't be a hospitable place for you or them. So you have to deal with what you've been through. You have to deal with what you've been through, not only in your life and your family and past whatever, but you have to let that go. So again, that you can be a hospitable place for this next person. But the journey,
Okay.
it won't even feel very long to you. It'll feel very quick. And the love in yourself that you'll gain as you make this journey will make it very much fruitful for you. So I think in this journey, that the biggest thing that you'll find for you is self-love. So that again, you can be a hospitable place for this person. But this, I see the same thing that I saw for the first person, is very unconditionally loving partner who comes in to support you in the same way that you support them, or who will support you in a same way that you'll support them by connecting in that unconditional love and being a powerful support system for each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, there's a little bit of work that you have to do around your past. Excuse me. And then once you're through it, you'll be attracting this person. But I feel like you also need to get out more. There is a level of neglect that you've had when it comes to yourself. And there's a part of you that needs to connect again to what made you happy, what makes you happy. Because what I'm seeing is that you being engrossed in the things that make you happy are what attracts this person. And as you're doing the healing and showing up for yourself in that way, they'll not only come faster, but it'll feel safer when they're there with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm kind of a recluse, so yeah.
Makes a lot of sense then. So after
Yeah.
this, I think the biggest thing for you will be not only getting out, but allowing yourself to explore your joy again and just being happy. And once you're into that, once you're doing that, things will feel a lot better. But yeah, you have love
Okay.
coming. It's
Thank
just
you.
going to take a little bit of time, and that's okay.
Thank you.
But yeah, you're welcome. Okay. The next person is, I'm going to do Linda, and then I'll get to everyone else. So I have a little bit of time. So Linda, are you available?
I am available.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's your question?
I'd like to know if I'm ever going to work again and when that's going to be.
Okay. All right. So same question. Is it okay if I connect with your energy?
Yes.
Okay. Mm. Okay. This might not be what you want to hear, but the first thing I'm seeing is you don't want to work.
I kind of don't, but it's because of
Mhm.
stuff that I have going on.
Okay. Okay. So validation, but there's a part of you that doesn't really want to work, that doesn't really want to be out in the workplace. Again, I think you're seeing the very climate of it and it looks like ass. And you're like, hell no, I don't want that. So what I'm seeing
It does.
what I'm seeing is not only should you not be working, but you should be building what feels best for you. That should be your work. And if you get a
Okay.
job in the meantime, then find something that feels decent at least. So work from home or something important like that, or something simple like that that will not only keep you safe, but keep you in the space of feeling like you can do things within the confines of your home if you need that.
Right.
But
I'd like to do something that helps make me feel productive.
okay. So I would narrow down what that feels like for you, what you need to feel productive. But in the meantime, as for a time frame, what I'm seeing is Christmas time.
Okay.
Christmas time, you'll find something this year.
Okay.
Well, no, wait, hold on, wait. No, Halloween time, and then it will spread into Christmas, and then Christmas is where you'll kind of review things and think, well, do I want to stay? But I think you'll be offered a permanent position at the place or whatever this is, or whoever company or whatever that is, around Christmas. I think they'll like you a lot and you'll enjoy it enough to want to stay that long. But yeah, the need will be very much present during Halloween time.
Okay.
And they'll want to keep you through Christmas and even longer because you'll go into the year and all that stuff. So yeah, it's coming soon for you. But yeah, work through the part of you that doesn't truly want to work, because that's why you haven't found the work you needed to, is because unconsciously there's a part of you that really doesn't want it. Whether it feels loud to you or silent, you don't really want to be back in this place because it doesn't really feel the same as it did before. And it kind of feels scary. So kind of get out of the way of that and open yourself up to something that feels really good for you. Beyond being productive, it needs to feel safe. It needs to feel peaceful. It needs to feel good. Oh,
Yeah.
once it feels that
Okay.
way for you, then yeah,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome. Hope that helps. Alrighty. Okay, so next I'll go with Judith. How are you doing? I think you're still
Hi,
muted. There you
yes,
go.
I think I did it. Thank you.
Okay.
First of all, thank you on behalf of all of us for helping us all. It's so kind of you to do this, especially without like it costing us a lot of money. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
My issue is sad. I lost my husband of 54 years a year and a
Mhm.
half ago.
Oh, I'm so
And
sorry.
I know I need to get past the grief, and sometimes I'm okay, but I feel like I'm spending so much time mourning him, and I want to know if I'm going to finally get through it all and feel some relief.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the biggest issue I have right now.
Okay. That is very, very clear. I think the part of you that continues repeating to yourself that you should be over this by now, it should be done with, is the part of you that's kind of, in a sense, like hurting yourself.
Oh,
So I think that allowing yourself to sit in the grief, allowing yourself to grieve fully, completely, is what you need to do. So allow yourself not to be encumbered by time, and just allow yourself to feel, get it out, let it go. And then once it fully feels free from your body, from your heart, from your womb, from your kidneys, liver, whatever, then move on. But give yourself more time to really sit in the grief. Give yourself more time to feel, because it still feels like you're sad about things. You're still experiencing things that are bringing up these emotions. And there hasn't been a time or a lot of time where you've given yourself the chance to really just grieve. I know that probably sounds weird because you're like,
it does, because I mean, I grieve all day long, on and off. I mean, I see a happy couple and I start to cry, you know. I look at a picture and I start to cry. So it just feels like it's constant. Like I think about the grandchildren, he's not going to be there for that. So it's like, how much do you just keep grieving, you know? And at what point is it just, it's almost unhealthy, and just want to release it all and try to live, you know? Like, do you see me getting through it and being able to find some happiness in general in my life?
Yeah, I definitely do. But again, you have to give yourself the opportunity to truly let it out. I still feel like you're stifling yourself, and trying to rush it along, not speed along, rush it. So just let yourself grieve. I don't think it's unhealthy yet. I think it gets unhealthy when you're 5 and 10 years down the line and you're still in this same kind of stuckness of it. But you're not in that time period. So just really give yourself the space to do it. You're not in that unhealthy place yet. And it's still kind of fresh. So just give yourself the space to be able to let it go. And then you'll be okay. But yes, I do see you getting over it. I do see you needing another probably year and a half, and then you'll be okay. But I think to really be okay, the thing that you're going to need to do while you're grieving is self-love rituals. Really taking time to let stuff go out of specific parts of your body. And then that will really help you with just releasing completely. But yeah, I hope that helps.
It doesn't,
after
but
that-
you know, I mean, how can it help? You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't.
I'm being
I
honest
can't.
with you. You know, tell me I'm going to be healthy. You know, and things are going to be good. You know,
Mhm.
that kind of a thing. But I understand.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course that's going to happen. Of course it's going to happen. But again, the grief is the most important thing. And getting through it is the most important thing. And I know, again, that I'm kind of repeating the same thing, but I have
Yeah.
to drill it into you that you're not truly grieving to the extent of letting anything go. You're just kind of trying to rush it. So everything is going to end up okay. You're going to be healthy. You're going to be great. You're going to be happy again. But give yourself real space to do so, real time to get over what's happening to you. And then those things will come.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. She's like, it doesn't. I love that. Honesty. Alrighty, so I'm going to go on to Belinda. Hi. I need to unmute you. Okay, there you go. Hi.
Hi, Linda. Good to see you again.
How are
It's
you?
going good?
Awesome. It's nice to see you. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, no. For some reason I got confused. I thought it was only going to be starting on Tuesday, but anyway, I'm here now. Aren't I lucky that I looked at my emails when I did?
Mhm.
Anyway, I would like to know when love will show up at my door, like
Mm. When?
true, committed,
Mhm.
intimate love.
Okay.
You know,
Because I
partnership.
connect with your energy.
Yes, you may, of course.
Okay. Hmm. I'm getting a little while.
Ooh, what does that mean?
3 years.
What?
Yeah,
Hmm.
3 years. But it doesn't mean that you're gonna be waiting 3 years. It feels like it's more so of like more maybe like a year and a half. But I think like a year of like courting, getting to know that person, because I feel like you're not gonna immediately accept them. They're gonna be a friend, they're gonna be an associate, then a friend, and then things will escalate to a relationship. So the reason why I'm saying 3 years is because things will evolve into a relationship in that period. But I'm thinking there's a part of you that's kind of afraid of love, kind of afraid of what it will look like to have a partner. I think there's a part of you that's still kind of stuck as well, like the others in the past, and afraid that things will happen in a way that will hurt you very much, very deeply. But there's also a part of you that doesn't truly know what unconditional loving partner is supposed to look like for you. So narrow that down, and then begin to kind of, again, like the last person, dive deep into the things that you love, because that will magnetize someone towards you. Getting out again, enjoying life again, enjoying yourself again, a little bit of self-love, rituals and practices, and like self-help healing and all that stuff, like loving yourself, tantra, all that stuff will begin to magnetize this person for you. But it's going to be a slow burn to start off for you. And that's why I say 3 years, is because it kind of evolves into it for you. I feel like the person, or most people that you come across, you look at with a lens of skepticism, and that's what will kind of get in the way at first. And then you'll kind of see, oh, okay, this person isn't like whoever. And then you'll let them in, and then things will kind of evolve. And they'll like you, and then you're like, oh, well, I like you too. And then things will again get there. But yeah, it's about a 3 year period for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
whereabouts will I meet them? Can we see that?
I have this feeling, well, okay, so it's kind of a double thing. I'm having a feeling that you'll meet them online, but I'm also having a feeling you'll meet them in person. But I feel like as I'm saying that, you'll probably meet them first online, and then you'll do a lot of meeting in person. But again, I think you'll need that magnetic energy of you just enjoying yourself again, enjoying your life again. But yeah, so I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of clarity.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
The slow burn definitely does, because, well, you know what's going on.
Yeah, it's gonna be really great for you. I think it's gonna be really fun. I think it's about time. It's about time that someone comes in who's healthy, powerful, positive love, and who makes you feel good. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're coming.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
You're welcome.
Andrew. Much appreciated.
You're welcome. And thank you for being vulnerable with us. Okay, so the next person I want to move to is Susan. Are you here, Susan? Okay.
Hello, how are you, Andrew?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Okay.
I did the healing with you on the 2 fear factors. Now, my other issue is I've been having extreme shoulder pain. Every morning I've been waking up with it.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow it's connected right now, as weird as it sounds, with my physical vision. When this starts up, my physical vision kind of declines more. When the pain sort of goes away, the vision gets better.
Mm-hmm.
I have what they call retinal degeneration. I had lost some of my central vision, but I know I'm getting it back. I've learned the lesson I had to learn throughout life. I still have the trust issue a little bit, but I let it go. I don't dwell on it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the fear things I released.
Yeah.
And the other one was, I know shoulders have to do with burden. Long story short.
Yeah.
My husband right now is my caregiver. He's my eyesight. He's my everything. And thank God I have him. I'm so blessed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to release, though, the burden of me
Mm-hmm.
having him to have to do all of this so he can have more freedom and enjoyment. So I found some things to help me now, but I still feel my central vision is going to come back.
Okay.
And I can't shake that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You're probably right.
slowly kind of getting there.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you're correct, especially if you believe in it wholeheartedly. But yeah, sorry, go ahead. I cut you off. Go ahead. Continue. Did she go away?
No, Sue.
What?
He's
I'm
talking to
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. What?
Sorry, go ahead. I cut you off. What were you saying still?
I mean, I just like to know how you read on this.
Okay. Alrighty. So let me connect with your energy and I'll tell you what I see.
Mhm. Yes, you have my permission.
Okay. Hmm. The first thing I'm seeing when I'm connecting to the pain in your body, it's things you already said. You feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders and the weight of your partner's freedom on your shoulders. And it feels like they'll never escape your constant ailments in a sense. And not saying that that's something that I believe, it's more so what you believe. And the eyesight degeneration is a part of you that doesn't want to see what's happening in this way of like, not only are you hurting them, but yourself by focusing on the pain that you're causing them. Because in actuality, what this person is completely loving of you, understanding of you, and okay in the position that they are in. And not only okay, but grateful that they're there to help you and able to help you. And the part of you that feels like a burden, that feels so bad for being helped by someone who loves you so deeply, is what you have to get through for these pains to release in the weight of in which they kind of ail you. But I think your physical pain is more so related to the spirit and how much you're holding on to. And those are the things you have to deal with. I think more specifically, the weight you're carrying on, not only of your pain and your sickness, but the weight of your partner and how you believe that they're so upset with you, resentful of you because of what you're going through. When again, in actuality, they're not thinking that at all. So the biggest thing is you're in your way. You are the thing that's, in a sense, causing you this pain. because you're so afraid of causing someone else pain. Does that make sense?
You're perfectly right. Yes,
Mhm.
because all the emotion now is really hitting home. That was part of my denial, which you just threw in my face now, which is fine. I have to deal with that.
Yeah. And I don't mean to attack you or anything like that. I think it's
No,
more so about,
you're being, no, I'd rather you be
Mhm.
honest than not honest with me.
You're
Mhm.
actually telling her something that she's been told many, many times by
This is my
her spouse.
husband, Bob.
Oh, that's who's saying that. Oh, okay.
I'm here. I've been
No,
doing
no,
the
wait, no,
computer and
he's
everything
gonna
for
lay
her.
in.
I've been telling her all this time to knock that off, that she's not a burden, that this is nothing, no problem, but I don't know where she gets this from.
That makes
But
sense.
it's
So
good that you-
confirmation, hey.
Good that you helped it. I'll give you back to her here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
No,
But
I
yeah,
mean, right now, he's my like caregiver. I
Mhm.
think the crux of the issue is
yeah.
I lost a lot of my independence.
Mhm.
I was always independent. I was even told in past lives, very independent.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now I'm thrown into a situation where I guess I feel he's
Mhm.
doing more for me than I'm doing for him. And then we get into this little discussion about that.
Yeah.
And I
But
think the
most
other,
importantly, what's happening, I want you to really look at this. What's happening, and you just very much pointed out a very big lineage kind of trauma. Through all of your lives, you've been hyper independent. And in this life, you're forced to let someone care for you. And that is your lesson, that is your learning lesson. That is what you're supposed to allow so that you can let this person love you the way that they're telling you they love you, they support you, they're there for you. So this is your lesson. Allow this person to love you and care for you, and your independence will come back. This is your big lesson. And the reason why you have all this pain is because you're not allowing yourself to learn it. You're allowing yourself to be hurt instead of listening and taking the lesson and being everything this person is telling you that they love and support about you. Does that make sense?
yes, the he's loving this. The other
It's
two
like you're-
guys now against me.
It's
Okay,
like
here
you're
we go.
echoing what I've been telling her all this time, but she just doesn't listen.
I think it's because we have that physical, emotional, and spiritual connection. People think we're
Mhm.
joined at the hip. Our energy is unique together.
Mhm.
He's like my truest soulmate that I'll ever have.
Mhm.
And I mean, I think that's why I feel worse about it, because it's like I'm holding him back from enjoying life because of me.
Not at
And
all.
he should have that freedom to enjoy life. And right now he's stuck in this situation
Listen
with
to what
me.
he said, not at
Yeah,
all.
you're not stuck. He's not stuck at all. He's there on his own free will, and he absolutely loves you. And he tells you that repeatedly. So you're, again, the biggest thing for you is to be open, listen, and accept it. And I know there's a part of you that's like, it's hard
That's
for you.
yeah.
You don't want to believe it because you think that the way that your life is right now is a burden for someone. And in actuality, it isn't. The person is telling you it's not. So the thing that you have to do is believe it and allow yourself to just be okay with things so that you can not only get your independence back, but so that you can finally be happy.
I understand that. Yeah, it's coming all now. It's actually coming out for the first time in about a couple years, where
I think
you
the
brought
biggest
everything
thing-
emotion now. I have to deal with it. I can't hide it anymore.
Yes, exactly. You have to deal with it. But if you need help, if you need to talk deeper, email me and we'll book something and see how you feel afterwards. But I think dealing with the emotions is how you're going to get the most freedom. Dealing with why you're so stuck in this, dealing with how it serves you to stay stuck in the pain.
Well,
will
there's
get you
another
freedom.
part to this.
Mhm.
He had an illness about 2 or 3 years back or whatever.
Mhm.
And I know that's kind of like a fear factor in both of us. Is still like in the back burner.
Mhm.
If something happens to him, first of all, I lose the most important thing in my life.
Yeah.
But what happens to me? Like, and
Ah,
I lost independence.
yeah.
And I don't
But-
want to lose him, not because
Yeah.
it's I don't want to be abandoned again either. And this is
Yeah.
all past trauma coming out now. And
Yeah.
I have to face it. And then when I do face it, okay, 2 weeks later, the same trauma's back right in my face again.
That
Like
means
I
you're not
can't
really
get
facing
rid
it.
of it.
I mean, if it's coming back, you're not truly facing it the way that you should. It just means you're talking about it and that's it. So there's something more, there's something deeper you have to get. There's a level deeper you have to get. But yeah, I would say we're running into someone else's time right now. So what I would say,
Right. I'm
email
sorry.
me, and no, don't worry at all. But yeah, well, if we need to go over, we'll go over. But yeah, we're running into Sherry's time, so I want to get her on.
No, don't do that.
And what I want to do is, again, if you feel like you want to connect deeper, my information is in the comment section, or I keep saying that, in the chat. Send me an email. We'll connect and see about getting you through how intense the emotions are and why things are affecting you so deeply.
That would help.
Yeah, I think everything you feel is valid, and I think you just have to really get through it.
I need neutral turf.
Yeah, we'll say that. But yeah, thank you for
very
being
much.
so
Thank
long.
you very much. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye. Okay, I apologize, Sherry. I know it's your time. If we need to go over just a little bit, we can. Let me get you pinned so that you can be the speaker. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Thank you for being
great.
here.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being so patient, by the way. I apologize for going into your time, but again, if you need to go over, you can a little bit.
Yeah,
But
no
yeah,
worries.
the floor is
It
yours.
was, I understand it was a sensitive topic, so sometimes those things need to process.
But yeah,
Awesome.
I'll let you have the floor, and thank you again for being patient with me, and thank you for being here.
No worries. Do I have co-host? Like, can I share my screen and stuff?
Yeah, let me turn it on for you.
Okay.
And make sure it's on so you can get your goodiness. I think it's ready.
I see some familiar faces.
There we go. Okay, there you go. Now you should be able to.
Okay, awesome. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Cherie Ariano with Divine Light Codes, and I am a multidimensional healer. I'm a starseed. I help other starseeds awaken to their true soul origins and their true mission here on Earth. And I do energy healing primarily. I also make energy healing tools, self-healing tools for people to awaken to their own, innate gifts and divine wisdom. And today, I know the theme that Andro has kind of created for everyone is how to manifest, right? How to step into our power and manifest all the things that we've been wanting to manifest. And I'm going to come at it from a different angle today. I'm going to be speaking about it from the perspective of a starseed and helping you to awaken to your own soul origins. Hi, Sahar. Thank you for the shout out. How are you, love? Thank you for being here. And Deborah, you look so familiar. I don't know where I know you from, but I know you from somewhere. So welcome and thanks everyone for being here. So just open your minds to this topic because it's pretty woo-woo and it's a little bit out there. And some of you will be right at home and some of you will be like, oh my gosh, this is something I've never heard of. So I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation for you today, and we'll have time at the end for questions. And then we'll also have some freebies, which I'm excited to share with you at the end as well. So let's get started. And Andrew, just let me know when we're out of time or whatever. So I don't run into, any issues on that side of things. So, like I said, I do speak about starseeds a lot. I've been working with starseeds for the past 3 to 5 years. I've been learning about my own soul origins and felt a huge calling to come and help others come online with their own starseed originations. And what does that mean? So let's go to the next slide. So I'd love to see in the chat how many of you have heard of starseeds, how many of you feel like you're already a starseed, and how many of you know you're a starseed. So feel free to put your, where you are on that spectrum in the comments. I would love to see where everyone is at on this topic. And you may feel a natural resonance with being a starseed, and it's okay to own it. And we're going to explore it a little bit today. but don't feel shy, be honest and share where you feel like you are on this spectrum. So let's see. Simone says, I am one. Tiffany says, I know I'm one. Laura says, I know I'm one. I can't pronounce your name. Aricia says, yes. Elise, I feel I am a starseed. Deborah, I loved you at first sight, but for me, this is my first time meeting you. I believe I am a starseed. I feel that's how you know me. Wow, that's amazing. I feel like I know you and I've definitely seen you before. I'm thrilled to meet you as well. Thank you so much for the comment, Deborah. Linda, I've heard of it. Belinda, yes. Christina, yes. Tiffany, Arcturian, vegan, long list of stellar DNA. Awesome, Tiffany. Ina, no clue. And Michelle says, what is the starseed? Sabine says, I was told this in a dream. I heard you are star born. Oh, beautiful. Interesting. Okay. Well, I love it. I'm so glad we have the whole spectrum here. We have everyone and everyone on the spectrum of being a starseed. And Brenda, hi Brenda, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad you could make it today. I appreciate you. So here's a quote that I love. I am open to the wisdom of the universe and the awakening of my soul's purpose. So what are starseeds? Let's just start with that. Okay, so starseeds are souls who have originated on other planets, star systems, or galaxies. These beings reincarnated on Earth with a specific purpose, often and almost exclusively to assist in the spiritual awakening of humanity. And we'll get into what that looks like a little bit later as well. Starseeds carry innate wisdom from their home origins, which may be more advanced, peaceful, or spiritually enlightened or intuitive. And starseeds are definitely old souls. Your soul is 15 billion years old and you feel ancient. You feel like you've been incarnating since the dawn of time. People might even tell you you're an old soul. That's a great clue. Now, here are some more signs. For those of you who don't know and you're not really sure, these are signs that will help you hone in or clue in to whether or not you feel like you might be a starseed. So number one, you have a strong desire to help others. You want to heal the planet, heal the animals, uncover hidden truths. Justice is important to you. You kind of, have this strong sense of like, I'm here to do something to help others, even if you don't know what it is yet, or you haven't uncovered your gift. You might have unexplained memories or dreams or visions in your meditation, some kind of intuitive knowledge about life on another planet or star system where things just look different. They don't look how they look here on planet Earth. One second, I'm just going to move my mic a little. Okay. You might also be highly empathic or psychic. So you have a heightened sense of, energies. You can read people. You're in touch with your own emotions. You might feel really sensitive in noisy or loud environments, crowded environments. And you're often very psychic or intuitive. And it could be clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient, claircognizant, or you might just be empathic. All of those things, most starseeds are at least one of those, and often many. You may also feel like a black sheep of your family. So you're the weird one in the family. You're different. Your cousins don't get you, your siblings don't get you, and you just kind of feel different than the rest of your family. Maybe you've even isolated yourself from the rest of the family. Maybe early on as a child, you knew you were different. Or you had a cousin tell you, you're just different. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about you. Trauma, going back to childhood. Unfortunately, many starseeds are born in chaotic households, dysfunctional households. And that's because that trauma that we endure often catapults us. It's the catalyst that moves us into our path. It moves us into our life's work and our mission. Because if things are, too comfy, cozy at home, you might not feel that pull, or you might not awaken to your pull. Now, it doesn't mean every starseed came from a traumatic household. I'm just saying many do. So I'm sure there's some of you out there who know you're all a starseed, but you didn't have a traumatic household. So that could have been a contract that you made before you incarnated into this lifetime. You were like, yes, I'll go back one more time, but don't put me in a chaotic household. Just help me remember my divinity and my divine path in this lifetime. Another telltale sign is that you may be interested in the stars, cosmology, extraterrestrials, astronomy, ancient history, you know, all the things woo woo, right? Star Wars, Star Trek, movies that take you out into deep space. You just love it. You eat it up. You can't get enough. And you may also be a transmuter of energy. So, what does that mean? You exude light. It's in your field. You can't help it. You might be the peacekeeper in your family. You might be the middleman. You may be the mediator, or you may be at the grocery store and people just come up to you and they start telling you their problems, and you're not quite sure why. People just confide in you because they feel safe. And the reason is many starseeds, specifically Pleiadian starseeds, are transmuters of energy. So they don't even have to try. They just walk into a room and the light codes in their light field just start transmuting and transmitting healing energies and turning darkness back into light. So that is a gift of a Pleiadian starseed and many other starseeds. But you don't have to be a healer. You don't have to be a nurse or a doctor. You just have to have the light codes in your field to transmute that energy. So how does that resonate with you guys? Anyone feeling any yeses on that little list of, Sabine says all of this. Sahar says, yeah, they all hate me. Aw, no, they don't. They love you, but they don't understand you. That's for sure. Let's see. Simone says, I did have a traumatic household, so-called family. Laura, yes, yes, yes. Arissa, a bunch of them, yes, yes, and yes. Deborah, yes, yes. Yay. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that that's resonating with you guys. So let's talk about the mission of Starseeds. Why are you here on Earth now in this crazy times? Why did you choose to incarnate in this human meat suit, as I like to call it, in this timeline in 2025? So you're on a deep soul level mission to guide others towards their higher consciousness. And that can manifest in different ways. So you don't have to be a healer, a psychic, a medium, all these things. You can do it through so many manifestations. You can do it through art, healing, education, working with kids, volunteering at the soup kitchen. Maybe you're part of a spiritual community or a church, or maybe just even at work, you're the person that everybody kind of feels safe around. You embody compassion and love, and that's a way that you help others heal on this planet. You're also possibly here to heal the planet. So Earth, Mother Earth, Gaia is a consciousness herself, and she also needs, as much as like she helps us more than we help her, we still need to support her and love her and keep the planet safe, keep the planet healthy, green, help the animals, environmental protection, sustainable living, raising awareness of the interconnectedness of all life on the planet, including the plants and the animals. So that may be a mission or a passion of yours. And that could be a really good sign that you're a starseed. Your personal growth and expansion, thirst for knowledge, growth, healing, and alignment with your soul's purpose to lift yourself up and others. That's also why you're here, because you're really here to go through this ascension with all of us. We're all in it together. The planet's ascending, we're ascending, and we really came here to have this collective experience. So if the ascension is a topic that's important to you or you feel drawn to, that's another sign that you're a starseed. So, how does this tie into this beautiful theme that we have today around manifestation? So, why does it help to know your soul origins? You feel a more of a sense of purpose. You awaken to your own divinity as you guide others towards their higher consciousness. So it's important because I've done a lot of starseed readings for people, and I have to say that a lot of the feedback I get is that once that part of them is activated, they start to have more visions, they start to feel activated, they start to get on their path, they start to eat better, to exercise, to do the things that they've been putting off on the back burner forever, because they feel this sense of responsibility and resilience, and they want to step into their light and step into their power. So once you fully know your soul origins, it really kind of activates you. And you have this inner knowing, like, oh, I'm here on purpose. It's not just an accident. So you have more sense of belonging and purpose, which is really, it's like you're one step closer to manifesting your dreams when you're in that perspective, in that mind shift. Now, the other reason I love to awaken people to their soul origins is because once you learn like your Lyran or your Pleiadian or Andromedan or whatever, you can connect to your cosmic family. So you can do a meditation, call in your star ancestors and say, I would like to connect to my Pleiadian family. Please come in and circle around me. Help me get on my divine path as a starseed. Help me remember who I am as a divine soul being of light. And all the magic and the miracles will start to show up for you because now you've got the assistance of your whole starseed family. They've got your back. Does that make sense? So it's like once you know, let's say your guide is Mother Mary, and once you know Mother Mary is one of your guides, you're going to start talking to her more and she's going to respond. That's the way the relationship works with our spirit guides. It's a two-way thing. Like we've got to reach out so they can reach back. And the more we communicate with them, the more they help us and show up for us. So it's definitely a good idea to start to connect with your starseed family with a lot of intention and being really clear on what it is you're trying to manifest, and watch the miracles show up. Okay, so now we're going to get into Tiffany says, I'm a hippie through and through. I love that, Tiffany. Tiffany, me too. Interesting about the transmuter. I came in late, so pretty much just heard that. Yeah, it's a big starseed trait. A lot of people are transmuters. Okay, and then so now we're going to get into the different types of star seeds. So we've got ancient Lyrans. They're known to be kind of the oldest, one of the oldest types of star beings out there, along with angels and other beings, like the archangels. They also were master geneticists, and they helped to create the feline Lyrans and the avian Lyrans, and they come from a star constellation called Lyra. You can look it up in your astronomy maps, and their planet unfortunately was destroyed many billions of years ago by a malevolent conquering race. So many Lyrans had to flee their home planet and move to other planets in the cosmos. So that's kind of when all the mixing and the mixed breeding started happening. We've also got Arcturians. They're a 7th, 8th, 9th dimensional collective of beings. They're mostly light, just like the ancient Lyrans. And they're here to help humanity. They have motherships positioned around our planet to help us as we go through this ascension. And they're very loving, very high dimensional beings. We've also got the Sirians from the Sirius star system and the Pleiadians from the Pleiadian star cluster. Now, Pleiadians, as I mentioned earlier, they're kind of like in a sense, they feel responsible for humanity. They did a lot of seeding of humanity here on planet Earth, and they kind of think of us as like their little brothers and sisters, and they help us a lot with this ascension. As well as the Syrians. The Syrians were here back in the time of Egypt, ancient Atlantis, and ancient Lemuria, which I'll get into more in a minute. But these are all very high dimensional beings. Many of you have had multiple incarnations as these beings. So you might not just be Syrian, you could be Syrian and Pleiadian and Lyran. So don't think of it as like you just have one lifetime and you're from one group. You've probably incarnated many, many times, before. DW says, irony, the way you talk of them before saying they are ooving, they sounded like the Star Trek Borg. I don't know what ooving means, DW. Maybe you can clarify that. Okay, so the Anunnaki, you guys have probably heard of them. They come from a planet called Nibiru. They're said to have come and help with the civilization of ancient Egypt, as well as the Venetians and the Hathors, Isis. Think of Isis, Cleopatra, that whole timeline. A lot of them came from Venus, which is a planet of love. They're very loving beings. They're all about beauty, aesthetics, love, unconditional love, passion, sexual romance, just the divine feminine. All of that is what you think of when you think of the Venusians and the Hathors. Then we also have the more malevolent type conquering races. The reptilians and the draconians are known for being more of a conquering race because they cut themselves off from source billions of years ago. And so they've had to kind of dominate and take over other planets and use their resources to survive and thrive. The picture on the right here is a photo that I took. It was an actual statue at a resort in Hawaii. I think it was at the Hilton Resort. And I was like, wow. I was so surprised that somebody made a statue. Now, here's a Hathor statue on the right here. I took this photo too, just to show like this has been something that's been going around for, eons, this wisdom. And a lot of it's been hidden from us. So even if you look back at ancient Egypt, like this picture in the middle is a painting from ancient Egypt of Thoth, the ibis god of the moon, Thoth and the ibis god of the moon. So here's Thoth over here on the right. He's a bird-like being. He's always depicted as a bird head on a human body. And that's what the blue avians look like. So Thoth was basically a blue avian who came to Earth, and he was always depicted with a tablet and a pen because he was so wise. He gave us a lot of ancient wisdom and knowledge, and taught us about sewage systems and farming and just all kinds of things to help develop those ancient civilizations. And here's another example of a starseed of the past. The Egyptian goddess Sekhmet. There's a statue. I took that picture from a statue, a picture of a statue when I went to Cairo in 2001. There's all kinds of, statues of Sekhmet and Bastet all over ancient Egypt. She's one of the goddesses that's depicted everywhere. And she, I believe, was a feline Lyran. So another Lyran, and this is Bastet. Sekhmet and Bastet are both cat beings. Bastet is mostly depicted as like a black household cat, where Sekhmet looks more like a lioness, like a goddess. So just really interesting, as I've done this work, I've kind of like linked some of our ancient history to these beings, these starseed beings, and because it's a pretty far-fetched concept. So there are a lot of skeptical people about the whole starseed concept, and I like to kind of tie it into ancient history so you can do your own research and see what you find. But I also believe that some of the ascended masters like Jesus, Mother Mary, Buddha, were star seeds of the past. They came here to do what? To lift our consciousness, to heal us, to make us feel better, to impart wisdom upon us. They came here to lift humanity, and they're still doing it today. Their legend lives on, their Christ consciousness lives on, and they're still lifting souls on the planet. And so, you don't have to be Mother Teresa, you just have to be yourself, but you definitely want to try to embody your highest timeline, which is, standing in your light, standing in your power, sharing your innate wisdom with others and lifting them up. So these are just some quick tips on how you can awaken and manifest and step more into your purpose as a starseed, cultivating more self-awareness, connecting with your starseed family, raising your vibration at every chance you get, whether it's spending time in nature, practicing gratitude, listening to high frequency music, earthing, connecting with other like-minded people. Those are all great examples of how you can lift your own vibration. And then act on your mission, take action, whether it's spreading love, creating healing spaces, or offering knowledge to other. You each have an important role here on Earth, and it's important for you to awaken to your starseed origins so you can get on mission and spread your love and your light to the rest of humanity. And it might start with your family, it might start with yourself and then your family and then spread out from there. So I invite you guys to really do your own research on this topic. I think it's very fascinating, and it's really helped me to step into my path as a light worker and a healer as well. And one of the affirmations and activations we can do, if I have time, Andrew, let me know. We can do a quick group activation to affirm our own starseed origins. If you could let me know, Andrew. I know I'm a little over time, but I started late. So
Yeah.
How much more time do I have?
You can go over for 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes? Okay.
Yeah. If you need to go over a
Awesome.
little bit longer, it should be fine. I hope Matthew's not going to be too upset.
Sorry, Matthew. I started late too.
No worries.
Okay. Okay, awesome. So if you guys want to participate, just close your eyes, sit up straight or lie down, whatever feels comfortable to you. And we're all going to just take a nice, deep, collective breath in. Breathing in through the nose, breathe all the way down into the lower belly and exhale. Another deep breath in and exhale. And one more beautiful deep breath in of prana. Feeling your field expand and awaken. And if you want to activate your starseed origins and your awakening, just participate in this activation. If not, that's okay too. So I invite you to now see, visualize, or imagine your beautiful ball of golden white light encircling all around you. Shielding you, protecting you, keeping you safe throughout this entire transmission. And next, I want you to say quietly in your mind's eye, I call upon my benevolent starseed family members and my benevolent ancestors. I am open to receive any information, any activations, or wisdom to help me awaken my starseed origins, my past lives, and my divine remembering of who I am as a soul. Please help me awaken to my true soul origins. I am here to awaken, to love, to lift, to heal, and to meet my cosmic family. Please allow this activation to happen in divine timing, in my own divine timing. Please give me a sign of my origins, be it through a dream, a meditation, a magazine cover, whatever it is. Please give me a sign, and you can define what you want that sign to be, whether it's like a feather or a coin or a song on the radio. Just ask your guides and your starseed family to give you a sign. In divine timing, always. And when you're ready, just take one more deep breath in and hold some gratitude in your heart for what's coming, knowing that the universe has your back, your starseed family has your back, and all information will be revealed to you in divine timing. So it is done, it is done, it is done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. And when you're ready, just open your eyes and bring yourself all the way back to your beautiful bodies. And just see how you feel. See if you had any experiences, if you saw any lights. I should also share that Pleiadians will often come through as a blue indigo light. So do Sirians. There are more Sirian and Pleiadian starseeds on the planet than any other. And so when they start to work with you, sometimes they'll show up as like a blue orb. So if any of you have seen or start to see a blue orb, just know that it's probably your starseed family or one of your guides, and don't be afraid to interact with it and let it know that you see it and be like, I see you. What's your message for me today? So yeah, does anyone have any questions? I know I have like 1 minute left, but I wanted to also tell you about my freebies. If you go to divinelightcodes.com/pages/divine downloads, I think Andrea was going to put that link in the chat for me. You can download my free meditation playlist. There's a free prayer to clear and heal negative energies. And then there's a free something else, which I can't remember right now. And also I have a discount coupon code for anyone who's interested and wants a starseed reading with me. It takes about 90 minutes. And there is a $15 off coupon for all of you Thrive members. So it's Thrive 15. That's the coupon code for any healing services on my website at Divine Light Codes. But you may want a healing or you may want a starseed. You can use it for either service. Does anyone have any questions that
Thank you
are
so much.
burning desire questions?
There are a lot of
Probably out of
questions.
time.
Yeah, we're out of time, but there are a lot of questions. And I would say if you guys want those questions answered, you could email her or message her directly in the chat. But we're a lot over for Matthew.
Okay, no worries. I'll put my email in the chat
Okay.
as well, so people can email me directly if they have any questions. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for watching. And thank you, Andrew, for having me. It was a lot of fun to be here with everyone today. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for being here and thank you for sharing your magic. And I apologize for you guys or for going so much over, but thank you for being patient with me and still sharing your magic.
Yes, of course. Have a beautiful rest of your show.
You too. Thank you. I mean,
Thank you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so I'm going to pin Matthew, X unmute. Okay, pin. Okay. There we go. Shared content. What that is. Okay, Sherry put her email in the chat for you guys. Matthew, are you available? Am I available? There we go.
Yes, we
Hi.
are here.
Okay.
Greetings.
I apologize for going over so
Greetings.
much.
Oh, it's actually okay, and I did not notice, and my microphone dynamics are bad, but and I just got done doing a week-long event of like literally 100 readings, so I'm like sitting in the background like reeling. So thank you. You gave me some rest. It literally ended like yesterday afternoon, and so
Mhm.
anyway, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Removed. Hoping. Okay, there we go. Spotlight you. There you go. Continue.
Okay.
Remove
Cool.
Sherry's video. I think you're spotlighted now, right?
I honestly don't know. I can tell you on my screen, I see find out, want to learn your starseed origins. I think it's still on screen share, but you know, that could possibly be me. People out there that know me, which is probably nobody in here, know that I'm Zoom disabled. However, I use it literally every day. Seriously, you guys, I use Zoom. It's the only thing I use on a daily basis, just, you know, other than like, you know, I don't know, maybe Facebook or X or, you know, whatever. But anyway, okay, I think we're normal. And so I just, first off, I want to say greetings. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for asking me to be a part of this event. I think maybe this is the third one that we've done over the past, I don't know, how long has it been?
It's been a couple years. I've done, I think, 12, and I've had you on 3, if I'm not
Yeah,
wrong.
okay. So this is our third, possibly our fourth, but
Yeah.
it's always really fun. I genuinely enjoy doing these events because you guys, I think I'm in a very interesting niche, or I fill a very, very strange role within what we would call like a overall, you know, if you want to call it a spiritual community, disclosure community, new age, whatever operative term you want to add to it. And so it's always cool to get to come into these and to see some new people and to, I guess, start out by saying, you guys, if you're seeing my face and hearing my voice, and a lot of you guys already know this, but congratulations, you're living in the number one greatest time you could have ever chosen to incarnate on Earth. And that's not to say we haven't done it before, but this is it. This is the time where literally every single living individual has a very distinct set of skills. We could call them abilities. You were born with them. For those of you guys that are familiar with the video game world, which might be some of us, I don't know, depending on the age groups here, you know, some of you guys will know when you choose your character in the video game, sometimes there's these hidden skills, these hidden abilities, these kind of little, you know, these little things that kind of pop up at certain stages of the journey. And we're living in an era right now where there's a whole set of things that's coming online for a lot of us. And so I always say, if you and I are talking, you're already on the timeline in which you are holding the keys to truly opening up your intuitive abilities. And so what we're going to do here today is we're going to do some readings, but really, really quickly. And I promise I'm not going to go, I swear to God, I won't go on too long. Because if you know me, you guys will know I will literally talk at you forever. But I've been doing that all week, like I said. So the first thing I'm going to tell you is that, yes, we have a host of abilities. And one of the things that I specialize in doing, which is interesting, because if you would have met me like 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been all about spirit attachment and implantation and, it's not that it's not now, but you know, people progress in the work that we're doing. And what I've learned over the past few years is one of the greatest things that I can contribute to the human collective at this stage is the methods and the understandings that I've been using to not only help ourselves stay clear of negative or what we would call just overall toxic energy, but also the techniques and steps that we can take to open up your abilities. Because I believe in every single one of these groups I do, there's a lot of people sitting in the background, and I mean this with absolute sincerity. There's a lot of people sitting in the background who are far more qualified and talented to be doing the thing that I'm doing right now than most of the people that you see on the screen over and over and over again. And don't worry, you don't have to say it, I'll say it for you, but that's the reality of it. And so if you're one of those people, One of the things that I've been stressing and talking about over the past few years is kind of multifold, but just to make it really quickly here today, I'm going to give you some kind of directions or things that you can look into in your own life that are proven over 5,000 readings that I've done and energy clearing sessions with people all over the world since 2017. I believe that the study and application of these areas I'm about to mention are absolutely proven to create a change within your consciousness, within your ability to perceive spirit. I don't mean within your ability to create force lightning and move objects throughout your room and, like, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about our natural ability to exercise and improve spiritual discernment, or what we might even say on a more applicable level, your ability to understand what's true and what's not true, what's real and what's bullshit. And we're living in a time in which every single person here knows how critical it is to have that type of discernment. And so, one of the things I noticed when I first started doing this work is that there were certain sort of we could call them primary tasks that people that were successful that came before me would hold on to. And step number one, this is the first gateway of intuitive application for you, or excuse me, intuitive activation. For those of you guys that are here, I'm going to make it quick because we're going to do readings. The first stage of intuitive activation is detoxification and deprogramming, meaning that we have to unlearn, we have to detox the body, we have to rid ourselves of parasites. I'm not going to go on a rant about that because everyone's an expert in that process. I'm giving you the most basic breakdown of what I've done over the past few years. And so the first step is giving yourself permission, detoxing the mind, unlearning what you've learned. And I think for me, because I didn't know what I was going to do in this world, literally until age 40, it took me until age 40 to even start doing this work. And the only reason why it happened was because I met a person who had been doing it for years, and they took one look at me and were like, "You're a psychic. I know it. I know you are. That's why you're so weird. That's why you're like this and that." And I remember just seeing this person that I never met before, and I was like, "What? What? Okay." But what's crazy is for some reason I believed it. I don't know why. I believed it. And here we are 8 years later, and now we're educating people on how to make that change for yourself. So step one is we give ourselves permission. We detox the mind, we detox the body. There's so much I could say on that, but for the sake of time, it's like we're going to roll on to gateway number 2, because gateway number 2 is the one that we're going to be demonstrating here today. And so intuitive gateway for the majority of us, the second gateway, and it can be practiced a long time in the first, but it's very important. That is divination. Divination comes in the form of all kinds of things these days. Tarot is the primary method that I use, but you can choose anyone. You can choose a pendulum, you know what I mean? Stones, tea leaves, it doesn't matter. The idea is that as you continue your journey of intuitive activation, you must give yourself and spirit a language with which to communicate. A language with which to communicate. Because in the beginning of the journey, for those of us who are meant to be doing this work, but don't necessarily have the experience or the understanding yet, it can be very hard to understand the voice of spirit, right? That's why a lot of people get readings. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I get readings as well, you know what I mean? But that's why a lot of us do that, because we're trying to understand what spirit is saying to us. So by learning divination, that gives us a language with which to communicate with spirit. So we're going to do some readings in a moment, but I'm going to mention the 2 other gateways really quickly. And it's probably going to seem like I'm talking really fast. I think I am, but it's because I want to do some readings rather than rant at you. So gateway number 3, critically important, which also happens to be I would say the second most common thing that I engage in on a professional level. For those of you guys that are interested, you can find me at rememberyourmission.com. But I often practice a mix of energy clearing and psychic readings. It's a process that we engage in at the same time. But gateway number 3 is the one that I think really changes the lives of the majority of people who really devote themselves to the path of intuitive awakening. And that is where you will become your own healer. You will begin to learn, the nature of the chakras, the meridian body, the unseen, invisible pathways that exist within the body. Those that will do so will come to a level of understanding and capability within themselves that will rocket you to a completely different stage of ability in terms of knowing what is real, what is not real, what is true, what is not true. Everyone out there, I have a feeling everybody in this room, you've known somebody in your life. Everybody knows a car guy, right? Or maybe it's your dad or your partner or your husband, who knows? But everybody knows a car guy, right? And they just hear your car and they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's that's your carburetor." You know what I mean? And you're like, "What? I don't even how can you tell that? Just, you know what I mean? How can you tell that just by hearing it?" In gateway number 3, when you learn to work on your own system, when you learn the nature of energetic anatomy, you begin to develop that ability. And so it's honestly the one that really changed my life, because that's when I started doing this work on a full-time, I would say, professional basis, whatever that means, right? But and then there's gateway number 4, which, if you know me, you'll know I always say this. This is the most important one. That's the phrase I always say. Everything's the most important one. But you guys will notice this. I know there's people in this room that have been around for a lot of years. A lot of you guys have seen a lot of professionals come and go. You've seen influencers, you've seen disclosure celebrities, you've seen some really cool mediums. And at some stage in the journey, people start to get sick. They deteriorate. Some of them take on weird illnesses. I've been doing, this is the only work I do. It's been 8 years, and I felt it in my own way. The body gathers energy. Things change. We will deteriorate when you step into this work full time. And so that's why gateway number 4 is energy body cultivation. And it's really just my one opportunity to tell you guys, if you've been looking for a 100% free pathway to opening up your ability to feel energy, like for those of you guys that go to Reiki healers or do energy work online with people, there's times for all of us where you don't feel it. It's just part of the journey. But for those that have been trying to understand, how do I open up my ability to actually feel that energy? Number 1, how do I open up my ability to send it? How do I open up the natural pathways to awaken those, God-given, if you want to call it that, psychic abilities that I have? There is a 100% free method where you don't, somebody will get mad because it's like, you don't have to sign up to anyone's Patreon or take their class, but you can literally start doing Qigong today, right now. You can go on YouTube and enter easy beginner Qigong routine and scroll through the 29 million videos you'll get until you find a one where you're like, "Oh yeah, that guy moves in a way I can move. That seems accessible. I kind of, I feel their energy," and mimic it. Literally mimic it. And the reason why Qigong is one of the primary gateways of intuitive activation, I can tell you this, the specific reason is because it opens up the meridian body, which is one of the untapped resources for people who are having a hard time breaking through certain cycles in their life, for people who are having a hard time, as we've been talking about, activating abilities of higher spiritual discernment. Or, those things about you, everyone has them, where you're like, "Man, it's just, why am I always like that? Why does that always happen? Why do I always end up getting sick in that way? Why have I always been, insert in blank this way?" One of the systems in the body that is responsible for the tendencies and the patterns that we hold on to, whether toxic or positive in this life. And I know there's probably a couple traditional Chinese medicine people in here who will be like, "Yeah, the meridian body." And so anyway, I'm just kind of ranting on and on here before we do readings, but by practicing Qigong, I saw it in the chat. Somebody said not yoga. No, yes, yoga as well. Absolutely. Anything that gets the fascia flowing, anything that keeps the blood moving, anything that continues to give you an opportunity to slowly and steadily stretch and open the subtle pathways within the body. If you're looking for a starting point, for some of you guys out there, start within the psoas muscle. If you've never heard of the psoas muscle before, you're like, "What? Wait, what? What the hell?" It's the muscle that holds your legs on your body. If you put your hands over your hips right now, right, right above, your or right below your waistline, that's your psoas, literally right there. It's that big band of muscle. Some people call it your emotional core, but Opening up, learning to exercise and stretch open the pelvic floor is usually a very good starting point for people. But anyway, I can talk on and on and on about it. Somebody got it in the chat. Laura Lacey said, "I want a reading." Yes, we're gonna do some short readings right now. But prior to that, I know I've ranted at you for the next few moments. If you're looking for more information, if you're looking for ways in which you can continue to open up abilities, work through blockages in your life, that's the primary mission that I engage in at this stage, along with psychic education. And so I'll say it now and I'll say it later. You can find me at rememberyourmission.com. You can book a consultation or a clearing if you want. And it gets a lot more specific. I think that's one of the things that I specialize in is analyzing the energy body and understanding where the blockages are. I mean, in all reality, I know there's people in this room who are like aware of this and who can do this as well. But with practice, you guys, you can listen to maybe one sentence out of a person's mouth and you will know exactly where their energy system is blocked. You can hear the chakras, you can tell, honestly, even the organs, which is another thing. I do a lot of medical psychic work or medical intuitive work, which is a fun and exciting and also very, very strange thing that I never, ever saw myself doing in this life. But anyway, before I rant on and on, we do have a code for those of you guys that want to book with us over the coming month. I'm right about to move in the next week, so our schedule's off for a little while. But you can go to rememberyourmission.com and we have a discount code for this event. It's summer25 and it's all capitals, all caps, summer25. You can enter that on the checkout page, and I think it's either 10 or 20%. 10 or 20% discount. There you go. Yeah, thank you. There we go. Thank you for putting that in the chat there. Anyway, I feel like I just talked at like a mile a minute to you guys for the last 10 minutes. But anyway, so today we're going to demonstrate the second gateway of intuitive activation, which is divination. I have kind of a supplemental modality, which some of you guys will cringe at what I'm about to say. Get ready. I use tarot as the primary means of communication with spirit. Oftentimes, when I'm engaging in a session with people, you know, you'll have a number of techniques that you'll pick up over the years. But in terms of the readings I do, I use a modality known as multidimensional tarot. I could explain that to you, but we would go on and you'd be like, oh, okay, so it's just like regular tarot, but you changed a lot of things about it. After like a half an hour talk, you'd be like, oh, so it's just like regular tarot. You just changed some things. And I'd go, well, yeah. So anyway, we're going to be doing some readings for you guys. I noticed people have their hand raised, which is very, very cool. What I'm thinking we'll do is we'll go back and forth because I know some people in the chat don't want to put your camera on. That's okay. I do Patreon every month. Me and my wife, we do readings for everyone. And it's like there's no requirement to have your camera on. You can just do the hand raise thing or write something in the chat. Oftentimes, like when I'm doing this on, you know, like a monthly reading, I just have people say, reading, please. I don't know how many we'll get to. And I want to apologize if you're one of the people that's chomping at the bit or has a big question and you don't get called on. Trust me, I know how that is. I like never got called on for anything in my life. So I'm like, you know, anyway, we're going to start with one of the hand raising people. And then we're going to grab somebody at random from the chat. I'm going to make it really random too, so we don't know who it'll be. But on my screen, the first person that I see is Monica Marino. And so we're going to do a quick reading for you if you would like to have one.
I'm right here.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm Monica. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Do you have a super short question or do you want me to just pull a card for you and see what shows up? Both are okay. You don't have to have a question, but
You can show me what the universe like me to know.
okay, cool. That's a very, very realistic thing. Okay. And so before we begin, you guys have license to take any technique, any phrase, anything that I say or do in these sessions and repeat it. Use it in your own way, adopt it into your own practice, put your own name, your own color on it, and just do it in your own way. I mean it sincerely. And so you guys already did a lot of breathing. We won't extend this too long, but just close your eyes with me for a really quick moment, just so we can open the door for spirit. And you can take a breath in your own time. Just kind of bring the air into your chest. Let it flow out as we honor all those of you connected to the mind body spirit complex known as Monica. All those of you guiding her at this stage of the journey in the year 2025 down here on Earth. We just asked for a simple message. What does the universe need her to know? Okay, are you ready? We never know what it's going to be. We're going to see it together live. I'm not one of those people that holds them down on the table and goes, oh, well, it looks like you're having this. It's like, boom, we're going to see it together. Nobody knows. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whoa. Okay. The first card of the day is really good. Monica Marino, you got strength. Now, I have a feeling there's a lot of old school tarot people in here. Monica, you in your own way, I mean, maybe you know about strength, maybe not. It's okay if you don't, because I'll explain. I'll make it really simple. Monica, when you say, what does the universe need you to know right now? Straight up, you can handle it. You're good enough, you're strong enough, you've improved something about yourself. In the near future, or maybe you've already done it, there may be some moments in which you're going to need to summon every bit of strength that you have to make a certain, decision or to move through a certain obstacle. Maybe there's something you're trying to overcome in your life right now. I would even say within the physical body, sometimes strength can point to the kidneys, strength can point to the legs, it can point to the knees, it can point to what we would call the lower extremities, the supporting limbs within the body. And we could also say the systems of support within the body, of which there are many. But when you have strength, Spirit's trying to let you know, Monica, that you can handle something right now. I would also say, from a more distant perspective, you guys, strength talks about upgrades within the journey. And, I'm going to lean really heavily into the silly symbolism that you see on the screen. For those of you, hopefully you can see this. But you'll notice, and this is every tarot deck, you guys, like one of the things I do is we do a lot of tarot classes helping people learn how to read tarot. But one of the universal signs of strength is that you have done good work. You have improved your consciousness. When you really look at the symbolism, it's like both of these characters here, the lion and the female, they had to come to some kind of, change within themselves. A, so the lion doesn't tear her to pieces. And so B, she can even conduct herself around such a savage beast. So it's like at the same time, like when you really lean into it, Spirit's trying to tell you, you have done well in, we could say, refining your consciousness and improving your ability to exist alongside savagery or the animalistic tendencies of the world. And, anyway, I could go on and on about a one card reading. For those of you guys that know tarot, you probably know like one card readings are actually the most fun. But anyway, just really quickly before we go, Monica, I need to encourage you. There's something that, maybe you've been trying to break through and you need to know that you can handle it. And then lastly, I'm going to give you like the back end of it. Okay, ready?
Thank you.
It's really not that bad. You know how like for those of you guys that do like reversals in tarot, which you never need to do if you're actually reading the energy, you know what I mean? But anyway, that's a whole other conversation. But the other side of strength, Monica, just know one last thing. Strength doesn't care if you're good or evil, right or wrong. It's never an arbiter of morality. It's literally just telling you, hey, you're good enough. You can handle it. So it doesn't matter why. But anyway, I'll stop there. So
Thank you.
thank you as well. I pray it finds you well. And okay, we're gonna grab somebody from the chat, okay, you guys? Thank you. That was cool. I don't know why my Zoom never does like the hearts and stuff. I see other people's Zoom meetings and I'm like, how do you guys get those emojis? But then again, I say this as a person who's like, I'm literally on Zoom every day. I should figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna grab a random person. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Paula Van Roy, 3:59 p.m. My time, at least. Sorry. I'm going by I'm going by my time. It could be different where you are. But yeah, we're gonna pull a card for Paula Van Roy. I'd love a reading around blockages. Okay. Actually, really, really quickly, Paula, and you can choose to reply in the chat, or you can just tacitly, like in your own, or I mean, internally, excuse me, in your own way, just give authorization for your energy body to be examined. That's something that you guys are going to notice that most of the ultra cool starseed influencer type, like YouTube, energy harvesters, they don't ever do. But that's one of the most important things when you're working with a person, is to really make sure that you have, it's not really about consent. It's more about like respect for other people's energy. But just as a person that does this professionally, I always recommend just being like, give, authorization for your energy to be examined if you would like that to. Okay, thank you. I see you in the chat there. Okay, and so just like we did with Monica, we're going to take a really slow breath in, Paula. You'll take it in your own time and I'll take mine. But we're just going to treat it like when you're at the doctor and they put a little light in your ear or your eye and they just look around. Okay, so as soon it's like instant engagement of your energy field, which is very, very good sign. I would start out by saying you can work on hormonal balance within the body. You can work with thyroid energy right now. You can work with just maybe even supplementation that's gonna, and this is a very carefully chosen phrase, anything that you can help to lubricate the endocrine system. It feels like there's either too much of something or not enough of something. I'm not sure where you are in the age spectrum, but you still have a lot of opportunity within this for correction of mood, correction of sleep, probably a bunch of other things as well. Maybe even work stuff. Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Was that you? Uh, I heard somebody talking. I thought you were gonna say something. Okay, anyway. Okay, so we had endocrine system. I'm gonna look at your chakras really quick. And so I'm gonna scroll up to your throat. If you're looking for just an area of opportunity in terms of what's a place that I could devote myself to in my own healing journey or just my own awareness to really increase and improve the way the world is receiving me, like the way people look at you, the way people treat you, when you communicate, when you walk in the room, you know what I mean? How do they respond? It's throat energy, which is really common blockage for a lot of us, you guys. But you might even in your own way, Paula, you might actually feel a little bit of tightness in your throat as I'm saying that. You might not. Some people don't. But I would say throat in terms of chakra body. And I don't know if I can access your meridians, but let's see if actually I can. Well, here's one thing we can say. You do have a little bit at what I would call excess bladder energy, which is urgency. It can be fear from, at times it can be trauma fear that will still be in the body. It can be a lot of things, but I would just say bladder energy kind of shows up as well. That might be more of a conversation that you and I would have in a private session, so I'm not gonna like put a bunch of other stuff out there on that. But before we go, I'm gonna pull a card for you really, really quick, okay? Because sometimes you guys, when we look at blockages, it's like, you know what I mean? Like when you're at the doctor, there's sort of like, well, we're, like the HIPAA thing, although that does not exist in the world of psychic work. But you know what I mean? They're like, well, we'll talk about more specifics in a different environment. But I will say this, Paula, and this is to everyone that is here. Your body is going to tell you what's true of what I say, just like with everyone that does intuitive work. And if what I say about a certain area or an element of your life, like if it just like, like if the line is flat and you don't feel it, I'm going to be real. That's literally spirit telling you that it's not true or it doesn't apply to you. Or in some cases, and I know no one likes to say this in the spiritual realm, but sometimes it's bullshit. It happens. You know what I mean? Anyway, Paula, before we go, here's a card. We're going to do real fast one. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Okay, you have a interesting character. You got an Eight of Pentacles. I have a feeling this applies to other people in the room. If you feel that it does when you hear me describe it, that's literally your guide saying, hey, you know that it's also about you. But we do see an individual here that seems to be repeating a process over and over again in their life, which don't get me wrong, it's not a bad thing. One of the best traits about an Eight of Pentacles, if you hold this energy, is that Paula, there's no living person who's really ever going to get to know you or really get close to you and be able to say you're fake. You're not real. You haven't done anything. Nobody can say that to an Eight of Pentacles. Anyone that gets to know it is going to go, wow, you've really been putting in a lot of work, a lot of effort. You've been, in a process of creation, even at times, which is a beautiful thing in and of itself. But then you look deeply into the symbolism and you're like, wait a minute, is it? Because Eight of Pentacles tends to be people that have incredible wealth of knowledge and ability and talent, and they might keep it locked behind closed doors. Or maybe even, Paula, you've been waiting for the world to recognize the amazingness of you. Maybe you've never been acknowledged. Maybe the world has never shown you the value that you hold. You've known, you've suspected it. These are traits, you guys, of the Eight of Pentacles. And the thing is, it's not a bad thing. It's not really a good thing. Well, honestly, it is actually a really good thing because it's incredibly authentic. If you were willing to make a change in your life and expose yourself to the world in a little bit of a different way, which I know is a kind of a loaded term, expose yourself to the world, but literally, like, allow yourself to be known in a way that at first is potentially uncomfortable for you. If you're willing to do that right now, it's going to change the way you feel your value reflected by the outer world. Anyway, I feel like I overloaded you with info, so we're gonna pause there, and whoever the moderator is, Andrew, if that's you, please give me a warning as I get close to the time. So,
You're at time now.
oh, we are? Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. I guess that's it, you guys. Unless we have time for one more, which is okay with me, but I try to be very conscious of everyone's schedule. So that might be it. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I'll ask if she's okay with you allowing, or if she's okay with one more.
That's cool.
Gosia, is it okay if he goes with one more person really quick?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Awesome.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And you guys don't leave, okay? Because we have Gosia Lawrence coming up next. I just always try to be mindful of it. I literally just got done doing an event last week, which I think is why I'm so manic right now, because you've been talking to like hundreds of people, but I always try to be conscious of, like, the flow of everyone's time. But anyway, we're gonna do one last reading. It's going to be one of the hand raising people. I'm going to grab one at random. I'm going to literally put my mouse pointer on you. So please don't be sad if you don't get chosen. I don't know who it's going to be. 3, 2, 1, Deborah. Okay, there we go. Deborah. We're going to do a reading for Deborah. Okay. Cool. Let me know if you have a question. I know we're out of time, but if you have a really short question, shout it out. Otherwise, we're just going to
The
see what
blockage question was good, but a card's fine too, and that's faster. Maybe more.
Okay.
Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a slow breath, just like we've done with everyone else. It's just kind of like you're taking a breath in and then you're kind of blowing all the dust off the table, you know what I mean? Clearing the energy from someone else. So just kind of blow it off the table. And we just honor and respect all those of you alongside Deborah in this now moment in the year 2025 on the earth plane in physical bodies. We're just looking for anything that needs to be seen or acknowledged in the path of healing, in the path of activation, in the path of self-betterment, and understanding who and what she's doing at this stage. Anything that needs to be seen. Okay, here we go. We're going to see it together. Every now and then it's a scary card. Don't worry. If it is, I'll explain. Well, if you really know, you'll know there's not really any scary cards. But here we go. 3, 2, 1. But whoa. Oh, man. This is a beautiful ending moment today. Congratulations, Deborah. You've received the Fool. Honestly, okay, and there's going to be a lot of tarot people in here. Maybe not. And for those that aren't, the Fool, you guys, is probably one of the best characters you're ever going to get in a one card reading. And it's like, I cannot stress that more than, I mean, really, because number one, the Fool has an ability right now to do something, to accomplish something, to go in a direction, to activate something, to repeat something. We could go on and on, within the list. they have they like the whole world is in front of them. You could be starting an entirely new timeline at this stage of your journey, and the fool's going to come in to say, congratulations, you're going on a new journey. And honestly, if you're smart, you can have anything you want. Except the problem is people that have the fool energy tend to not know that they have it, because they might meander this way and that way and try this or do this, or, go down this dead end road, and nothing really bad happens. For those of you guys that know the fool, nothing really bad happens as long as we listen to warnings, as long as we exercise discernment. But people that have this energy might not know they're holding it. And number two, maybe I already said this, but they might not actually know what they want. I'm not applying that to you. I'm just saying, like, when you really look at people that hold this energy, sometimes you're like, well, what do you really want right now at this stage of your life? What do you really want? And they're like, I honestly have no idea. And that's where the problem comes in for the fool. So let's say if you were willing to set what we would call a temporary destination point, even if it's the wrong one, if you're willing to set a somewhat of a short-term goal, if you're willing to hyper obsess yourself on a certain path for the next few months, I think that you're going to notice a cycle of inspiration enter your life. But the fool it literally asks you to choose. Even if you make the wrong choice, it asks you to make a choice. And so the last thing I'll say before we go is, please listen to warnings, listen to the nudge from spirit. I would say more for you specifically, you have a very strong, I would say you have a very sharp mental body, just because I can kind of feel it now that now that I'm looking at your face. You have a very sharp mental body. However, you have a lot of swords energy, which is energy of air, and that's the energy of intellect. And it does feel like there's some deprogramming that you'll do in terms of either your abilities or your confidence levels, or just something that you're on the verge of trying to push through. It's like the mental body is either going to make it or break it for you. So work with your gallbladder if you still have one. Work with the crown chakra, and yeah, I will I will leave it there. Like, you can tell I'm about to go on a rant about that one, but yeah, please have faith in yourself. And that said, thank you for having me, you guys. Sorry to go on so long. And totally, you guys can find me at rememberyourmission.com. And so, thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. That was awesome. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your magic with all of us.
It is an honor. Hopefully we'll see some of you guys in the future, and feel free to call on me at any time, Andrew. It's been good to do this. Thanks.
Thank you again. Okay.
Hi. Am I just starting?
Yeah,
Yes.
there you go. Sorry. You can start now if you want to. And you can go on a little bit later because the other person fell out. So you have the time to go over if you need to.
Oh, all right. Oh, so we can switch it on time. All right. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I was told I can just run with it. So I'm Gosha Lorenz. I've been doing spiritual work, metaphysical work, aligned, energetic work behind the scenes and the veil my whole life. Practically, I grew up with that information in communist Poland that made me strong and tough and able to take it all and survive. So far, so good. I developed a lot of techniques on my own based on what I learned throughout my whole life, and also based on all the sessions and classes I've done all over the world, teaching about spirituality, consciousness, manifesting, and my specialty is entities, energies that might be affecting us adversely in one way or another. And there is absolutely a wealth of those energies that we sometimes wish weren't around us, because they do impact us very negatively sometimes. So I will want to, what's coming through me is to do kind of a meditation maybe I speak a little bit before that, but meditation, transmission, clearing based on the energy of everyone present here. And I also ask to tap into the people that will be here in the future, here and there in the future. So we're talking about thriving and resistance to thriving, resistance to abundance, resistance to having, and why such a thing even occurs. When we look at our energetic makeup, we are divine, sovereign beings of light. Why do we not see our life unfold as such, right? Why do we have all those incredible circumstances and boulders on our paths and difficulties and obstacles and drama over and over again and bodily stuff happening over and over again? Why do we have that? And you probably all, since you're here, studied it for many, many years. There are different aspects of that, and you can't answer it in a very, very simple way. I always look at different layers affecting a person, people I work with. There's physical manifestation of everything that happened energetically throughout all the lifetimes, dimensions, and realities. And the physical is usually the last layer, and the last telling signal of something is just not right in my life, in my field, in my past. What the heck is going on here? I look at family patterns. I look at other lifetimes. I look at what people call karma, accumulated energies. But I also recognize and acknowledge that many very powerful people, beings of light, that came here to literally change this reality and be trailblazers and game changers, are hit with the strongest, most powerful, most gnarly and horrible things and life events. And why? Because they are that powerful. Because something out there, someone out there that doesn't want us to thrive is recognizing that power, is recognizing that potency, that light, and does everything to stop that. I also found in my work, a lot of this sounds a little bit like science fiction. I do a lot of out there stuff. There are attacks from the future. And that's one of those bizarre things that we don't even know how is this possible if we think of time in a linear way, but time is not linear. And we're just experiencing it in a linear way as past, present, future, but everything is happening simultaneously. So imagine you are this powerful being that comes into this planet. It's like, I'm going to change it all. I'm going to do it all. I have all these capacities and talents and abilities, and I'm going to just, change this horrible, things that happen in there. And then you jump in, and from basically the first split second of being here, you're being hit with all kinds of technology, all kinds of manipulations, inversions, beings, things that blend with your energy field, things that hook into you, things that veil over you and layer up over you. And it's almost like we're in a lost position from the get-go. So you're this powerful being that forgot that is really, really powerful and really, really potent and has this volumes of information and libraries, literally libraries of information within you. And then you try having a life, right? Most of us are like just going through life, like through the storms and hurricanes and sand dunes and desert and all of that, rather than just floating and flowing and soaring like a beautiful butterfly or an eagle. So imagine you are on that trajectory to be great because you have this potential that you came here with. And then there's all these things and all these layers that show up before you even recognize this potential. So you kind of have a hard time recognizing this potential because you're being hit with all these things. And then there are other beings, interdimensional beings, beings from the future that want control on this planet and want us to be in darkness and disempowered and weak and just giving up our energy and feed on our energy, that will hit us or send attacks, send interferences, send things that really make our life much more difficult. And I see somebody writing, Corey, I've been suffering years from dark energy technology, implants being behind my ears, work with many healers, never sleep. I almost got in a bad car accident again today. Yes, and there are actually many people like that. And at least in my practice, I have a lot of clients that suffer from those really vicious attacks that can make their life absolutely miserable and make sure they do not thrive. So today I would like to, enough of talking, to move those blocks, move those, oh my gosh, my grandpa and his brother died on 9/11 different years. Ooh, that's crazy, isn't it? All right, so let's just relax for a moment. Take a deep breath in. And I will talk about blocks, resistance, and also all aspects of abundance and thriving and being and stepping into who you are. So whatever will come through, I will just intuitively speak. That's how I work. It just kind of wells up in me and goes out through my mouth. So, and my body does a lot of work. So I'm already spinning, which is weaving energy field for all of us, field of high vibrations, connectivity, source connection, earth connection, clearing, purification. So tap into your body, feel into your body. Make sure you have your roots deep in the earth, crystalline grid of the earth coming through your feet, through your root. There we go. You feel stable, supported, strong, powerful, calm. And now extending your energy upwards through your body, plugging, connecting, reconnecting, or strengthening your connection with the source, with the divine source, universe, God source, however you want to call it, great central sun, connecting with that space, that field of love, of light. I call it the great seed because we all came out of that seed, grew out of that seed. So we all have the nature, the original potential energy of that field of love, of light, and miracles. Instant manifestation, beauty, joy, kindness. Okay, so now we are connected, connecting heaven and earth, and we are those conduits of those energies. So feeling in your heart, in your body, notice what you notice. Notice if there are any tensions, if there's any heaviness, contraction, blockages, anything that feels unnatural and that doesn't belong to you. It is not you. So let's start with clearing, undoing all those layers that you took on from others, all those layers that you got imprinted with, starting with your parents, with your lineage on both sides, and your negative parents that impact your ability to create, to manifest, and to thrive. Anything that you try to work through, heal, undo, transmute, but it wasn't yours to begin with. And you feel like you failed. Anything that you inherited and anything that you grew up with that became your norm, the norm of lack, not having, being less than, judgment, abandonment, sadness, anger, a lot of that, pain and suffering. What pops here is the religious upbringing where suffering was glorified, where suffering was good, made you stronger, made you just like Jesus. And everywhere that was really confusing to you, especially when you were a little child. Oh my gosh. I feel a lot of it in your solar plexuses and hearts, which of course would affect the way you show up in the world, the way you don't feel powerful, even if you are. So all this overlays, inversions, false information, false dogma, judgments, teachings that affected you negatively, that diminished you, that made sure that you never thrive, but just survive, that you never show up in your full light, your full potency, your full glory, that you don't shine, that you don't resonate with the highest frequencies available. All of that undo and switch to highest resonance with light, thriving, radiating your greatness, your beauty, your manifestation capacities, creating balance between sacred feminine, masculine, and creator energies. There we go. Going really fast, guys. That should have happened at the very end. So that is kudos to everyone before me who rhymed you so beautifully, amazingly. But we're going to fine tune everything. So all the energies of lack, not having, coming from other lifetimes, dimensions, and realities, vows of poverty, all the trauma surrounding lives in poverty, also lives where you did own a lot, but maybe were killed for it, destroyed for it, suffered because of it. Oh, it's a lot of it. So all the polarity around wealth, abundance, having, living your life the way you would like to, thriving, manifesting, everything that keeps you stuck in one way or another. Does it give you clear view of your path, your unique path that you're on, your soul's calling, your soul's alignment? Undo all of that. There we go. You're really fast. What an amazing group. Holy cow. Okay, everything imprinted in your hearts. That's pain, suffering, grief, loss, a lot of loss, judgment, any kind of polarity. There's a lot of polarity energy, polarization of your views, like switching from one side to another throughout different lifetimes, like being super poor, imprisoned, enslaved to a king, a queen, having a lot, but still not being really happy. So collapsing into the light, this polarity that you go back and forth in, collapsing it into the light, undoing and creating a clear path for you, your unique expression of your soul, of your being, of your job here on planet Earth. Because we all have some kind of a job. No job is too small or too big for us to do. There we go. So any memories, any trauma from struggle, famine, war, suffering that is still lingering in your field, anywhere in your physical, mental, spiritual, or physical layer. Undo that. Any blocks that still somehow serve you. Why am I saying it? If we have some foundational energy, even if it's not a good energy, like lack, struggle, going up and down all the time, like you have money and then suddenly you have no money. So it's this big ping pong and yo-yo effect with money when there was a monetary abuse, spiritual abuse in your past, or any other kind of abuse, that becomes your foundation, that becomes your norm, that becomes your comfort zone, even if it was totally uncomfortable. Somewhere in your universe that's familiar, that's home, and that's comfort. Even if on a conscious level you're hating it and you're doing everything to change it. So everywhere you made your comfort zone, or your comfort zone was something that it's totally not what you want right now. And all the energy of abuse, trauma, that's a lot. Toxicity when you were growing up. Sadness, not having, not enough. Struggle, struggle, struggle. Always struggle, struggle, struggle. Let's clear it out, undo, transmute, and create a new foundation. New foundation of having, of abundance on every level. Abundance of beauty, love, kindness, peace, joy, compassion, beautiful relationships. Alignment with your higher purpose, trusting the universe, trusting you, first of all. Purifying your field from any and all unfavorable energies, whether there are entities, other disembodied energies, frequencies, artificial frequencies, AI frequencies, false light energies, attacks from any place, space, dimension, reality, lingering contracts, undo all of that. Let's do one more clearing for all the oaths, vows, commitments, fealties, communities, secret binding, bonding contracts, promises, swearings, revenges, loyalties, curses, damnations, condemnations, sentences, hexes, spells. Woo! Having to do with you not being able to create and thrive in this lifetime or in this present moment. Undo all of that, revoke, recant, resent, reclaim, undo, 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 disconnect, 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 disconnect. Every time you repeat something that became your chain, your enslavement, your limitation, anything that it's limiting and limited in its nature, and you don't even catch yourself doing that because it's such a programming, whatever that is. Oh, that's breaking my heart, or I can't take this anymore, or I can't stand it. Oh, we never had that. Oh, we never with that. Everywhere coming back in your life. And you're like in your 50s or 60s or 70s, and you're still talking about what happened to you when you're 5. It's time to move forward, disconnect from those times. Imagine those are like bungee cords connecting you, holding you back, from your back to all these places and spaces, situations and people. You want to go forward, and there's this pull yanking you back. You want to run forward, spread your wings and fly, and there's imagine every time you're remembering those things, and then there's still like that moment of something is happening, something I'm feeling, something is hurting. You know, sit down, look at that, acknowledge it. Look at this feeling, look at this emotion, look at this sensation, feel into it, witness it, bring it up. Because we normally automatically just stuff it somewhere in a corner, push it down, push it down, push it down. We don't want to feel it. We don't want to remember it. Oh, we're thinking about it over and over and over again, but don't do anything about that. Just witness, acknowledge, and let it go. 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 Okay. How are you guys doing? Oh, I didn't really look. All right. All right, there's a lot of stuff going on. Okay. What's coming up for you? Talk to me. I can keep going and going and going. All right.
You want to keep going a little more, you can.
Yeah, okay. All right, all right, all right. Okay, feel into your body. What's coming through is to offer into a field divine original blueprint. Those are blueprints of you when you just separated from source, the first moment of separation from source, when you were still everything that source is. Pure joy, lightness, love, openness, creation, all the wisdom you can imagine, all the capacities you can imagine. So let's step into that original blueprint, this original flow. It's now embracing you. It's golden net. Codes also coming through. Abundance codes. There's a little packages of information that land where they need to land in your field. Activating, opening, purifying, upgrading, shifting, recalibrating your field. Let's return to this original vision, signature, song, sound. Let's allow for everything else to literally dissipate and release in an instant. All the forces that are trying to stop you cannot match the level of your light, your purity, your power. Imagine you are like a sun shining so bright, nothing can really come close to it without getting burned. But you also allow for everything to thrive. So anything dark that comes to you because you are so bright that once a piece of you just gets burned and zapped on contact, anything that is willing and able to receive from you, be activated, inspired, motivated. We're allowing for those ripples to come out. And let's ask for any gates and doors that you closed, doors to receiving, doors to having. Tap into your body and feel into your body. Do you have any barriers and walls that you built around you and they did serve a purpose at certain time because you needed to protect yourself? If you feel that, sense that, maybe you can feel into it. Is it a wall? Is it a door? Is it a dam? Is it something you build and construct it in a very clever and creative way that nothing can take it down? Feel into it. Do you still need it? Is it still required? Opening it, decommissioning it, deconstructing everything that stands in the way of a flow of energy, flow of abundance, flow of greatness. Opening it. Open it. Open, 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 open. Receive the flow. See the energy, the river flowing into you. River of abundance, of light. It never ends. Rivers don't end. They just keep flowing. So any lack is just absence of movement, absence of receiving, absence of you seeing your greatness, alignment with that greatness that surrounds you, that abundance that surrounds you. Go outside, look at the tree. Is there any time the tree is not producing, changing, creating? How many leaves does a tree produce? One leaf falls, another one grows. And if there's time of stillness during the winter, the potential is still there. There's never lack, just absence of leaves, but the potential of leaves is there. So even if you're experiencing that moment of stillness, of perceived not heaviness, look around you. Aren't you surrounded by so much beauty, so much abundance? Can you tap into it? Can you become that? Can you become walking, talking abundance, thrival, soaring? Also, one more thing, tap into your body. Where are you storing the wisdom that you came here with, the potential that you came here with, the libraries of information that you came here with? Where do you store it in your body? Is it in your heart, somewhere else in the field, in your head? Can be a very specific location. You can feel kind of tingling, intensity, maybe some kind of pulsing. Maybe you know where you're storing all these things. Mm. Mm. Energy is moving, it's still flowing. We're in the flow. So some of it might be a little silent or without much explanation. Open your heart, open your field. Trust yourself beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you're here on this planet right now, you have a big job to do. And be. What can you be that you haven't been before? What big shoes are you asked to step into? What quantum leap could you take and make? What is the universe, the source, the spirit asking you to claim, own, acknowledge about you? The I'm not good enough and the self-judgment and he, she did this to me. That's the past. We don't have time for this any longer. No more. We've done enough work about that. Enough already. That's like so 90s or like 2000s. I don't know. 90s kind of really long time ago, right? I guess I'm old. But let's just ditch all of that. It's time to move forward. You always have a choice. You always have a choice. What are you going to choose? Stepping back into the lack, stepping back into I'm not good enough, self-judgment. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. Oh, I'm so guilty. I'm so wrong. Or no, this is a new day, this is a new moment, this is a new me. What am I asked to be and do on this planet right now? What can I do to change the situation right away? What can I become to change all of that? Remember, you're radiating out everything, everything. I choose love. I love that. Yes, let's choose love. Let's make love the new black, the new way of functioning and being on this planet. Radiating love, even if you being attacked by some a-holes out there, because they are not going away, probably, hopefully one day, but we always have someone who potentially could ruin our mood. But let's just choose love, disconnect, rise above. Remember, we are unique, special, brilliant, amazing, amazing beings of light. Our frequency is changing all the time. We can always ask to harmonize to the highest frequency vibration available right now. Clear our field, be always connected to the source, be in our body, be the only ones in the body, and be connected to the earth. Those are 4 things I always check. Am I in my body? Am I the only one in my body? Am I connected to the source? Am I connected to the earth, crystalline grid of the earth? I check this, correct this every day, sometimes a few times a day, especially when I'm exposed to a lot of other energies. Okay. And also recognize that any like movement of your mood, of how you feel, it's usually connected to some external energies. So maybe you are not acknowledging how tuned into the world, into the earth, into the collective you are. And maybe one of your jobs on this planet is to work and clear and sense those things. Like I feel the earthquakes coming on. I feel the volcanoes as like shooting pains through my body. And I know it's just an information. I know when something is changing, shifting in the collective, because I'm going through different emotional states, but I always know it's not me. I always recognize it's not me. I'm just being aware. I'm just sensing it. I'm probably contributing to transmuting it, to working on it, to shifting it for the collective. So start taking everything so personally, because there is so many energies out there that are literally there to affect you. There's also a lot of technology being used against us. There's technology being used against humanity to siphon our energy, to affect our field. We're really, really precious. Our soul energy is so precious, is so brilliant, and is desired by some dark forces, but we are claiming our power back. We're stepping into our power for the first time, I think, on this planet in that way, on such scale. And we have to remember, if you have like a big dip in how you feel, feeling anxious, depressed, stressed, worrying, fear is a big one, just ask, okay, is this me really feeling what's going on in my life, or am I aware of something? Is it the earth? For me, most of the time is the earth. And for the last several years, nothing was really mine. Sometimes something bubbles up to kind of be acknowledged and sent off to the universe, but most things are not mine. And I really don't take things moving through me too seriously. Like energy in motion is what we call emotions, which means our energy is literally, or the energy of different sensations is moving through us. So once you remember it, and it's really important to remember that, your life is going to get so much easier. Also learn some kind of technique, some kind of ways of divination, whether what is your yes, what is your no, what is your way of determining what is yes for you, what is true for you, what is no, what is not true for you. It's very important because people rely too much on external sources, and the externalization of everything is what really causes trouble in our life. You know, I had to learn to be empowered. I was so disempowered when I was younger. I had to consult everything with pendulum, with fortune tellers, with crystals, with everything. And now I just tune in and I tune into the energy. And even if the whole world is telling me something and I feel the opposite. I go with what I feel, what I sense, what I know is my inner voice, my inner guidance. And I haven't been incorrect or wrong in years. Like, I know when something is off, something is off. Like when I was like, I don't know why it's a no, but it's a no. I'm not going to do it. Why? I don't know. It's a no. I always know later why it was a no, but I trust that. Even if I was like, oh, no, it's going to be fine. No, doesn't feel right. So start listening, you guys, to those whispers, because they're always there. And very often, you know, when it comes to the body, there's a whisper, and then there's louder voice. Louder. What is the loud voice of the body? Pain, was screaming in pain, but the body was probably talking to you already, trying to get your attention into somewhere, maybe months before, maybe weeks, maybe even years. So please pay attention. This is our greatest, most powerful sensory organ. It's always telling you things. If you want to do something and you feel like there's a whole wall of resistance in front of you, that's the resistance. You know, you need to stop. You need to pay attention to it. And you can ask question, is it resistance coming from me, or am I aware of something? And I can bet you, usually you're aware of something. And then what are you aware of? Is it something external? Is it one of my patterns? Is it something that I learned about this? Or maybe I'm sensing something. You know, we would probably save a lot of money before going into business deals that didn't feel right, but sounded good. How many of you did that? Sounds good, you know, but like everything in you is screaming, don't do it. But you're like, but it sounds so good. He's so like promising all these things. I'm going to make millions or thousands after investing $20, right? So always listen. You are your wind, you are your sail, you are your boat, basically. And claim, acknowledge that, trust yourself. So learn some kind of way for saying, whether it is, what is it? Forward, backwards, sway test. You know, what is my yes? Forward, what is my no? Whether using pendulum, but learn to detach. Don't influence a pendulum with your thoughts. You can also use other ways of muscle testing. But for me, the most important is to feel into it. Is your heart expanding? Is your energy field opening up when you're feeling about something? Feel into your heart, feel into your gut, or everything is closing down, shutting down. That's your thing. So any last moment questions, comments? I know, Corey, you wrote so much, and this is kind of another level of clearing. If you write to me, or if you write through me, there's a link that Andro posted. I can send you other clearing tracks. I have very specific tracks for alien frequencies, AI frequencies, for negative alien impacts, and so on. I am very, I have very narrow specializations when it comes to that. That was not a platform to address your issues, because this is really out there, really deep, really not that fun to do for anyone, but needs to be addressed. But I have stuff that can help you. Okay. I also have YouTube channel, and I talk about these things. I have clearings there. Just Gosha Lorenz, my name. You can look at, I'm very generous with sharing my tools, my expertise. You can also have one-on-one session, or I did some classes recently. Not a problem. Please talk to me. I also have the link that is being posted, Reset Your Energy, Vibrational Resonance Reset. It's really cool. It's really deep, going through all your systems, doing a lot of clearing. But if you download it, I will gift you another one. I have a very special one just for abundance. And it's clearing so many different layers that step in the way of you manifesting and having this abundance. And it's beautiful, beautiful recording, meditation, clearing, transmission that you will get as well. So once you send it to me, I will have your email, and I will reply with another MP3 in Dropbox. Okay. So thank you so much for being so beautiful. I saw your faces, and I felt you all. I saw a lot of smiles. Thank you so much for your beautiful presence. And If there's anything else you want to tell me, share, now is the time. I know the next speaker is coming, and Andrew, let me know. Thank you, thank you, thank you,
Hi.
guys.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for spending extra time and getting us back on track.
Oh, thank you. I hope it worked. It worked for
Yeah, it
me. It
did.
felt very powerful. It
Yeah.
felt very powerful and potent. And I know many of you, even if you don't maybe feel much in your body, learn to drop into your body and start sensing your body. There's many people walking around just being that, you know? So drop into your body. Your body's really always talking to you, always. Are you listening? So you can always listen to it again, to this transmission. There's more things that I have to offer. So write to me. I send you more stuff. And I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Andrew, for inviting me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Lots of yawning, coughing. It's all releasing. It's all releasing. Good, 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 good. Good job, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Remove pin. Okay, wait, did I remove it? Okay, now I'm going to pin Judith. There you go. Hi, Judith. Are you ready? Did I pin the right one? There's two. There we go. Okay. All righty. So I'll give you the floor, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I expected to be here a little bit earlier.
Mhm.
My day has been wonderfully changed by the universe. Let's say it this way. Then we are having this interview, and as soon as I finish, I have 7 people coming into my house, supposedly for dinner. Then I hope that the dinner will be manifested because I'm here with you, and this is where I want to be. Since I expected to do this at 2, I was totally prepared. And now is a wonderful moment after rushing to the supermarket to share with you what I want to share. And I think that nothing happens really by chance, and we can learn from every opportunity that we have. When we talk about manifesting, I don't think I get it at the beginning. Let me tell you a little bit about my path and how do I arrive here. My major problem was that I didn't love myself. When you don't love yourself, it's really difficult to be happy in life because happiness and self-love are really connected at a deep level. But nobody, I was living in Spain at the time. Now I have been 15 years in the US, but there was no workshop on self-love. Nobody even was using this word. It was more about self-esteem and all of this. Then everything from outside looked great in my life. And I was feeling really miserable. You have the best job, perfect husband, home, financial security, and even though you cannot be happy, and people usually tell me, why do you complain? You have everything. And that was a really important question. Why? I mean, what is happening that things are not going the way I want? And even though it seems that life is facilitated and everything is good, I don't have what I really want. And I started the journey of not even introspection, like inner work. And I started putting tools together. While I was in Spain, I did Reiki and I became an astrologer. And then dreams become important part of my life. And I did a master in psychology and psychotherapy to understand the world of dreams. And I love to study, and I kept doing things. But it wasn't until I really and it was not through therapy, it was more through my own process, that my problem was that I didn't have a good relationship with myself. And I didn't know how to change that. And many of the clients that approach me, they say, yeah, I mean, I know what you are saying is true because I don't feel good in my life. I don't feel good about myself, but I don't know how to change it. And I didn't have a process at that moment. I did it kind of with my intuition, trial and error, you will say. And it worked, but it was slow. Then what changed my life was really the concept of love and true love, soulmates, and dreams and all of this. But when I started in New York, after I became a certified coach and I moved to this country, I started helping people to find true love. And very soon I realized that one of the most important reasons why people couldn't find the right relationship for them is that they didn't love themselves. They say, okay, here we are again. Happened in my life. Now it's happening in my professional life. How can I help them? Then my first workshop, one-day workshop, was how to find your soulmate. But my second one was called Fall in Love with Yourself. And why it needed a whole day that I usually combine like in a weekend retreat. Because loving yourself simplifies your life. It's really the solution to everything you want, including abundance. Abundance in any field. Health. Not material success, but abundance of everything that you desire. Because love, but not the love that we understand as relationships. True love is the highest vibration possible. It's the vibration that opens the door to other realms. When we say that, it sounds very abstract, but I'm going to try to explain it better. I used to travel a lot before the pandemic, and I give a lecture called Loving Yourself is the Solution. And I challenge the people that attend, say, you tell me any problem you have in your life, and I'll resolve it in terms of self-love. Because no matter what is the problem, there is a wrong understanding about how you show up in your life and how you show up for yourself. And it took me a lot just to be there present and listen to people challenges and try to help them. And then I had to help myself. In September 2016, I started not feeling well. And I had previous problems with the thyroid in Spain, hyperthyroidism. Then, knowing that it was my weak point, I went to the primary care doctor who referred me to the endocrinologist. And we did some tests, and I was that day at the office of the endocrinologist, and she said, yeah, I'm seeing the images, and this looked like cancer. And I was like, what? Like, really? I thought I loved myself by then, and I was teaching this stuff. Well, anyway, to make it short, because we only have half an hour, I went to Spain, I got diagnostic, stage 4 cancer, thyroid cancer, papillary carcinoma, nothing really aggressive. But I was trying to figure it out. Why now? Why me? Why this? And what I did, I didn't close the business, but I devote all my time and energy to understand that. And I took this self-love to the level where I could just be there for myself. And this may sound bad for some people that really are battling for their lives, but I'm going to say it as it happened for me. The time that I took between the diagnostic and the surgery was 1.5 years, where I didn't do the surgery that will remove the nodule. I did it on purpose. Disclaimer, I'm not advising anyone to do that. This time was one of the best times of my life. I make so many changes that arrive until today that I believe that for some reason needed to happen in my life to take my life to the next level. But I understood that no matter how intellectually you get this self-love, you have to put it in practice, because love is not a concept. Love is a verb that has to be demonstrated into action. Then my question to myself was, what can you do, Judith, to be there for yourself? And I did many things. I emptied my bank account doing sessions, healing sessions of different modalities. I decided to have much more fun than the fun I was having. I reduced work to the minimum, but I had the best ideas, and my retreats, both retreats that I have in my website, were created at this moment. Then in the worst moment of my life, supposedly, when you are dealing with an illness, I had the best time of my life. And when supposedly everything was great, I had the most miserable time of my life. Then in the moment you align with yourself and with who you are, when you understand that the worst enemy is not out there, but it's within yourself, when you start becoming aware of your thoughts and the feelings that the thoughts create, you can make some changes. And this is what I did. It's very simple, but complicated at the same time, because it requires some changes in the way we think. And I tend to attract very analytical clients, maybe because I am analytical. And we don't realize that we have a very negative self-talk continuously. Hour after hour, after day after day. We don't see who we are in essence. We don't see how unique, special, and great we are. We just see everything that is going wrong. And it's very difficult to manifest when you only see what's not working. You point continuously at your flaws, your weaknesses, and you talk to yourself in a mean way. And I don't see your faces because everyone is almost without camera, except Belinda, and I don't see Candice, Linda, Deborah, thank you, Corey. But if you're honest with yourself and you take note of everything you tell to yourself during a week, just a week, yeah, put it in a piece of paper or in the phone, and you're honest about the relationship that you have with yourself, you will see how unkind and mean and the lack of understanding that you have about yourself. You're supposed to be your best friend, and we become our worst enemy. I mean, at least I did it. I did it very well. And we call this self-improvement. Oh, okay, congratulations. I have to be strict with myself because I want to improve my life. No, sorry, no, doesn't work. Can all of us be more compassionate, more understanding, kinder? Because when you act from a place of love, when see yourself and your life through the eyes of love, things start shifting. And everything you want, more money, more health, more friends, more abundance, more time, becomes available to you. It's like magic. Miracles happen. But how is possible? It's possible because you did it. It's possible because there is a change within you, inner change, that allows the external circumstances to change. And when this happens and you see the external change, you know how to do it now and forever. Because all of us, independently of the age, I believe that for a certain period in our lives, we have been waiting for other people or circumstances to change. Let me ask you a question. Did it work? Put it in the chat. Did it work? It didn't work for me, but I don't know about you. Why it cannot work? Because you and only you are the one that can change your circumstances. But nobody tell us this at home or when we go to school. We have to discover it on ourselves, by ourselves. And what happens when you have not only the idea that this is true, but the awareness and the confirmation? That I can tell you that manifesting becomes easy. I'm going to tell you some examples, but not because I'm special. It's because it's the way it works. You want to meet someone. The other day, someone tell me, I didn't have a housekeeper, she quit, and I needed someone. And someone tell in the building, yeah, there is this woman that she may know someone. And I say, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, this woman goes all over the building. How am I going to find her? I don't have her telephone number. I entered the building. At the door, she was there. Just like waiting for me or something like that. But this is a silly example. But what happens when you say, oh, there is something I cannot really afford right now, but I would like to do that. Like I want to go to the ballet, but really this month, a little bit tight on money, but I would love to go. And you call to the theater and say, do you have discounted tickets? And they say, no, not for this one. Say, okay, God, maybe I will have to pay the full price. Yeah, but I really want to go, but I shouldn't. You know, this kind of. And at the end you say, okay, I'm going to get dressed. I'm going to go. If there is any way that I can pay less for the tickets or not to pay for the tickets, great. And if not, it's going to be the best investment ever because it really makes me feel happy. And you go there and you're in the line to buy the tickets and someone comes and is not trying to sell you a ticket. Just say, I have an extra ticket because my aunt couldn't come. Here you have it. The problem that we don't ask for what we want. If we ask more frequently, we will receive more frequently. When I was even younger and I was living in Spain, I had like a little boat that the motor was not working. It was a Sunday, it was sunny, nobody was there, it was lunchtime. And for a long time after my marriage, we spent all the time and money like fixing the house. But I wanted, like, do you remember the ones of you that are old when VHS existed? And there were these TVs that were like a combo where you had the TV and the VHS together. But I wanted that. And I wanted that for my bedroom. And I went to the shop to look for it. And I saw it, it was all silver. It was very nice. I mean, now it's a monster because now we have these thin TVs and all of this, but it was like very, very nice. I said, this is what I want. I look at the price and I say, okay, I cannot buy it right now, but this is what I want. Then that Sunday that I was walking alone, I'm talking about pesetas, not even the euro. Like when I was living in Spain, it was 60,000 pesetas. And I was walking because I was trying to find a mechanic that can fix the boat. And I found like a bill of 10,000. I said, wow, what's that? I look around, nobody was there. Then I keep walking, and then I found two bills together, 20,000. Then I look up and say, okay, where is the video camera? Because that must be the TV, you know, when you are into these programs where someone is shooting at the same time that you are, that cannot be possible. Like suddenly I have all this money, but nobody was there. Keep walking, 3 more bills. Total, 60,000. The combo TV was 59, 90, whatever thousand. That was a Sunday. Do you know what I did on Monday? Yeah, I went to buy the thing. There was no wallet, nobody was there. I couldn't return the money to anyone. I didn't get like 30 or 70,000. It was exactly the amount of money that was needed for that. Then when you ask the universe for what you want, you have to have clarity in 2 important things. One is you have to be specific. I wanted that TV combo and not another one. I didn't want a TV only, I want a TV with that. And I did my homework. I went to the shop and I looked for it. I knew the model, I knew exactly how it worked, the color I wanted, the price it had. It was not like, send me this little thing. Why is this important? Because the first step of manifestation is desire. You have to know what you want. It doesn't matter if it's your soulmate, the job of your dreams, the health you want, or a TV with a VHS thing. What happens to all of us? That we get stuck in the second and third step. The second step is belief that what you want can be yours. When it's a TV, all of us think, okay, when I will get the payday, whatever, I'll go and buy it. Because it's an object. Then we see that if I have the money, I have the object, then it's not a big deal. Sometimes there are problems when we talk about finding love because we believe that the other person is not available, or finding health because we believe that the cancer is bigger than us. Then it's important to see what are the blocks that I have about what I want and I desire, and I'm asking the universe. Then, for example, my expertise is love. I help people manifest love. I mean, I help people to manifest everything, but I had a lot of experience in love. Then some people get stuck with the idea that because I haven't had a partner for a long time, this partner doesn't exist. Or because all my relationships have been unsuccessful, I'm not going to find love. Or some people have problems with forgiveness. They get stuck in a moment in time where someone cheated on them, or they got divorced, or something big happened. But it's even deeper. I do past life regression and I work with the Akashic records. Some of the agreements that we have are unconscious. We have vows, we have agreements at a soul level. Sometimes people date and date and date and date. But they have agreements with themselves that say, nobody's going to hurt me. My heart has been broken so many times. They close it with double key. They take the key, throw it into the ocean, And then they say, yeah, I want love. I'm pretty open for love. I'm sorry, but no. You consciously say you want love, but unconsciously you have all the walls against it. Then there are many unconscious beliefs that sabotage what we say we want. And it's important to identify those. And it's easier if you do it, I mean, with the help of a professional, but you can do it just by observing yourself and your life. But I think that the tricky thing is the last step. Because you have to start acting in your life as if what you say you want have already happened. Then you want a soulmate, you want the right partner for you, you have to feel you are in a relationship. You want to be healed, you have to declare yourself healed right here, right now, and act as if you are not sick. You want that job, the best job ever, you have to feel if you have really had the job and the offer, and you are living that life. And we don't do that because we don't believe. We prefer to stay in a reality that say, no, this is not for you, than to take a leap of faith and to believe that the universe is powerful enough to give you what you want. And we ask for something in the morning and we cancel the order in the evening. We sabotage the most important things we want again and again and again. And we do it unconsciously, not because we want, but because we have a programming that has been there, not only since the moment you were born, but from also previous lifetimes, ancestral influences, soul contracts. Then my intention today, I cannot do it in half an hour, of course, but is to tell you that whatever is happening in your life, it can be resolved. Because we can clear anything, we can release anything, we can forgive whatever it had happened and start anew. Your life starts in the moment that you take a breath, right here, right now. Now in my Eastern time, it's 5:26 a.m. Then if we take a breath together, this is the beginning. Nothing needs to happen for you to start a new life. It's your choice. And it's really up to us. We have more power than we imagine. We really do. And my specialty is to empower you, to take you by the hand, and to go with you wherever you want to go. I don't care if it's losing 20 pounds or finding the purpose of your life. But I work with people that are committed not to improve their lives, to live to the fullest. Because we are all here to be happy, to receive love and to give love. And again, love is the door to everything else you want, everything. And I'm going to stop right here. If anyone has any question or want to share anything through the chat, I will be happy to answer any question you may have or recommend any resources or anything like that. Thank you, Tara, for the love. I appreciate it. Looking at the chat for a second, bear with me. Thank you. So love, thank you so much. Yeah, and then there is something else. Well, it has been a pleasure being here with you today. Thank you for the opportunity, Andrew. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I hope that you get something out of this kind of monologue. I prefer conversations, but I can do monologues as well.
Thank you for being here and thank you for sharing your magic with us today. It was really wonderful to have you. And I'm glad that everybody got to experience you and learn from you. And yeah, it was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my pleasure. I want to honor everyone's time and to leave the room and the mic to the next speaker. But again, I'm always open for questions. And if anyone have a question, go to my website. There is a contact form there. You can shoot me an email or call me. Of course, I'm in social media and all of this, but I like to talk to people. Then feel free to call if there is anything I can do for you. Not only sessions or workshops. I have many workshops that are available. But I love to share resources. And if there is anything I can do, just let me know.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I put your website, email, and free gift in the link. So if you guys would like to reach out to Judith, please do so. Okay, so now I'm going to pin Shantana. Hi. And I'm going to give you the floor. Everybody, today is Shantana's birthday. So if you want to get off mic and say happy birthday, you can. If you want to sing, you can do that too. But today is her birthday, and I'm so grateful for her to be here because she could be chilling. She could be sipping Mai Tais, bouncing it on a yacht right now. But she's here with us. So thank you so much for being here. I love your nose. You look amazing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. You rock hard. Happy birthday to you.
Love it.
You guys are so making. I don't even have foundation on, so I can't even hide my redness right now. I love you guys.
Love it. All right. Thank you. And I'll give you the floor and let you share your magic. They know you. But for those who don't, this is Shantana Talese. She's awesome. And get ready for magic.
Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you, Andrew. You're amazing. I love you. Okay. So because it's my birthday, I prepared nothing. I have been so busy. So I was thinking about manifestation and I was like, okay, let's do some healing because obviously that's what we do. But I'm just curious because I've prepared nothing, and thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. What are you wanting to manifest that you're kind of failing at? Let's go into that. Let's start there. So let me know in the comments. What are you failing at? Oh my God, you guys are so amazing. Thank you. Thank you. What are you failing at that you want to get clear on, that you want to get healing on? You're like, it's just not happening. Okay, but abundance. Okay, so I want super specifics. When we're manifesting, okay, I gotta share this with you. I seen this thing on Facebook the other day, and it was like, have you guys ever heard of, when it's not about the money. When you do what you love, it's not about the money. Have you guys heard that? I hear it all the time. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. And when you're manifesting love, you can't, you have to let it go and I'm just go let it go to the point. You can't be so controlling and da 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 da. You guys ever heard that? Hear that a lot? Well, I was thinking about it and I was like, every time, and I'm not saying, it's all you care about is money. I'm saying there is an empowerment. And I was talking to my brother about it this morning. When you step into deciding that you're going to have a specific amount of money, say $15,000, and you're like, I'm going to have this. This is now my money. I don't care how it happens. I thank you guys. I don't care how it happens. I just care that I'm manifesting $15,000 or more. I'm manifesting $10,000 or more, $50,000 or more. And I was thinking about it when you make it about not the money, where you're like, well, I really actually want that side of money. Like I really want that amount of money, or I really want that amazing love, but I have to also step my ego back. I can't be like, oh, that's all I want, all I care about. No, I have to show up a specific way, and I gotta push my ego because it's egoic to want that money and to desire that and to choose, fuck that, okay? Fuck it. That is what I decided today. I was like, you know what? Every time I go, oh, it's about the work, and I do love my work. Oh, it's not about the money. I stopped manifesting, and I was listening to this thing that was like, you step into your power when you decide, when you have money, you are going to help even more people. So why is it not about the money? If I'm going to have a much greater reach, thank you, why would I not want it to be about the money? If I'm broke as fuck, and how am I supposed to help you? You know what I mean? If I'm so afraid to step into, no, this is what I want in a relationship. This is what I want for my health. This is what I want my body to look like. This is my new expectation. And you're like, oh, well, I got to be soft about it. I can't over control. It's like we place our control in the wrong space, because if you're like me, you like control. I love control. We all know I'm controlling. I'm a OCD motherfucker. And I think we've all figured that out by now. So when you control how it's supposed to happen, see, exactly, yeah, we know I like control. When we control how it's supposed to happen, that's where we fuck up. That's where it's like, no, you have to let how it happens for you go. But when you can say, actually, I'm not willing to settle for anything less than $15,000 a month, or the most amazing, most healthy relationship ever, or my fabulous bikini body, you know who I'm talking to. So if you are like, okay, I'm not going to settle for anything less than this, and I'm going to have it, there is no doubt in my mind, there is no way that it's not going to happen, and I'm going to do what it takes to work towards it. It's like you're calling your power back, and you make it so that there's actually capacity in your own energy field for you to receive. And one of the things that we talk about in energy, having these nails is like weird, is that I talk about a lot, is your capacity. So you have energetic containers in your energy field, right? You have these energetic containers. You have a minimum standard and you have your maximum standard. Your minimum is what you're currently, right, in this very freaking moment right now, that is what you are putting up with. So if you're broke as shit, you're in a toxic as fuck relationship, and you're just like, I hate this. You don't have the body you want. You don't have the health you want. Whatever it is, you are fighting with, okay, like I see neighbors, you're fighting with neighbors, or you don't, there's all these issues. That's your minimum standard. You are manifesting that right now. And so I want you to like think about that. You are creating where you are at right now. You're that powerful. And I know I've said this before. You are that freaking powerful. So if you are that freaking powerful, what can you create if you decided, you know what, I don't care how it happens, but I'm going to have this. This is now mine. It is now mine right now. This current moment, it is mine. The universe can take care of me. My guides are going to take care of it. And then what do we forget to do all the time? And I think I say it all the time too. We need to allow our guides in. So we need to ask them to come in, step in, help us, tell them our goal. I tell them how I'm feeling straight up. I will lay it all out and be like, this is how I feel. I feel like you're not stepping up enough. I'm annoyed with you, or whatever. I don't even care. It could be amazing, could be negative. I say it all. This is where I'm currently at. This is how I'm currently feeling. Here's what I'm wanting. So can you show me the tools that I need to get out of this rut, for one, and to actually create what it is that I'm desiring? Show me how easy it is. And I feel like right there, when you say, show me how easy it is, you let go of control. So it is really important that you realize your own power when you are manifesting, because right now you're manifesting your minimum standard. So if you're broke, if you don't have that amazing body, if you're in a crappy relationship, if you don't love your home, if you don't love your yard, if you don't love anything, that's your minimum standard. And you're saying, no, this is what I'm settling for. So now you also have, now you have your maximum standard, and in that energy container, how big is it? When you can actually feel into that, how big is this container? And I'm telling you, when I first did this, when I actually first felt into my own energetic containers with money, with love, they were like little teeny tiny treasure chests that were locked. And I was like, how am I supposed to hold anything inside of my energy when this little teeny tiny treasure chest that's like this big is locked? So we opened it, we expanded it, we morphed it, we created more space. I stepped back, I let my guides do the healing, and the healing just kept happening. More people, more healers would come in, things would happen. It was like the capacity grew. And so it's not just your outer capacity, it is your internal capacity within your energy as well. So it's like you have energy in your aura, all this space where you can push it out, open it up, make it so that you have this space to receive. But if you don't have spaces within these energetic containers, you don't have space to actually hold it. You can receive it, but I'm telling you, you'll probably lose it. Or you'll fall off and be like, oh yeah, no, I had it for like a second, but then this came up and this came up and that happened, and you always have an excuse. And it's because you may have the capacity to receive it, but you don't have the capacity to hold it. You may have, so what is your minimum standard? And that's where you can say, okay, my new minimum standard is $15,000 a month. A bikini body, amazing health, an amazing relationship. This is a man that opens my door for me. Like I think I said it before, I want a man that drives me around. I hate driving in the city. And it's not that big of a city that I live in now, but I hate it. And I'm like, I need a man that's going to willingly, lovingly, happily drive me around, because my ass does not want to drive anymore. So that is my new expectation. That is my minimum standard now. That is, I will no longer settle for anything less than that. And so I'm like, when the right man shows, I'm like, yeah, it is already going to be it already is my expectation. So I want you to really think about what your minimum standard is, and what does your container look like? What's the shape? I want you to feel into that. Don't think about it too much, okay? We're gonna do some healing, so don't think about it. What is the shape of your minimum standard container? Remember, you got two, and it can be, you have two for each. Minimum standard in relationship, or minimum standard in money, minimum standard in health, minimum standard in where you live. Like, everything has a minimum and a maximum standard. So feel into that minimum standard, and what is the shape? How small is it? Remember, mine was a little teeny tiny treasure chest. I'm calling everybody's guides. If you're watching the replay, it's like you're here with us right now. So calling your team, don't you worry. Good. Okay. What is your minimum standard container look like? And don't lie to me. I don't want bullshit. We already know that. If you know me, you know me. Don't lie to me. I want you to be truly honest with yourself. Where is it at? Feel it. Be okay with it. Don't be like, oh, it's this huge thing, when it's like this. I want honesty, because if you are honest with yourself, then you are able to actually manifest. It's when you're trying to gaslight yourself and being like, oh yeah, it's so big, when it really it's like this big. I'm honest, mine was like this big. It is what it is. And so how big is it? What is the shape of it? I see you guys like putting things in, but I want to know, what is the shape of your minimum container? How small is it? How big is it? I want you to feel that. Because if you can actually stop and feel, beautiful size, it's a small coin. See, now you understand that you don't have capacity or enough capacity in that minimum container. We need to open that, expand that. Okay. Now I want you to feel into see, beautiful. No, I don't want other things. I want you to feel into the container. That's what I'm asking you. When you can be present with what I want, you will get more of a healing than what it is that you would if you're not like if you're just like, oh yeah, this, and you're throwing things. I want you to really focus. It'll go deeper. Feel into that minimum container. Right. And you can't lie to me and you can't even lie to yourself if you try and tell me it's huge and I'm gonna call you on bullshit, because if your life is not where you want it to be in so many areas and you're like, well, I want money, but I have zero money. Every time I make money, it goes. A bill comes up, something goes wrong with my vehicle, something happens. You cannot tell me that your minimum container is big. I will call your bullshit right now because your life is telling you what it is. You may have a bigger container in one area and not in the other. There you go. Yeah, feel into that. There you go. So now that you have the idea of where your minimum container is, we're gonna morph it, okay? And all your guides are in helping. We're gonna expand it and create more into like a cylinder. I've seen that. I'm like, that's perfect. That's usually what I do. Or a pillar, have it open, but you want it so it's an actual shape so that it can hold energy. Because I've done this process with people and they're like, oh, well, it's just like a pillar of light. No, what is that holding? Nothing. You need a container where you're actually capable of holding this energy of what you want. So feel into that, and I'm going to expand it. Oh, I don't know what that is. I just looked at your thing, Andrew. I have no idea what that one is. Keep you. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Never mind. I know now. I'm good. All is well. Okay, feel into your container, and I want you to visualize it expanding. And as it's expanding, your guides are helping you fill in light. God, universe, everything is bringing in that divine light. Mother Earth is bringing in that divine grounding and support into those energetic containers. Oh, this is really good to scratch my face. Just expand that as I heal. This is your minimum standard, your minimum container. There you go. It has no walls. You can't hold anything. I don't want you to try to expand it. If it's not expanding, that's okay. We're doing the healing. It's a natural thing. As you build more capacity within your energy, it creates more capacity for you. Like it'll automatically open it. Okay, and now I want you to remember you have a container for everything. So what area of your life are you holding that energy for? So now I want you to think about it. You don't have to put it in the comments, but I do want you to think about it. If it's money, that money container is expanding. If it's love, that love container is expanding. That capacity to hold it is expanding. Dia shontoya la la corretti on torrekia siantira. Ay, cante, ay, cante, ay, cante. Allo sereki, ay, orsiate adore. See, and there's a lot of dark, dense energy that I'm actually pulling out. So even if you had somewhat of an expanded container, some of you, there's no capacity within the container because it's full of heavy, dense energy. So we're just going to lovingly drain that out, transmuting it into unconditional love. Ella sentire arrakiantora sienti. Alena sienti arrakiasho. Ayalanandira kiatote aratiatatero torokote. Orakiate, arakotiato, arakatote, arakiasanti. Anderokorati, arase, arase. Handorakiashoti. And I see Andrew's posting the thing. So as I'm doing this, my free gift, you guys, is a bunch of healings that I've done before. So you can go back and watch the replays of them. And I do rotate those out on that page. So sometimes it'll be different things, but you can get access. I think there's like 4 videos on the page. Keep allowing that container to just be with it. If nothing is happening and you're like, well, it's not expanding, it's okay. Just be with it, because when your focus is on it, when you are being with it, you are allowing that energy to expand, because we're releasing the emotional charges that are hooked in any of the contracts, and that is one of the things I'm hearing. So we're actually just going to complete those now. Good. I thank you, darling. Handaro sienti arioro katiandoro oratiatatara sienti ashukantiente asialele kotiente atikondiashum akandera siente aleranti requieto. I'm just gonna keep transmuting that. Safe now to let it go. Good. Ayakate, ayakate, ayakandero sientiero artitite. Okay, good. I love it. Okay. Alleluia, corre, errele lo directe, I son dire schitiento. Ay, asiento, aracanto, alelantire. Racotia, racotia, racoti. Alleluia, da cate. Yes, it is light language. Okay, we're just going to download some codes into this so that we can stabilize your new expanded container. So I want to feel into it again. Is it expanding? Do you feel that shift in the energy within your container? Like it's actually a possibility. And the other thing that I have actually have lately, I've been continuously reminding myself about is when you are manifesting something, when you are manifesting something, you are it is normal, it's like human nature to put it on a pedestal. It's like we do it, oh well, it's just so far out of reach. Oh, look how amazing it is. And it's funny, is I've done this with healers, mentors, my business, money. I've done it with relationships. But what you do when you do that is you put it outside of your reach, because now it's no longer it's no longer like in your field. It's no longer in that same capacity where it's like, oh, this is actually attainable. So now it's outside of you, it's further away from you. So it's like you're never actually going to get it. So when you're like, you know what, actually, this is attainable, it is easy, it is fun, that's the biggest one, and it's mine. Good. Okay. So now I want you to feel into your maximum container. A few minutes left. Feel into that maximum container. Now, is your minimum container bigger than your maximum container? No. I'm working so my kids try to sneak shit. Tell me that. Is your maximum container now smaller than your minimum container? Feel it. Okay, so what are you wanting? What is the goal? that you are wanting now in your maximum container. That's what I want you to think about. And I'm going to work on healing and expanding your maximum container. And if it doesn't have walls, we're giving it walls. And feeling into that maximum container. There's some fear around it, so we're just going to heal that. Andorera kadira setetera wandera kash. Arakadero siantete arakandera oshentetira. Alerantiro korati tora arekotera siantia oshu. Ayakiate. Alelo, 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 kiate. Andia kate. Oh, there's a lot moving in this one. It's like, oh wait, I can actually have more than what I currently have. Really? Like there's some like blocks, but there's some like excitement. And because I only have a few minutes left while I'm doing this, because we don't want to stop, I do have a offer for you guys. So one of the things you can do is you can grab my summit offer again. You can get a session with me for $147 if you did not get a chance to book one before and you want to. You are more than welcome to book. Here is the link. I am closing this though after today because it is my summit offer. So I am closing it after Andrew's event. Okay. I did open my calendar up into August, so you're more than welcome. The other thing is, if you want to work with me, you can do that. The other thing, and this is a one-time, this is a rate only today. Okay. I'm not, because it is my birthday. It is my birthday. So I'm only doing it today. Okay. This will not be available tomorrow. I have a discount going on right now. A lot of you know that with my masterclass, it's $1,000 off. And I know a lot of you are wanting it. So today only, okay? You can't email me tomorrow and be like, oh, can I still get that offer? Because I'll be like, sorry, no, it is done. Because it's my birthday today, you can get it for $1,500 off. Okay? So if you, and you have to sign up today. There is no, you want to book a call and think you're locking that in. You have to sign up today, okay? It is only a today thing. And then the original deal back to $1,000 off goes back. So, and I'm not going low like this again. It's only because it's my birthday today. And I was like, what do I want to do for my birthday? That's what I'm doing. So $1,500 off my masterclass if you sign up today. It's not available tomorrow and it's not going to be available again. So if you've been eyeing that, now is your time to grab it. All right. I'm getting a lot like in the chest with that with your maximum container. There's like a lot of anxiety around expanding it. It's like a lot of fear. I think my kid got cake. Now I want cake. Oh, thank you, you guys. So the actual price of my program is $4,997. Right now, what is it down to? I looked at the plan. We just took it down. There are payment plans available. So you lock in any of those payment plans. Let me look. We have 2 minutes. Let me finish this. So right now it's down to $3,497 instead of $4,997. It is $1,500 off. And there's 3 plans. You can pay in full. You can pay every 3 months, which is $1,165 every 3 months, or you can pay $389 every month. This is the lowest I will go, and it is only today. So at midnight, it is going. And then it just goes back to the $1,000 off, which is $39.97. I have a minute. Okay, we're going to transmute this as much as we can quickly. Okay, and I'm gonna, because we're out of time, I am going to ask your guides if there's anything else that's kind of holding you back. Small lessons, thank you. We're just gonna have them clear it, transmute it, but and I want you to breathe into it. Breathe, focus on that maximum container, and I want you to breathe into it, expanding. When you breathe, you're filling things. I mean, like deep breath. You're filling it with life force energy, and I'm out of time. I'm just going to ground you out and send back your energy and call back my own. If you want to tap your thymus, you can call back your own energy. Sending all your energy back to you, full of love, blessed and transmuted. And if you'd like to keep working with me, you can grab that session with me. All right, I'll shut up now. It's yours.
Thank you so much, Shantana. That was awesome. It was so wonderful to have you. And happy birthday.
I'm gonna go eat some more cake.
It was wonderful. Your sessions are always amazing. And I'm glad that we got to not only have you here, but share in your birthday and experience your magic.
Thank you. I'm officially 30.
How does it feel?
On that shit for a year.
How do you feel? Do you feel changed?
I do. I do. I'm actually excited. Like, I'm like, oh, my 20s are gone. Thank fucking God, never going back. You could not pay me to go back. Thank you guys. I love you. Oh, thank you for celebrating my birthday with me. Bye. If you have any questions, I'll stay on for a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you again, Shantana. You're awesome, awesome, awesome. Now I'm going to pin Christy because it's her turn. Hi, Christy.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So happy to be here with all of you.
Hi. Okay, I'm going to give you the floor. And thank you so much for being here. And we're excited to get to know you and share your magic.
Awesome. So, I was thinking about, okay, what of all the different energy mastery healing techniques, would I bring in today? And first of all, I'm not going to offer anything. I just want to offer a free gift for all of you. So I just want to give to all of you. And one of my greatest gifts that I can bring to all of you is the Council of Light. So I am going to, I'm pretty good as a healer, but when I bring in the council, which they're always with me, but when I bring in them for a full channeling experience, they're going to be able to, not only those of you that are here live, but those that will be listening later, they're going to be able to really give you what you need to give you a deeper healing today. So I'm just going to take a minute to go get them, and I'll be right back, but they will be me, not me. So. We are here. Hello, delights. Oh boy, do we love a group who is willing, who is open, and who is ready. We are the Quantum Council of Light. We are messengers that come through this vessel that is Christy Whitman. She herself is a 2-time New York Times bestselling author. She's been a coach, a healer, for over 25 years, but always a seeker. And she's been a seeker of light, of healing, of expansion consciously for the past, well, over 30 years. And we have had the pleasure of utilizing her vessel to help her write books, to help those of you move from one vibration to another. You see, healing in the general sense is moving from one vibration to another. So that's what all of you are experiencing as you are healing. You're shifting off. Now, it could be physically, it could be mentally, it could be emotionally, or even from an energy perspective, because all of you have 4 bodies. So our gift to all of you today is let's do a nice energy healing that activates all 4 of your bodies. So we would like to invite each of you to turn inward, to close your eyes, because we are here to help you shift your energy, but it is always you that allows the new energy. We could transmit all new energy to you all day, every day, but if you are not willing to receive it, if you are not believing it, if you are blocking it, then it is you that heals yourself. You are the powerful creator of you. And we, like any of the other healers here today, or anyone that you encounter, it is you allowing yourself to come into the fullness of who you really are. And we are delighted to assist in this process. So first thing that we would like all of you to do is to not be dependent on any other healer coach, but to understand that you have the power within you and the power with you at all times, because what is breathing you and beating your heart and growing your nails and growing your hair and making your lungs breathe is life, is energy, is your soul force, is that divination, which is always with you. So if you're at the grocery store, you're at work, you don't have to, oh, dang it, I left my soul at home. Your soul is with you as you drive in the car, as you stand in line at the grocery store, as you're at a rock concert, as you are here today. Each of you, we are calling forth within each of you that soul partnership, that divination partnership, that divine within each of you, which is your energy body, which is the life force within you, which is the healer. So imagine, if you will, as we transmit this with you and for you, that there is an enormous bubble of light all around you. You are the center point within this ginormous bubble of light. Imagine 5 feet above you, 5 feet below you, 5 feet in front of you, 5 feet behind you, and all the way around you. You are like the center of the sphere in Las Vegas. You are the center point. Let yourself tune into this soul presence. And the first thing that we would have all of you do is let's go into the mental body. First of all of you have at the back of your head and neck, right where the head meets the neck, there is a release valve there, a very important one. As you open it, as you turn it on, just by thinking about it, imagining that it's opening, good, very good. As you are imagining like you're turning a bath knob or a faucet, turning that on, let any energy, we feel some pressure and head pressure, sinus from some of you. So as you, we've helped heal migraines in this way, lots of mental chatter and a spiraling obsessiveness. So this is your mental body. As you open up the back of your head and neck and you allow your soul light to embody through you and to pour through the top of your head, let the energy that is unwanted or not serving you release out the back of the head and neck. And this even includes the back of the head that is part of your coping, your animalistic nature, to be in fight mode or resistance, or to be in freeze mode where you feel stuck, or to be in flight mode where you feel you got to go faster, bigger, doer. And all of that is part of your animalistic nature, but it starts with coping, and you as humans get stuck there. So as we're releasing this out of your mental body, we're also going to activate through each of you. When we work on one, we work on all. We're going to activate through your top of your head, your seventh chakra, and just inviting your soul to move in and through your mental body. And just creating that beautiful co-creation, a command, an ask, however you want to, a suggestion, an intention, that anything less than compassion energy release out the back of your head. Good. Let that just release out, and letting yourself then fill up with your soul's light, which can feel like soothing, which can feel like compassion, which can feel like relief. Let that energy just move down through the top of your head. Good. And then through your third eye, which is your faith portal, we want you to cleanse the lens of your faith portal, because you are the focusers. Where you focus, that is where your faith goes. And if you're focusing on what you do not want, your faith is now on what you don't want. But if you want to see more and experience more of what you do want, you want to focus on what you do want. So by bringing this energy in, good, and letting the other energy release out, notice how you're starting to feel a little bit slower in thought, a little bit calmer. Good. There we go. Letting your soul and body, your mind, your mental body. Fantastic. Feel the release happening out the back of the head and neck, as the activations in the front part, the spiritual part, as we are getting activated. So as we're sending and transmitting this energy through your faith portal, through your third eye, it's also going into, in the middle of your head, your pineal gland. And your pineal gland, that sits right at the same perpendicular and horizontal line inside of your head, is like your spiritual eyeball. It's an attunement up to your higher mind, up to your higher perspective and higher selves. Really good. Feel the pulsation, feel the releasing out of the mental body. Fantastic. Now, in your mental body, this is where you think of words that you speak or speak to yourself. This is where you think thoughts. This is where you have beliefs and mental pictures. There's a lot going on in the mental body of all of you humans. That's part of your consciousness. So as you are bringing in higher light, imagining that all of those images and pictures and beliefs that have been limiting you, you're surrounding those pictures, those images, even those thoughts, you're surrounding them in light and letting them dissolve. Good, letting them clear out of your mental body. Fantastic. We're going to do one more thing before we move into the emotional body. I'm going to stay here for a minute as this releases out. Energy is transmitting in. Energy is releasing out. Good. All right, letting your soul start to pour more of itself, more awareness and light into your mental body. We're going to work inside of your brains, just under your brain, and activate the pleasure centers. This is a really big deal. You're suddenly going to feel, ooh, I feel pleasure. I feel good. Because when you are children, it's natural to seek to feel good. As you learn as a human being, it becomes more about pushing against the pain, avoidance of pain than seeking of pleasure. So you can't have one without the other. It's like a teeter-totter. Remember on the playgrounds when you all were little, when one is up, the other one is down? We want to activate the pleasure center so that the resistance to, and which is helping at the back of the head and neck, the resistance to what you're pushing against, the change of focus becomes on seeking pleasure and the allowance good. You don't have to do a thing. Let us just activate this for you. You can continue to imagine your soul's presence all around you. If you have a thought that pops up, or a picture or a belief that is limiting or does not feel good, just imagine you're surrounding it in light and letting it, you're letting it go, like you're putting it into a helium balloon and then letting it go and letting your soul fill you back up. Good. Now start to notice, feel the bubbles, like little champagne bubbles of pleasure starting to come online. Fantastic. Now let this energy from the mental body pour all the way down. Imagine that your soul is literally filling up your entire spinal column, like your entire spine is a hollow rod of light. Filling up every vertebrae, all the spaces in the vertebrae, all the nerves, everything around and in and through, being filled up with that beautiful healing light. And at the base of your spine, right at your coccyx, your first chakra, just imagine that once again, you're opening it up for the release of, for the release of energy and anything you've been holding on to within your nerves, within your spinal cord, letting all that release. Filling. Remember, whatever you release, you want to fill back up. Because if you release something, your body will naturally go back and, as they say, right, the universe fills a void in a vacuum. Well, unless you're deliberately choosing a new frequency and vibration, unless you're bringing in a higher source, you're going to fill up with the same worries, fears, doubts, the same energy you've been vibrating at. So it's important to release, but it's equally important to bring in, to activate, call forth, give permission, invite in a new vibration. Very good. All right, now we're going to go down into your second body, which is your emotional body. Your emotional body, it affects, like your mental body, it affects your entire body, but it's contained inside of your belly, your lower belly, below your belly button. That whole entire, like if a woman was pregnant, where she would hold the baby, this whole entire area is your emotional body. Now, what we'd like you all to do is, with your eyes closed, focus downward. Now, out of the mind, out of the spine, focus your attention downward into your belly. And much like you would try to find a pulse or listen to your heartbeat, you could put your hands on your belly. It helps you focus there. And you might even constrict the muscles in your belly, because what is going to happen is you're going to start to feel a pulsation. Now, if you've been cut off from your emotional body, it may take a few times to get this, but just the intention to do so, and with the presence of your soul, allow your focus with your soul's presence to go down into your belly, and any emotion that you've got hanging out in there, in your emotional tank, go ahead and just sense the pulsation. If you can't feel it, just by commanding or asking, intending that your soul fill up and transmute the lower level energies, it is done. It is so. Some of you, very sensitive to energy, can feel the energy. The good news is, takes about 90 seconds or so to pulsate out an old stuck emotion. Now, if you've been feeling that same emotion day in and day out for decades, it may not be a one and done kind of thing. You may need to let the wave come up, and it might get bigger and wilder and hairier, but then it will start to crest and it will calm down like a wave. You might think of yourself as a surfer in the ocean waiting for a wave. And when you find that wave, you find that pulsation, jump on top of that surfboard and just let yourself ride that wave all the way to the shore. Feeling the pulsation. It's just energy. And you want to keep your focus down into the emotional body. You don't have to try to name the emotion. You don't have to try to figure out where it came from. We're just working with the energetic pulsation, letting this just pulsate out. And once again, as you are releasing, you are bringing in. So whatever is releasing, good. You want to now allow your soul, your source energy, the fullness of your energy body to pour into your belly, to go fully into your belly and to fill up inside of your belly. Just take a deep breath in and release your breath all the way from your belly. Now let's go ahead and take a deep breath in all the way into your heart center. Imagine you are breathing in light into your heart center and breathing out either through your belly, through your spine, through the back of your head, breathing out any energy that you don't want. And then take one more breath, universal God breath, divine breath, breathing all of that into the top of your head, down into your heart, all the way into your belly. And breathing out. Good. Well, your mental body, your emotional body are starting to blend and expand. If you feel a little nauseous, go ahead and imagine that the energy is opening up through the back of the head and neck. That just means that energy is moving. If you're feeling pressure, don't constrict from it. Move into the pressure, because then when you feel it, it releases. That's energy mastery, folks. So, because we worked with your full energy, brought in your soul body, we helped in releasing some of the mental body by bringing in your soul and blending there, and now also into your emotional body. Let's do the physical body. So imagining that every single cell in your body are like tiny little cups. You know those little Dixie cups that they have? Just imagine that every single cell in your body, from the top of your head to your brain, to your spine, to your heart, to your lungs, to your gallbladder, to your appendix, kidneys, digestion, every system you have has cells, trillions and trillions of these cells. Now imagine from the physical perspective, and by the way, as you think about, as you see energy, as you're commanding your body to do something, you're the god of your body. You're the commander of your body. You're not a victim to your body. When you tell the very cells in your body to dump out, we're going to take those little Dixie cups and imagine all of them are pouring downward. All of the energy is going downward, and you're dumping out from those cells any energy that you've either picked up from others, that you have generated within your own mind and emotions. Anything that does not feel good, you're just dumping it all out. If you had a container, and your body is your energetic container, if you had a container and you wanted to fill it with something else, you first would dump it out. Then imagine that the cells are turning right back up to the light. And now please call in your soul and imagine that your soul is filling up every single cell in your body, all of the cells cascading, receiving in the light of your soul. Every part from the tip of your fingers to the tip of your nose to all of your organs, your digestive system, your circulatory system, your blood, entire bloodline and system. Breathing in and out as you receive, allowing yourself deeply to receive this soul healing all the way through your hips, down your back, through your legs, down both of your knees, the front, sides, and back, down your legs, through your toes, through your feet, and letting yourself just sit right here in this moment, blended with your soul. Notice what you're noticing, noticing the lightness within you, noticing the shifts, notice the expansiveness. Beautiful. Good. All right, taking a deep breath in, your own breath, breathing in and breathing out. Now imagine taking a soul breath all the way once again into your heart center and letting anything go. And one more breath, you bring in universal light and love all the way into your whole entire being, and breathing out, letting yourself start to come back very easily. Some of you are still processing, many of you. Know that the energy in your brain, in your mental body, in your emotions, as you invite this in and do this, you will continue to come back in alignment in all four of your bodies, your mental body, your emotional body, your physical body, and your energy body. All of them being in alignment, all of them receiving by your invitation, your free will, your choice, receiving in, because all of you are energy receivers. You're either receiving from the third dimensional plane, from someone you don't want to be receiving something from, maybe even your own mind sometimes, but you still are an energy receiver. So you always have your higher source to call in, to ask at any given moment in time. The soul meets you at compassion and all of the other wonderful higher frequencies. So as you call in your soul into all four of your bodies, and you allow yourself to focus there, and you lean into that light, you will start shifting not only what you think about, what you feel, but your physical body will begin to be back in its original nature of well-being and wholeness and oneness. And your outer reality will start reflecting abundance and success and love and support. All right, dear ones, we are surrounding each of you in light, and we are reminding all of you that you are infinitely loved. Be well. Allow yourselves to receive a nice downpouring of light. Just breathing in that new energy, filling your container with this light, wiggling your fingers and your toes as you come back into the room very easily and gently. And give yourself a nice big hug, acknowledging yourself for being here, acknowledging yourself for your willingness to shift, telling yourself something kind, nice, because it always starts with you, between you and you. You tell yourself you're doing okay, I love you, you're good, you're great, whatever it is. Come back into the room. And I know I have just 2 more minutes, but I just want to say, as I said before, not only do I want to bring a gift, for years and years as a transformational leader, and a person that teaches and coaches on universal laws, I've had people say, okay, where do I start? And so I created a free 30-day program. It's a video program. It's 2 to 4 minutes in length each day, but you get a video that tells you what not to say, why, and what to say instead. Because our words, what we say, either in the silent privateness of our own minds or that we speak out loud, that starts the whole creation. So in the Bible, in the beginning, there was the Word. And because we are the creators of our own life experience, if we're speaking against ourselves or what we speak doesn't feel good, it's because it's coming from lack. And we have the ability to shift. So you just need to go to watchyourwords.com, watchyourwords.com, put your name, email in there, and you get access to the 30 days of the videos. Each day is a different word or phrase. And when you start shifting your language and you start shifting your words, you're going to feel different. And you're going to start creating something different. Because when you shift your words, you shift what you create. So, thank you all so much. I'm so glad I was included. I appreciate you, Andrew, for having me.
Yeah,
You're
so
awesome.
welcome. Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
I feel so like cleared and renewed and refreshed. So thank you so much.
Yay, I'm so glad. You're welcome. Take care. Take care, everybody. Hope to see you later.
Alrighty. Okay, so our next speaker, I don't know if they're here yet. Let me check. Remove the pin. Okay. Hola. How are you guys all doing, by the way? We've been here for a while, so if you want to get some water, take a little break and oh, she's here. Okay. Do that really quickly. You can, but Elizabeth is here. So I'm going to pin her. Elizabeth. Righty. I'm going to pin you. Add pin. And I'm going to remove myself so you
Hi,
can have...
Andrew.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm here in beautiful Ecuador.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, okay. You're here. So I'll let you take the stage.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you.
And everybody come back. Okay. Here you go.
Thanks, Andrew. It's a great heart. Good. I am super happy to be with you. I'm Elizabeth Wyson, and I'm here in southern Ecuador where I live. And so you can see a little bit of the vibes behind you and some Ecuadorian butterflies here. But just wanted to connect here today. I'm very glad for all these different processes. And I'm here to help you wrap them all up with a beautiful golden thread. So you've got lots of different wonderful skills and tools under your belt now. But how do you know fully that you've embodied these things? How do you know for yourself as a creator being that you're really in the divine order? And how do you know how to use these tools and when? So I think that's a really nice way to wrap things up today. And so first, how do you know you've integrated something? Well, it takes a while to integrate something. It actually can take up to 6 months to completely change a way of being. But the good news is that the neurons, they happen immediately, right? So it's a journey, it's a process. And then once you've integrated something, imagine how in those 6 months, you're integrating other things too. So there's lots of layers and layers to integration in the physical form and in your different dimensional bodies. And so the first sign, though, is that you've emotionally accepted these changes. And that means something really interesting, because that means that you have to recognize that emotionally we're trained to not expect these changes to work. We're trained to want immediate feedback, right? The dopamine land of the matrix. And we are also trained to be really frustrated and doubt ourselves and doubt our soul and doubt God. So how do you fix that? Well, first and foremost, whenever a thought comes up that says, well, that felt really nice, but I don't really know if it's giving me any real change, you need to bow to your brain, because your brain is a beautiful petri dish of what I call natural ego. There's natural ego, and natural ego keeps you alive. Natural ego keeps you from getting hit by a bus when you cross the street, right? And we get these little programs. Remember how in like the 80s and 90s, maybe even earlier than that, they would have those little crystal growing kits, and you'd put a tablet in the kit, and then it would grow this structure, right? You didn't really have to do that much. You had some like vinegar and water or something, and there'd be a chemical reaction that would grow these little tablets in this medium. Well, the medium is your natural ego, and the programs, they come from the matrix, and they create these structures in your brain that we call the ego, but we ought to call it more like the matrix ego. And so that distorts everything. And the only way to stop yourself from being oppressed by the matrix ego and getting to the bottom of these programs is to objectify your thoughts. So you have to really look past your thoughts and say, all right, these thoughts, most of them aren't really from my soul. We'll get into that in a second. These aren't really from my soul, because they're continuing to try to make me survive in the matrix, and that's not where I live anymore. I live in the divine order. I've always lived in the divine order. The matrix is an illusion. I'm walking out. It's a big mindset shift to say I'm not buying the classical way of these things I've learned. I'm gonna go work with divine order. And you're gonna stop tying your desire to manifest and your fear that you won't to your process. So to simplify that, your desires and fears are the matrix ego, and they distort everything. They keep you from truly integrating at a cellular level all the cool stuff you've learned. So in order to recognize that, again, you have to be very objective about your brain. And objectivity is very beautiful for the self, because it doesn't dismiss your feelings, and it doesn't dismiss your lived experience, but instead it gives you a sense of the real you, which is your I am presence. It's the first dimension of consciousness. It is your soul. And the soul is much bigger than your body. People say that the body contains the soul, and it's the other way around. Your soul contains the body, because your soul is very immense and it has access to the whole universe, right? And that's the creator being self. It's the immortal self. You are not your body. I am not Elizabeth. That's the name of my body, right? So once you realize, okay, I'm being blocked by fear and desire, and when they pop up, like, oh, what if I don't really remember these things that I've been learning? What if my body doesn't respond? What if my trauma gets in the way? What if God is a jerk? What if my soul is a jerk? I've heard all these sorts of things being a counselor for so long. And the truth is that those aren't real. Those are a distortion that got grown in the petri dish of who you really are. So you got to dismantle them. And one of the fastest ways to do that is gratitude. And so right now, I want you to notice all the doubts that might have come up today, and all the different feelings you've had with these processes, and not really, there might be parts of you that aren't sure that you really integrated them or not. And I want you to bow to that part of your brain and say, thank you so much for trying to help me. Thank you for trying to help me survive, but I'm the soul in charge, and I have a different plan. We don't need to live in the matrix anymore. We don't need to manifest by fear and desire anymore. And there's a different way, and my way, the way I intend as the soul, is the divine order, where you don't have to do the work of manifesting so much as you have to surrender to the order, which is a beautiful, already naturally occurring and synchronized method of being that allows all things to exist in a specific way. So that specific way is that all the suffering you've been through, you were actually supposed to go through it. It's a revaluing of suffering when you recognize how the divine order really works. And this is another way for you to know if you've truly integrated, if you've truly internalized all of your tools and all these different processes, is that you feel more synced up to an order beyond you that actually is a state of unconditional love. But what it does is it actually allows you to recognize that suffering is really valuable and it's consciousness under pressure, and that there's an infinite loop of life that we go through to actually recognize our consciousness goes through pressure and then it goes through breakthroughs. And all matter, all material, all reality, all energy, all consciousness in this universe goes through that cycle endlessly. So that makes sense that the matrix then would have to exist, because the human species, Homo sapiens, we have had to go through 66 12,000 year cycles that put us under huge amounts of pressure. And then we've been through an immense amount of attention and oppression at a galactic scale. And that's actually how evolution works. It's these punctuated moments of breakthrough. And we're on the verge of that, which is why it feels really, really hard to remember who you are and why there's so many people on Earth. There's literally more human beings here on Earth than all of the 66 12,000 year cycles we've been through combined. And that tells you we're on the verge of something, because we actually are. We're at the end of a astrophysics galactical cycle. And that cycle is an 800,000 year cycle. So I'm an anthropologist, and I like to talk about how astrophysics affects human evolution, and we call that galactic anthropology, but it's literally a science, right? And then we have quantum anthropology, which is how does the human consciousness affect the quantum field, and how does the quantum field affect human consciousness and evolution and culture building, right? So these are actually real branches of science, and that's the broad spectrum I'm introducing you to now, but also giving you a chance to make it practical. So gratitude shuts down the matrix thinking, the programs in your head. Think of it this way. We'll take an adage of, don't say anything unless you have something nice to say. And you're going to tell that to your brain now. And you're going to bow to your brain. And every time you have a doubt or question about reality, I want you to bow to your brain and say, thank you very much. Because gratitude is the only way to make your brain stop its matrix thinking. It wants to help you. And so the egoic structure, however, it's been purposefully planted there in little seeds, and you're going to weed the garden with your gratitude, and you're going to plant new seeds by saying, I am the soul in charge. And here is a different plan. My plan is to function in the divine order and only that. Now, how do you then function that way? First, you have to embrace the I am. One of the ways you're going to make sure that all the things you've learned today that are so valuable to you from really wonderful teachers, and anytime that you're learning, if you're here, you're probably consistently trying to seek out more truth. And if that's the case, then you're going to want to discern. Ego can't help you discern. It's only the full body experience that can help you discern. And the most powerful and best way to discern is to first and foremost understand who you really are. So you're shifting your identity. You are no longer the body. You are no longer oriented in the 3D. You're not heading towards the 5D to go live there either. The human is more complicated than that. You have access to 12 dimensions all at once. You don't have to move anywhere. You already live there. You already live in all of the dimensions of consciousness. The human being is designed that way. And the human body is a technology for that. So we have access to 12 dimensions of consciousness. We don't need to try to get to 5D. It's already there. You have an open floor plan condo that is your body. So really important for you to recognize the first dimension, the entry point from the soul. It's probably, in my opinion, all of the other dimensions do not matter, and you won't understand them truly unless you're willing to start with the first. Don't worry about fifth dimension or anything like that. The first one, you can't enjoy your condo unless you're aware of the first dimension, which is I am. I exist. Therefore, I am loved. There is no reason for you to have to earn love. You don't have to earn your divine rights. And so once you recognize the I am presence, which is maintained far beyond your body, then you start to recognize you have some rights. You have divine rights in this natural and beautiful divine order. And these are your rights. You have immense amount of rights, but some of them are, you have the divine right to have a clear and focused mind that is healthy. You have the divine right to have the exact right relationships that you need for your growth and your happiness. You have the divine right for the exact right, perfect home. You have the divine right for the exact right pay, for the exact right kind of work that fulfills your divine purpose. And you have the divine right to have more than enough to share, more than enough to give to charity, more than enough to be able to take really good care of yourself. And you have the divine right to be able to grasp the idea that divinity is here to do the work for you, and that your job is to be totally embodied of the spirit, so that the spirit, which is your soul, can actually attain what we call novel experience. And all of us are attaining novel experience all the time. You're already in the natural order. Everything exists because of it, even the matrix. So all you have to do is recognize, well, where does this, castle of Mordor that is the matrix exist? It already exists in the divine order, which is why the divine order doesn't put up with it anymore, and it's crumbling to little pieces in front of you, right? So once you grasp that, then you're really on a roll. And the second thing you can do is, how do you know exactly where you're at in your journey of integrating and processing and becoming more connected to the soul? It's what I call synchrony. You're synchronized up with divinity. Well, there's some phenomena that happen in your body for you to actually experience these things. And one of them is that you start to see patterns. So many of you see number patterns. So many of you see word patterns. You sometimes, like, for example, I'll hear a phrase in a dream, and then later that day, I'll hear that phrase in different places, totally separately, that have nothing to do with each other, because there's a patterning going on. There's a synchrony that's trying to show me something that we might call qualia. I didn't coin that term, Cliff High did, but he talks about the ontology, which is what I call the source field or source God or the divine order. And from that, we have a relationship with it. And so it's always trying to talk to you. God is always trying to talk to you, and it's going to be through these patterns. So all sorts of patterns, and they'll be all over the place. Deja vu is another key point where you experience those things. And then the ability to speak to the field and the field to respond. And what that means is, just for example, recently I had to move, and I was told by like 4 different people in one day, Elizabeth, you need to move. And they didn't really realize how big of a deal that was to me, but they all were totally separate from each other. And in one day, I had 4 people say, you need to move. It's very important. It's very serious. You have to move. And they didn't know my situation fully, not really. And yet they said all of that. and it was a bunch of female friends of mine, I took it very seriously. I said, hey, that's a pattern that I can't deny. And it's like in my face. And so I said, all right, well, if the divine wants me to move, then I am going to start packing my house. And my boyfriend said, well, where are we going to live? I'm like, I don't know. We're going to find out. And so I pack up my house, and I had a bunch of animals and stuff, and even horses and things. And I said, you know, God, if you want me to move, I got to find a home for these beautiful animals. They have the divine right to the perfect home. And in fact, in 1 week, with very little effort, I found homes for every single one of my animals, and they were actually better homes than what I was able to provide. So even though my home was nice, they're in heaven now, and they're completely beautifully taken care of. It's super beautiful. And then I said, well, I'm all packed. I don't know where to live still. And randomly my friend calls me up and says, hey, this person's renting their house. Do you want to go look at it? And it was a friend of mine who I knew. And I thought, well, wow, that's serendipitous. And so we go look at this house, and it was perfect in every way. And I said, I'm ready to sign. And we moved in a week later. So I didn't even have to look for a house. It literally showed up in my text messages. That's synchrony, right? So you'll know you're really on track when that happens. You'll know you're off track when you're having a hard time connecting, when everything seems to like completely get distorted, and then more and more doubt is built. And that's why we have to always work towards surrendering. The number one way to synchronize with the divine order is to recognize that your divine rights work within laws of the physics of consciousness. And when you are willing, totally and utterly, to relinquish all of your personal will, all of your fear and desire to that, then you get to synchronize. It's when you feel like you have to be in control, or when you don't trust, which is a law. You can't actually function in the divine order if you don't trust. If you don't trust the source of all things, if you don't trust God, if you don't trust your soul, which comes directly from God. So you have to trust. You see, the laws of consciousness and the divine rights, they don't act like boxes. They don't act like human laws. Human laws say, if you cross this line, then this horrible consequence is going to happen to you, right? But divine law is opposite. It says, if you recognize this in yourself, then all these wonderful things are going to happen to you. And so you have to actually completely surrender your personal will. One of the most important steps to being a creator of your reality and living in synchrony, less so necessarily the idea of manifestation perhaps, but more synchronizing with the source field, the origin of this universe, then you're going to have to actually totally surrender your will to all of these different, very clear divine rights that are working in your favor. And they're saying literally, if you let go entirely, all these things are working in your favor. They all work naturally. But the number one thing is anything that comes up, any suffering, any desires, any attachments, any expectations, where you expect people to be this way, or you expect things to go wrong. All of your attachments are, you think you love this thing until they piss you off. And then in that moment, you don't feel that same level of love. And then you also have to work with all of your judgment. Judgment is your discernment in your body being run through trauma. So it's not really real discernment. It's distorted discernment. It's distorted truth, which is why, as people who might have been really deeply traumatized, you're going to have to recognize that most of the decisions and ideas you have about relationships and reality are distorted by your trauma. That's why trauma healing is the number one way to help yourself, I've provided you today a special ebook about healing your mind, your heart, and your gut. It'll match really nicely with everyone else's work today. And it's short, it's 50 pages. It's simple techniques, really, really easy little exercises that you can even teach children. And it's easy for anyone to read. I also address the importance of healing the divine masculine in that book, which is one of the most important things we can be doing at the moment. So for those of you divine feminine, if you have a divine masculine in your life that needs a boost, this book is very logical and it's really easy. And it's a good start with basic practices that can totally change people's relationship with their divine reality. But it doesn't actually have that much woo-woo going on. It's really factual. Sahar, it's in the chat right there, right above you. It's called Healing the Three Minds, the Brain, the Heart, and the Gut. And it's downloadable there in the chat. Yeah, enjoy it. And it's short. And like I said, share this one freely. You'll find it's less about, I talk about the Dantian centers. It's less about mysticism and more about really specific techniques to heal your trauma in the now. Having had complex PTSD myself and always constantly working on myself. Some of the techniques are stuff that I have been using for over 15 to 20 years. And they work really, really well. And I think that you'll find them really easy, but more so modify them, right? These techniques were based off of psychology techniques that I learned to heal my trauma from psychologists, but I had to modify them to make them work for me. And I encourage you to do the same if you want to do that. So don't worry about giving any kudos. Don't worry about it working with exactly how I talk about it or whatever. Trauma healing should be flexible and it should fit the person, right? And these techniques are easy enough, again, that even little kids can use them. So then lastly is the synchrony piece, getting deeper and recognizing that to synchronize, we have to have these patterns show up in our life, that it's already naturally built in that way. And the best thing you can do is surrender utterly all of these structures. So if you have a judgment pop up, if you have an expectation, if you have an attachment, especially, big one, attachment to outcomes, that's probably the biggest one that is unacknowledged. Attachments to your purpose, attachments to star families or techniques or people or situations or objects. There's a lot. Attachment is unconditional love distorted by trauma. And expectations are being really present, distorted by trauma. So that you're basically worrying about the past happening, and then you just leak a bunch of energy and lose your ability to be present. And in order to dismantle all of the resistance of you living in natural law, you acknowledge every single one of these and all the feelings that go with it. And then you say, now take this, and you spend it. You spend it by offering it to Source God. And you say, take this from me. Take this from me now and turn it into blessings. You pay it forward. And more so, it's not just your trauma, it's your genetic lineage trauma too. You're incredibly mind-blowingly wealthy when it comes to energy, because trauma is heavy. It's like gold. You can spend it. So if there's stuff coming up in your family, spend it. You spend it. You say, take this nugget of alcoholism, take this nugget of traumatic injuries, take this nugget of genetic issues. Dear God, spend this and make it into miracles. And then watch as you tap in to the greatest law that has to do with creating your reality. And that's the law of generosity and abundance. They are married. Generosity and abundance are married. You cannot have abundance without generosity because of physics. So literally, you're making room by spending this very condensed energy and you're saying, take it and spend it, make miracles to God. You can't do it, only God can do it. So you hand it off, and God turns it into immense miracles, but you just made huge amounts of room in your field to receive. You can't get the new couch until you give away the old one. You can't get the new space cleaned up until you spend your trauma. When you spend it in the moment every day, it drops you back into presence. It drops you back into feeling your gut, helping you survive and thrive in the divine order. It helps you to objectify your thoughts. It helps you to be able to be totally and utterly in unconditional love for all of reality, because the only thing that is required for that level of love is existence itself. And then lastly, you get to have a lot more fun and easier time being a creative being, a being that dreams the dream on behalf of Source God. So just take a nice big deep breath, my friends. Enjoy this idea to wrap it all up in a big bow, knowing that it's your divine right to totally integrate, to have every tool you need to be able to fully wake up and enjoy being an immortal soul who's in this, who's utilizing this body, who's inside and out, got access to every dimension. You don't have to go seek out any specific dimensions, but you come from the origin itself that created those dimensions in the first place. And thank you, Kari. I really appreciate your kindness. And yes, my classes tend to be very epic. They can be between 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 hours long. And I have taught many hundreds of classes. If you'd like to enjoy my books and my classes and my sessions, my website is prismatichuman.com, and I am available to you. I'm teaching a lot of really cool things, everything from remote viewing to being able to heal relationships, helping you heal your children, helping you to understand your soul skill sets and your past lives, helping you to understand galactic and earthly history, the real histories, not the fake ones, and being able to be a better, happier human, right on the verge of becoming a new type of being, a new human. Homo luminous is what we're headed towards. So congratulations on this beautiful journey of yours today, really giving yourself that opportunity. And thank you, Andrew, for creating such a heartfelt, beautiful space for all of us to keep talking about transformation and becoming better and happier.
Yeah, thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing all of your wonderful magic. This is awesome to not only hear your story, but to transform with you and learn how we can transform better. So thank you for sharing, and thank you for being here so late today.
My pleasure. It's not that late, it's about 6 p.m. here, but it's a special place to bring energy into places and wrap everything up.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much again. And we're going to go to the last speaker, which is Peter. Peter, are you here?
Yes,
he's here.
thanks.
Okay, awesome. All righty. Hi, Peter. It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
I'm going
Likewise.
to give you the floor.
Thank you. What a gift. And thank you all for being here. I'm going to talk about manifestation according to who you are. You can't manifest any more than you've come here for. You can try, but actually your mind doesn't even think that way. Your mind thinks in the template that you are born to. And you might have an ego that wants more and more and more and more, but actually all you can really get is what you have come to this planet for. And your soul knew that before you were born. Your soul knew it all. And now you're living it out. And it's amazing that we all are so different from each other and yet want to be like other people who might have more. Oh, I want to have what they have. But in the meantime, we only get what we're here for. And so how does that work? How do we know who we are? And that's what I'm all about, is teaching how we know who we are so we understand why we get what we get. And I use human design, I use the source cards, I work with intuition as well. I've been teaching for almost 30 years, weekly classes at the Heart River Center. And thousands of people have come to the school over the years. It's in New York, or it used to be. Now it's online on Zoom. But there are weekly classes, although there's a summer break right now. And so what I want to talk about is the nature of personality, the templates that we can be born to or not. And it's all spelled out in the human design system, and it's spelled out in the source cards. For instance, let's talk about the cards. The cards are the playing cards, a 52 card deck. It's older than tarot. It's actually the structure of life. Tarot wouldn't exist without a structure of life, because tarot are the stories of life. So which came first? And I think it's understood that the 52 card deck is much older. And it represents numbers and all kinds of periodicity, for instance, 52 cards, 52 weeks, all the different suits, seasons, etc. So we're born on our birth date into a particular card. And if you know the card that you're born into, then you can manifest so much more powerfully. And for instance, I was born into the 4 of clubs. And so that means my mind needs to foursquare everything. I need to know what's true. And I've been living that way all my life, and sometimes to the consternation of others who don't have that card. And so we're in relationships generally with people who don't have the same card that we have. And it's hard to get along with people who you don't understand because they have a different card than you have. A lot of relationships after a while are struggling because we look at each other and go, oh my gosh, you're not me. And then we have to figure it out. So if you're born into an ace, for instance, you're somebody who's always creating, you're always finding new things. If it's an ace of clubs, your mind is always coming up with new ideas. If you're an ace of hearts, you always need to have new people in your life. If you're an ace of diamonds, you want more of everything, because diamonds are the world around us, the material world around us. Clubs are the mind, hearts are the heart, diamonds are the world around us, and spades are consciousness. So if you're born to an ace of spades, you're always expanding your consciousness into new areas. And that ace isn't always happy because it's alone on the card, one little pip in the middle of the card, and it needs to fill it up. So there's always this great need to fill up. So talk about manifestation, an ace is always manifesting more and more and more, depending on, of course, the suit, more and more ideas, if it's a club, more and more people, if it's a heart, etc. More money, for instance, if it's a diamond, or at least more of what life has to offer around us. And so that's the ace. What does a 2 want in life? A 2 wants others. If you're a 2 of clubs, you're here to share your mind and offer your mind and want to interact. 2 of clubs is highly interactive, loves to socialize and lead because it's good with people. 2 of clubs is a wonderful people card. If you're born to be a 2 of diamonds, you're born to share. the material world, you want to interact with others in the material world. You're somebody who loves to share. If you're a two of hearts, you sure want to be in relationship, and doesn't necessarily have to be one person. It can be many, and still have a really good relationship with a lifelong partner, of course. Two of spades means you want to expand consciousness with others, to be present, to be aware. Consciousness is all about awareness, being present. So if you're two of spades, that's very important. If you're born to be, oh, by the way, while I'm talking about cards, while you're on, why don't you go to a website that you can find your card, and then you can understand what I'm talking about more. It's called thesourcecards.com. It's not my website. It's one of my closest friends, Alexander Dunlop, and his wife, Vicky. And they're wonderful card people. So you can put in your birth date. It'll tell you your card. And then you'll understand and appreciate how to be more like what I'm talking about. And then if you're born to be a 3, well, 3s are all about action. If you know numerology, it's just 3s are motion. And if you're born to be a 3 of clubs, you've got a very active mind. If you're born to be a 3 of diamonds, your whole life is just full of sometimes chaos. 3s can be chaotic. 3s, because it's like juggling more than you can handle. That's 3s. They take on too much. 3 of hearts does that. 3 of hearts can struggle in relationships only because it gets confusing. How many people can you dedicate yourself to, including yourself? So 3 of spades is really just wanting to expand awareness and be very active and full of life, and let's even call it multidimensional ways. If you're a 4, I'm a 4 of clubs, so I want to 4 square my mind. If you're a 4 of hearts, you're somebody who really wants to 4 square relationships, 4 square love, understand the truth of love, really be interested in the right way of caring. The link again is thesourcecards.com. Thesourcecards.com. Somebody said something about it, which we'll talk about human design in a little while. I just want to go through this part. So you can project what, the 4 of diamonds is figuring out how life works. And have a little grandson who's 20 months old, and he's a 4 of diamonds, and all he wants to do is figure out how things fit together, where goes where, how things work. He's so dedicated to that. At 20 months, it's fun to watch. So 4 of clubs, 4 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, and 4 of spades is just wanting more truth and awareness and consciousness. The 5 is never enough. If you're a 5, you're somebody who's always seeking more. How can I get more? Where can I get more? What can I change? It's all about change. If you know numerology, you know that that's what a 5 does. So you can see how that works with the mind, with clubs, with diamonds, with the world around you, with hearts, with relationships. People with a 5 of hearts, it's a struggle because they want more and more and more and more, need more and more. But sometimes if you're somebody who wants to be in a relationship with someone like that, that can be good. and then again, the 5 of spades, it's consciousness and spirituality. Let's call it that too. The 6 is alignment, because the 6 are 2 parallel lines of pips, they're called, clubs. Sixes, you want to know everything, how it lines up. It's called the lawyer card. You want everything to be in alignment. My oldest son is a six of clubs, and he's a lawyer, and he wants justice. And six of diamonds is you want everything in your life to line up, the world around you. Six of hearts is a difficult card because the six of hearts wants to make sure all the hearts around you are in alignment. The six of hearts actually is the card that plays on Christmas Day. And that's why people are judgmental about, do we all love each other here? Maybe not. There's family struggles at Christmas when there are issues about love or questions. And so that six is a difficult card, but very important. It's called the karma card, because if you don't get it right, you don't go to nirvana. So the sixes always want to get it right. Sevens is magical. Sevens, you can see a seven card can be played up or down. So people who have sevens are always wanting to play it up. When you meet a seven, they're generally very, very positive. Someone just chatted there, seven of diamonds. That means they want their life always to be up, because you're afraid, because the magic works when it's up and it works against you when it's down. So people who are diamonds really want to play it up all the time. And it's interesting to be around them. If you're an eight, it's power. Eight is infinity. Eight of spades is probably one of the most powerful cards in the deck, because it's the power of everything. And eight of clubs, power of the mind. Eight of diamonds, just the world around you. You're a master. You can really create great abundance. Eight of diamonds is a hugely abundant card of manifestation. It's great for business. And so the nines are the last rung on the ladder. So it's people who are nines are always trying to accumulate more and more and more and more. The problem with nines is that you get to the top of the ladder and you got to start a new one. So nines is also the number of endings and beginnings. So if your card is a nine, there'll be a lot of endings and beginnings in your life, but you'll always want to be building and creating more. Tens is a princess card. So if you're born to a princess card, you are someone in demand. The princess has the keys to the kingdom. So everybody wants you. Everybody wants you for your mind. If you're a club, for each suit, they want you for that. And so tens always feel a lot of pressure to deliver, but 10 is a magical card of power too. The princess has a lot of power. And so people with tens are usually very bright, but often overwhelmed because of the demands of others for them to deliver what the kingdom has to offer. And if you're a jack, it's a jack in the box. I'm a jack of spades. And it's powerful cards, full of blessings, great intuition. It's amazing. Because the prince of the kingdom doesn't have a real job. Prince of the kingdom is experimenting and exploring until he becomes king. So it's a card of exploration. And so I'm a jack of spades, so it's the exploration of consciousness. It's known as the Prince of Consciousness, and that's why I'm highly intuitive, and that's why I live a very strange world of intuition and multidimensionality. I work with intelligences on many different dimensional levels. It goes on and on. It's hard to talk about quickly, but I'm living in a very strange world of multidimensionality. The queen is the great nurturer, highly intuitive, takes care of people. It's really it's wonderful to be a queen. I love that card the most. My older granddaughter is the Queen of Clubs, and she's wonderful. The king is authority. So if you're born to be a king, you're here to, somebody just flip 3 cards. That's a good way to see what's coming, is to draw cards and see what you pull. So kings, if you're a king, you really feel like you have authority and you want to manifest from that. And it's just automatic. You just, as a king, you just know that you know. You know that whether it's a club or whatever it is, you know that you know. My younger son is a king of spades. He's a master. He's he's made president of his company because they just know that he's the authority that they really need to appreciate. It just goes with the territory of a king. So those are cards. But there are so many important numbers in human design and in basically, well, in human design, but like for instance, for prosperity, if you're interested in what your prosperity is about, there are only 6 numbers in human design, because that's the amount of numbers in a hexagram. And so if you're a 1, if your prosperity in human design is a 1, and you can find that out by, if you have a chart done for you, and I can provide charts for people at my email, peter@heartriver.org, HEART river.org. And you can see what your conscious conscious Jupiter, line numbers, the lines of each hexagram. There are 6 lines to a hexagram. So whatever your line number is in conscious Jupiter in your chart, if you're a 1, you're here for self-sufficiency. You're interested in building foundation, taking care of yourself, looking out for everything, and being smart about taking good care. If you're a 2, you're a natural steward. You're here to steer and guide people, because the 2 is interactive. Remember that. And it also is the 2 in human design is an inward card. It's also known as a hermit. So it's knowing how to take care of yourself using the tools around you. And so you can steward money. So you'll have money to steward. If you're a 2 and you're here to steer money, you'll have it. If you're a 3, remember 3 is about action. So it's all really about flexibility and flow, cycles, the dances of wealth. And the 3 just can be full of wealth in all the dances. It has to do with investing and winning and losing, but playing the game, wanting and willing and be happy to play the game, and going with the flow and going up and down and making the most of it. If you're a 4, you're here to be generous, to give to charity and work in community. It's called love in action. So your prosperity will be love in action. If you're a 5, it's a higher number of leadership, enterprise, being of influence. It's very creative, and it offers great advice. It's really leadership. If you're a 5, you're here to really be a wise one. And if you're a 6, it's even wiser. 6 is the financial role model. It has really good karma. It's called soulful wealth. So if you're a 6, you're here to live in a greater soul of abundance. So it's pretty good to know that about yourself. So there's so many different ways of learning about ourselves in human design because of these 6 numbers. for instance, if you're born, there's something called color, which isn't really visual, it's just a number. So if you're born to the 1 in human design, you're born, just like in prosperity, you're born to take care of your own needs. You're really interested in your survival needs. So if you're a 1, you're always looking out for yourself. You're always making sure that you're safe and secure and will have what you need. If you're a 2, you live in faith. It's an inner sense of just let me be, let me live in truth. It's kind of like the speaker who was before me talking about living in, you know, in divine guidance and trusting the process. And so 2s do that. They're really the best visionaries because it takes faith to be a visionary. You know, everybody else needs proof, but so okay, yeah. So Andrew just showed that you can email me to get, and yeah, you can have a short overview reading of your chart also. Maybe 10 minutes of telling you what it means, looking at some of these things. So if you're but if you're a 3 actually in your color, in the number, you're here to be a leader. People will listen to you and follow you. So a 3 is somebody who leads and has followers, yet a 4 is mastery. And if you're a 4, you're here to be seen by people who want to learn from you and study with you. And it's more personal, interactive. Remember what we said about prosperity is love in action. So if you're a 4 and you're a master, you're really participating in that. If you're a 5 in color, it's all about convincing people. It's leadership, it's confidence, it's influence, and it's saying, I know, do it my way, do this. This is what I believe in, and they're always trying to convince you of things. So my younger son, who's this new corporate president, is a 5, and he's always able to convince people about a lot of things. He's also that king of spades. And if you're a 6, it's interesting. I'm a 6. I'm the color 6. And it's not easy to be a color 6 because it's the color of innocence. It's like, I don't have an agenda. Never had an agenda. I just love to be and share and give and teach. And people don't always understand 6s because they think we have something up our sleeve. We don't. We just love being here and sharing and just allowing the flow to work. So if anybody has questions, there's still a couple of minutes left, few minutes left. I know I've rushed through a lot here. It's a lot of data. So you can learn about your human design. There's so much in human design. A full reading goes 2.5 hours. Somebody just said there's 6-2 in human design. That means you're a role model hermit. 6s struggled in their early part of their life, and during the mid years of their lives, they've gained wisdom, so they become the role model. They become, you know, the wise person on the hill. And then the hermit is saying, well, I really enjoy being by myself, but I'm willing to come out to be on the hill, to be the sage if you need me. So a hermit isn't exclusive. The hermit shares. And so that's a 6-2. So if and somebody just said, so true, and it's really 3-5. Somebody's a 3-5 in human design. And 3 is the I'm just blocking the word, but 3 learns by bumping into things. So it's and the 5 is a martyr. So so the 3 is always learning by what happens, what shows up, and you learn from it. And the 5 is that leadership, is that knowing, is that greater knowing. But 5s are also a little bit paranoid because people ask too much of them. And if you don't have the answers that they want, they'll burn you at the stake. That's why it's called the martyr. So, yeah, these chats that people are putting up, they're cool. I haven't, I'm not reading them all, but so it's nice to hear from you people. If you want to raise a hand and ask something, someone's a queen of clubs, someone's a 7 of diamonds, someone's a 9 of clubs. It's a 3 of diamonds. Good luck. You're so busy. Life is full of busyness, but it's talent and it's intuition, and it's 3 of diamonds are quite amazing. 5 of diamonds is always looking to change things, wants more and more and more. I'm so glad to see people ask me about themselves. So where do you get the number of the color? That's in the software. It doesn't show up unless you know how, unless you have the software and you have to click into it. 5 fits burning at the stake, yes, because of expectations of others. Somebody is a queen of clubs and a boyfriend is a queen of hearts. Wow. The queen of clubs has trouble being in relationship because they're so advanced. They have such an amazing, valuable and profound mind that it's hard to find the right people. And the queen of hearts, I think, would be a right person. So I know I feel that way for my granddaughter because I know it's hard for people to keep up with her. She's so smart and aware. And those are the queen of clubs. I love that card. And there are some amazing people on the planet because it also gives to humanity. So there are some great leaders out there, people who have really done a lot for the world and still doing a lot. And those are queen of clubs. But if anybody wants to ask any questions by raising a hand, and I can respond to that. But I love talking about this, but a lot of you don't know anything about me. I'm at my website. I just changed the name of it from Heart River Center for Intuitive Healing to Heart River Center for Soul Growth, guiding you through intuitive awakening. And but my web people haven't changed it yet, but it's what we are now calling ourselves. So my job is to awaken people to their soul. Soul is the bottom line of who we are, and the more that we can know our soul, the more we can know ourselves. And so, and all these ways I'm talking about today are ways to know the soul, but on all kinds of dimensions. I can read people's past lives. So in classes, I'll plug into the past life or more than one lifetime of each student in the class, and sometimes ancient lifetimes. I recently did a class like that we went back into way, sometimes even 1 million years back. And it was amazing to see the ancient lifetimes of some people on different planets, different constellations, different galaxies, etc. So, will you speak? Okay, somebody, yeah, somebody is saying they have trouble being in relationships. Yeah, well, you have to know your card and you have to know how to live your card. And then you can be in relationships being true to your card and your human design too. The more you can be true to yourself, the more you can be true with others. And the more you know the air cards and their human design, the more you understand how to work with them, how to live with them, and roll your eyes sometimes. My wife and I have different cards and different human designs, and we've been together 45 years, and we're always rolling our eyes, going, "Oh my gosh, you're not me." So somebody was a certain person or recommendation to assess pancreatic cancer. Well, I don't know. I've taught medical intuition. I'm a medical intuitive, but I'm so into information of who we are and how we can best create a life that we want from knowing ourselves and each other better. And I am here, unfortunately for me, I'm here holding very high frequencies. And I've been learning recently that my frequencies are too high for a physical body. And that's why I'm quite disabled in my 80s, because my body has been breaking down all my life and still is doing that. But it's all right, because I'm here to emit frequencies for this planet and for uplifting humanity. So I'm very happy about that.
There was a
So,
question in the comments. Sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, please interrupt me and tell me what questions
Yeah.
I'm not seeing.
There's a question that says, asking for a friend, do you have a certain person or recommendation to assess pancreatic cancer, or would you want to have a meeting with them?
Well, I never turned down using my intuition, but I don't, and I have been a practicing medical intuitive for a long time, but it's so much about every disease is psychosomatic. And so a lot of what I do in understanding diseases is helping people why they have them and what they can do to clear them by cleaning up what has caused it.
Okay. Okay, so you would want to have a more in-depth meeting with that person who would possibly have pancreatic cancer?
Yeah, I never turned down using my intuition. Because when you're intuitive, you never know what's going to come through. And I've been a practicing intuitive for 30 years now. So I've worked with thousands and thousands of people with all kinds of things. And I always say Peter Roth doesn't know a whole lot, but the universe knows a zillion things, and I can tap in.
Okay. I have one more question for you from the comments. Someone said, what do you find is the most important area to focus on in the human design chart, or in their human design charts?
Well, we're all different. So for different people, there are different things that that show up. I know I saw there was a chat said somebody's a generator. It's good to know you're a generator. That means you're just always stirring the pot, trying to make life work, using the motor of your second chakra just to keep on keeping on. Whereas, for instance, if you're a projector instead of a generator, you don't stir the pot, you design the pot. So we all have different ways of using energy to be who we need to be.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. This has been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for sharing a little bit more, well, a lot more about human design and how we can kind of expand, grow, and even develop a little bit on our own spiritual journeys through human design.
Yeah, I'm glad I could bring some of the keys to it. The number, how the numbers work. It's so key in the cards and human design. And, I hope people have gone to the source cards and learned about their cards and learn about themselves that way.
Yes. And also I left your links in the chat. So if people want to connect with you and get a session, they can. And we're at the end, you guys. And I want to thank you again, Peter, for coming in and just sharing all that makes you wonderful with us.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it took me a while to get my act together with you. but as I said, my frequency is so high that my body can't keep up with it. And at this stage in life, I'm in my 80s, and my body has broken down almost too much.
No worries at all. I think it was just I was confused a little bit, but yeah, no worries. I just have to get it. I have an ism, so sometimes I'm
Okay.
like, what the hell is happening? But we figured it out and now we're good. So thank you so much
Yeah,
for
great.
showing up and being a light in the
Well,
event.
thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you. I'm so happy that you asked me to be here.
Yeah. Awesome. All righty. So thank you again. I'm gonna remove you from the
Okay.
pin thingy and put me back so we can close this out really quick. Okay. Hi, everybody. So we've been here all day long. Thank you guys so much for staying. There's going to be another day. So if you want to go for that day, I'll be sending out another email tomorrow. So you guys can attend that day as well. It's going to be completely different healers. So new healings, new healers, and just all new people to come in and do just amazing things. So if you want to come to that day, you can. And also, before you guys go, there is a VIP pass, and you can upgrade from the $47 to the $97, which gives you a session with me. And it gives you full lifetime access to the live event after the replays are done. So then you can go back and watch whoever you missed, or if you want to do anybody's healing, Chantana's, mine, whoever, you can go back and watch it again and get deeper and deeper and deeper with every healing you rewatch and all that jazz. So, and not only do you get this one, but you get to the second day. So you get both days of the live event, which is 2 days of hours of healing. And I section off each video so you can watch whoever you want to watch over and over again or whatever. But when you buy access to it, you have it forever. So I send you a playlist and you get to watch them at your leisure for the rest of your life until YouTube goes away or burns or whatever. But yeah, you have that access. And if you want to upgrade, I will put my link in the comments for you guys. And again, it's there until tomorrow. Plus, the replay is going to go on, so you'll be able to get it and collect not only my free gift, but everybody's free gift and our offers for the next 7 days after tomorrow. So here is my link. And I'll give you guys a little bit of time to mull it over if you want to. Again, you don't have to right now because you have another day and I have to get the videos prepared for the replay. So thank you guys again for staying so long. Make sure you guys get a nap, get some food, get some minerals, some water, because we've been here for the whole day. And thank you guys again so much for just enjoying all the healing and the readings and the activations and the lessons and everything that we went through today. Be on the lookout for the replay. It'll be coming in the next 2 to 3 days. Well, 2 days because tomorrow, and then after that, the replay will start for both days. And it's a lot. So yeah, it's a lot of videos. But yeah, again, if you wanna make sure to see them after the next 7 days after the replay, then you'll have the ability to buy the VIP pass to upgrade from 47 to 97 to get a session with me and both days of the live event. So yeah, you have the options, you know what to do. And again, if you want to come tomorrow, it's available to you. I'll send out the link through the emails and you'll all have access to it. And thank you guys so much for being here the entire day. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye. Wait, oh, okay.